That time I got reincarnated as a slime. Volume 13. Part 1. Prologue. Doubts. Ghidorah was troubled. It was mainly for two things. The first thing that needs no elaboration is who the person attempting to kill him was. I'm surprised that I can't even detect his breath. There are very few opponents like this. Though in my heart, I dare not admit it, thought Ghidorah. This was because, if he had guessed correctly, all of his and Yuki's shenanigans were in the hands of Emperor Rudra. No, it's possible. After all, His Majesty Rudra had lived longer than this old man and possessed wisdom and power beyond reason. Even if he had foreseen things coming to this and set about it from decades ago, it was no surprise. However, in this way, now that he had left the empire himself, it was a different matter, but it was assumed that Yuki would be in danger. Ghidorah thought so. So, what's next? Should we warn Yuki? Or just leave it alone? That's the problem. The two of them weren't completely unfriendly, and he was personally full of love for Yuki. Even if Ghidorah thought so, now he was on the side of Rimuru. It cannot be taken lightly. Instead of worrying about it here, there is another way, and that is to explain everything to Rimuru and go to him. However, if you let out such uncertainty, in the end, if you are wrong about yourself, Rimuru's trust in him will fall apart. After all, Ghidorah had betrayed the empire. If his credit continues to decline, it will affect Ghidorah's position in the future. Part of that consideration is here, and that's why Ghidorah didn't put it into action. Beyond that, he had a second doubt that messed with Ghidorah's thoughts. That face, that domineering air, certainly true, just like His Majesty Rudra. However, seeing how he didn't falter in the slightest, and he really seemed to know nothing about it. It didn't feel like he was pretending to be him, but normally, Emperor Rudra couldn't be in that place. Whichever way one looks at it, no other correct answer can be found. This is the conclusion that Ghidorah draws. In that case, that person was really someone else who looked a lot like Rudra. If that man is His Majesty Rudra, no, that's a stupid thing to say. What's more important now is that the person who assassinated me is definitely that guy, right? If that's the case, Yuki is in danger. If I didn't give a little warning, I would probably have a bad conscience. Then I'll report to Lord Rimuru as well. As a result, Ghidorah decided to put friendship at the forefront. Other people's opinions of him may be slipping, but it doesn't hurt. In this country, anyway, strength is everything. For Ghidorah, the weak are the strongest. He came to a conclusion and put it into practice immediately. It's the old man. Yuki, a word of advice to you. Actually. Nor does it matter if the other side is now convenient, Ghidorah unilaterally informs the point. Hey, this is so sudden. No way. You put yourself in my shoes, too. Lord Rimuru may be suspicious of this matter, so I don't have time to discuss it with you here. This old man will work in his own way, so you two must be careful not to be taken advantage of in secret. Speaking of which, Ghidorah ended his magic communication with Yuki. Then goes forward and reports to Rimuru. Reporting, liaising and negotiating are indeed done. Ghidorah deserves to be an expert in training ministries, and this part is done very literally. So the old man is safe and sound. And the reckoning is so good that he seems to have run off to join Mr. Rimuru's side. Yuki looked out the window and smiled bitterly. It had been raining today, and it was foggy outside the windows. However, Yuki's eyes still accurately caught the suspicious figure that used the rain to hide its tracks. That move looked well trained and must have been monitoring Yuki's movements. Despite discovering it, Yuki only had a smile on his face in which Raku was in. Seeing Yuki like this, the other figure in the room, Kagali, responded. Are you talking about Ghidorah? That's for sure. Even I, a former demon lord, looked at him and thought that the old man was too cunning to take lightly. So it's better for us to help each other with him. Yuki echoed Kagali's statement. Yeah. It is thanks to that old grandfather that we have this status. And he also seems to have brought us quite favorable intelligence this time. If it was Ghidorah, he would have brought favorable intelligence from the Jura Tempest Federation. Yuki so calculated. There is a fake hero named Chronoa. It is not yet known whether the man is alive or dead. Since Rimuru was safe and sound, the other party must have been knocked down. If Rimuru absorbed this tyrannical force, word would have surely spread somewhere. Yet nothing was heard at all about this. There is also no mention in Ghidorah's report, which suggests that the other party may be dead. So Yuki thought about it for a moment, thinking that maybe he was worrying too much. The immediate issue that must be confronted is the urgent message from Ghidorah back. Oh, yeah. So what did Ghidorah tell you? He says Masayuki looks exactly like the Emperor Rudra. What? Kagali asked back in an unpolished tone as soon as she accidentally did, which made Yuki show a bitter smile. This was because he thought he might have had the same reaction himself when he suddenly heard something like this. It's a mystery, isn't it? On the one hand I felt like the old man was saying something silly, but on the other hand it didn't feel like a joke at all. However, the Emperor pretending to be Masayuki, it's hard to deny that completely. The smile on Yuki's face disappeared as he thought about his encounter with Masayuki. In retrospect, Masayuki was not called to this world, he said. As soon as I went back, I was here. Yuki originally thought he might be an otherworldly visitor who came to this world by chance. Can't find any evidence that Masayuki is from the other world. If magic or skill does work. He was about to think in that direction when Yuki's thoughts suddenly stopped. He began to think of something else, and the next thing he knew, he was talking. Forget it. It's more important now than that to keep an eye on our gang. Geez, it's been a long time since we've had an interesting conversation. Still, it's true to say so. I'm always being watched, and I'm a little out of breath. Right? This would put a damper on our plans, and until then it seems necessary to abandon all plans. How do you say that? It means literally. If what Grandpa says is true, we can say we are in a crisis. If Ghidorah's words were true, it would not be good to send out the hybrid legions that were being laid out against the Dwarven Kingdom. How that will play out in the future, no, before that we'll have to tell who's a friend or a foe, maybe we'll have to go back and start from this place. That's what Yuki was forced to do. So it is. In that case, there's really no time for that kid right now. Kagali didn't doubt Yuki's words. Since Yuki thought there was danger, there was no doubt about it. Ghidorah wanted to see the Emperor, but I heard he was assassinated from behind in that place. Wasn't it Kondo? The person who asked this was Kagali, and then went on to deny it herself. Nope. Who else but Kondo could have killed Ghidorah, but if it was the 00 number that never showed up, it wouldn't be surprising if there was an unknown genius among them. That said, if Tatsuya Kondo really did it, then it would be only natural that Yuki wouldn't be surprised. I think so, too. But there were other reasons why I was surprised. It was Ghidorah who said that he probably guessed who the prisoner was. The room fell silent at once. Kagali exhaled and stared into Yuki's eyes, questioning him. Does it mean that the other person is someone we also know well? Kagali gestured with her eyes to stop Yuki from talking about him. Still with a bitter smile, Yuki nodded lightly. It's unbelievable, but it is what it is. Of course, it's also possible that Grandpa thought wrong, but it's not something that can be brought up simply by admitting the wrong person. Kagali opened her eyes wide. Does that mean that the other side is important among partners? The smile on her face disappeared completely. Exactly. Yuki nodded. In contrast to Kagali, Yuki's smile deepened as she replied. The name of the traitor is... Chapter 1. Shake and Consciousness. A month has passed since the gathering subordinates met. Today, I was also in the control room watching the movements of the Empire. Since this was the staging ground for all of the intelligence, Benimaru and I could almost say we moved here to live. But it's just a matter of going home to your house at night. If left unattended, it would likely turn into a secret base for Veldora and Ramirez. It's a hut I've been building for a long time, and I've put it to good use. Benimaru also cleaned up after himself, so I think he has all but actually returned to his room. I don't even need to worry about such things, but with a duel coming up, it would be bad if the great general fell. The control room is usually manned by staff. When we are at war, we would work round-the-clock shifts, taking 3 shifts. This is to prevent everyone from sticking their heads up too hard. It is important to manage your own health, and this is the only thing that needs to be thoroughly implemented. Still, the one who doesn't even need me to worry about that kind of thing is our ally, Veldora-kun. And then there's Ramirez. These two will rest well without me needing to say much. It should be said that they also go AWOL. At first there was excitement to say that the war was about to start, but as it turned out there was no movement after a month and they looked as if they were completely tired of it. Now they have returned to their institute and are saying something capricious, telling us to wait for something to happen before we notify them. It's just as well, now that they're here they'll only cause trouble, so I'll just go with them. That's the thing, the only group of people here at the moment are me, Benimaru, and Sue, then there are my secretaries, Shion and Diablo. Can't forget the other number 1, Geld was there too, only it kept the project at hand at a standstill, which made me sad. I'd really like to get the war over with before Miss Frey gets mad. But it's up to the opponent to make the move. In the so-called war, the side that attacks first takes the reins. If the other side doesn't fight over, even if they want to fight with the other side, they can't fight. It was originally thought that the Imperial Chariot Force would attack in almost 20 days or so, but the invasion turned out to be slower than expected. It should be said that they were deliberately slowing down and making a deliberate show of their majesty when they entered. I'm always watching them with my own Argos, but some of them haven't even seen a chariot, so they look like evil demons. Monsters will also fear huge and vicious opponents. Even the sub-A-level beasts that lived in the forest fled from their marching range because they were afraid of the Imperial Army. As for where the Imperial Army was now, they had crossed the border. Forced entry into our borders, a matter that is totally incompatible with international law as laid down by the Western consultative councils, but an enemy empire that does not take rules seriously. Nowadays, the most important thing is how to apply it and make it strategically valuable. We could actually use this as a reason for us to launch a surprise attack, but still feel we should at least consult with each other. It also seems likely that the Imperial side will persuade us to surrender and hold off on attacking for the time being until that moment comes. I think the other side is naive, but we're not ready for that either. It should be a showdown afterwards anyway, so there's no need for us to sneak around. In this way, Benimaru also expressed his approval with a leisurely attitude. In this way, I was relieved that preparations for war against the Empire could indeed be made. Immediately following, the days that we had been waiting were finally coming to an end, for the Imperial side had stopped and started to lay out their formations. The Imperial army is not stupid either. It seems that they had no intention of fighting us squarely from the beginning, unlike the chariot units, and the other infantry squads were marching towards the forest one after another. The total number is about 70% of the entire strength of the Empire, up to 700,000. Although we already know this, let's review it again. Looks like this is their main force. Should be. While using the chariot force as a front, the real purpose is actually to suppress the Dwarven Legion, right? So it is. Is it to avoid being pinned from behind in an attack on our country? It is clear that such a large army is prepared, but it is very careful in its actions. The reason why the chariot forces seem to be moving so slowly is really not just to demonstrate with people. There was another, more important purpose, and until their main force, the infantry, was assembled, they seemed to want to attract our attention by the chariot force. It's just that the other side's attempts have already reached us. With intelligence, we can accumulate so many advantages. Speaking of which, Benimaru smiled bitterly. Kufa-fu-fa-fu. It's true, Lord Rimuru. It's all under your control, that's how it is. Diablo came over to the show and was going to do the Lord Rimuru thing. And I've gotten used to it, so I nod and say sort of. With the right know-hows, it's actually easy to deal with Diablo. As for that group of Imperial infantry, we seem to underestimate each other's threatening nature a bit. It seemed that all of them were quite skilled, and none of them could keep up with the others and went to gather at a place 30 kilometers away from the capital Rimuru. And camped there, and set up command posts. Sue said this in order to get more attention and to explain the current situation to us. Plus there's Moss to bring us information with impeccable accuracy. I also used my Argos for reinforcement, and even the enemy's strength map was clear. It's unnatural, isn't it, that we don't react when we're all close to our throats? No, not necessarily. Those guys thought they were better than us and thought their actions went completely unnoticed by us. They underestimated us and must have been ready to act immediately after persuading us to surrender. Kufafufafu. I think so too. I would like to add to Mr. Benimaru's comment that this 30 kilometers is a wonderful distance. If it is monitored by magic, the farther away the accuracy decreases. Combined with the magic used to unleash interference through Legion magic, that area would be completely turned into a safe zone. The other side should think they can do that. But the funny thing is, I think that's all those guys can do. It seems my worries are just unfounded. There must be some kind of trap behind this lack of action on our part. It was thought that the Imperial Army would be pushing in this direction, but we were even told just now that the enemy thinks we must not be able to see through them. In that case, all that was left to worry about was how strong the enemy's army was. By the way, Sue, how strong are the enemy soldiers? Sue deliberately emphasized that the other party was extremely threatening, that should be strong only. Depending on his answer, it might be necessary to revisit the operational plan. From an average evaluation, any grade that translates into human terms is equivalent to a B grade. There is no shortage of people in the upper echelons who are above A, and those in the lower echelons who are not below C+. Even when compared to the knights of the Western countries, they seem to be very good. The opponent's fighting power is beyond imagination. In this world, however, it's more about quality than quantity when it comes to combat, and a B grade is pretty good, but sometimes an A grade person alone can be more dangerous. This is true, but the power of the group as a whole cannot be underestimated. And there are absolutely no casual conscripts among them, all of whom are professional soldiers. Yes, they were well trained and considered the quality of their weapons and defenses, coupled with their tactics, each of which seemed to surpass the order of the Western powers. Even with Benimaru, your Black Flame jail should be difficult to penetrate those guys' magic defense. According to Sue, the enemy army unleashed Legion magic from time to time. The level of the standard can only be described as very high. The combined combat power of each team is equivalent to rank A. The hobgoblins are the same way. Tacit troops are tricky. It's not just adding up everyone's strength, sometimes it even has a multiplier effect. If every 20 is equivalent to an A grade, that's 35,000 A grade opponents to deal with simply by calculation. Seriously, it's not to be underestimated. They are very dangerous opponents. But it should be fine. That's the reason for using the maze. Kufafufafu. Just let them spread out within the maze and easily break through before the enemy could fully muster their strength. Everything is as Lord Rimuru had predicted, that's how it is. Actually, it's not. In the end, it was the right choice to launch an attack inside the labyrinth, but depending on the enemy's strength. Wait. Thinking about this side of the story made me realize something. No matter how strong the opponent comes with, this meet and greet battle will come in handy. By coming to the maze, we are able to spread each other's war power and keep our war power concentrated. So the truth of the matter is that if you really want to go through the maze, you can only rely on a few elite challenges. I thought to myself, not to be outdone by Master Raphael, the King of Wisdom. I'm glad to see you on our side. I couldn't help but murmur, and Benimaru was quite sympathetic. On the one hand, it will prevent the town from suffering, and on the other hand, it will make it easier for the war to move in our favor. Standing in the position of commanding an army, the last thing I want is to make an enemy of her. It's only because Ramirez isn't here now that I can compliment her from the bottom of my heart. If it was a compliment to her face, she'd get carried away for a while and show it around, which was annoying. These things aside for now. We shouldn't have any problems on our side, but we don't know what's going on with Gobta and the others. There were several big screens in the control room, and my magic was shining through them. And of course there was a broadcast of the scene near the Dwarven Kingdom above. There were 2,000 chariots lined up neatly. The layout here is no exception, which translates into a distance of about 30 kilometers from the central metropolis of Dworgen, St. Doran. This unbiased location is what we had anticipated. What matters is the performance of the chariot. Its muzzle is facing the front door, which I have visited several times. The Imperial developed magic-guided chariot seems to be a step up in performance compared to the chariots I know of. Maybe the range of the chariot gun is better than my native world chariot. At such a distance, there should be no way for the shells to hit. In the square just inside that gate there were people like Gobta and Gable standing by. Gobta and Gable led their respective legions in their mission. The occasional battle with the enemy was not frequent, and the people who stayed in the hotel town took refuge. We also went as planned and sent reinforcements to rendezvous with the Dwarven Kingdom. The two army chiefs, Gobta and Gable, have entered the Dwarven Kingdom. Either way, it's a matter of fighting with each other, and the other side is not taking away our command. Garzel had already promised this, so I wasn't worried, and it looked like the military units of the Dwarven Kingdom had indeed kept their word. That should make it all right. Although there is still some unease about us joining forces with the Dwarven army, but as long as we let Tempest attack and ask the Dwarven army to take over the defensive duties thoroughly, there should be no problem. Confusion in the chain of command is a problem in military operations. In order for legions of different nationalities to join forces to fight, as they did this time, it must first be decided which side of the order will take precedence. If it was Benimaru, he could interfere forcibly by using his unique skill, Generalissimo. Even if you're in a difficult position to distinguish between the enemy and yourself on the battlefield, as long as you have this skill, you don't have to worry about your own people fighting your own people. Add in the Dwarven Legion in this case, and there's the potential for chaos. That's why we've come to the conclusion that it's more efficient to share the responsibility for offense and defense. Just to be on the safe side, maybe it's better to talk to Garzel again. That's true. Now that the Empire has been laid out, it won't be long before war begins. It's almost time for us to get on the battlefield, so we'd better get in touch with King Garzel and make a final confirmation. It looks like Benimaru agrees with me. With that in mind, I hurriedly reached for the newly set contact device. The so-called contact device is a magical chanting machine successfully developed by Vesta. The great thing is that not only audio information, but also visual information can be transmitted. The contact device has the shape of a computer. It looks like a screen plus a mouse and a keyboard. And that's not a mouse, it's actually a palm-sized crystal ball that can be launched by touching the ball. Next, specify the objects engraved on the keyboard to contact each other. The construction is simple and everyone can use it. But there are inconveniences. I just said that it was visual information, but it was actually mind power replayed in the brain. When you start something like this by holding the contact device, what you think will be conveyed to the other person. The principle is the same as that of communication network. I'm so used to it that I can remove distractions, but people who aren't used to it can shed unnecessary intelligence. If one is thinking of something evil in one's mind, one may accidentally convey it to the other side, which is one of the risks. There must be no evil intent. I can't help but think that I really don't recommend using this machine to chase girls. For the average person with no mental training, it's better to just use the talk function. In short, this section is expected to improve in the future. Hello, I'm Raimaru. Is His Majesty Gazelle here? I also take it for granted in this world that I say hello hello. This has become habitual and natural, so I do it up without a doubt. Rimuru might be saying moshi moshi, which is a Japanese phone greeting that roughly translates to hello hello. What's interesting is that this evolved into a rule when using the contact device. Hello, hello, this is for His Majesty Gazelle. Could you please wait on the line for a moment? Got it. One could sense that someone on the other side of the contact device was fumbling with his hands. The other party seemed to be trained to be in charge, but fell into a panic upon hearing my name. If the head of the company we do business with called out of the blue, then perhaps even I would be alarmed. You should be more considerate of the other person. It's rude to ask Lord Rimuru to wait. Shion said this paragraph with an exasperated look. Since you think so, then it's okay to contact each other instead of me. I think that was supposed to be the secretary's job, but what Shion said was to not touch the contact device. The reason couldn't be simpler, because she didn't know how to use it. It seems a little wrong to say she doesn't know how to use it. No matter how many times I taught her how to use it, it would cause damage due to Shion's overpowering numinous power. After that, Shion used the contact device as a hot potato. She didn't even have the qualifications to complain. Personally, I don't think I need to rely on this kind of thing, I just need to meet directly through space transfer. Why don't you bring King Gazelle here? Diablo was there to make his own grandstanding remarks, which were not negotiable. The other party also has his schedule and should make an appointment with the other party first to not be rude. This time it was me who sought out Gazelle without an appointment, and it was me who was to blame. The other side just wants me to wait for a reasonable moment. How can I get angry because of this? It's hard not to panic when Rimuru-sama is suddenly talking to them. I sympathize with the person in charge. Hearing Geld say that, I wish Shion and Diablo could emulate him. Waiting less than 3 minutes, Gazelle responded. I've kept you waiting. I was thinking it's time to contact you, too. Gaze's voice came from the microphone attached to the screen. There is no picture. I personally have the King of Wisdom, Master Raphael, to help manage and can pick the images that want to be shown. But Gazelle doesn't seem to be used to it yet, so I guess the only way is to use the call function. It's the smart choice. That's great. I'm looking for you to make a final confirmation of the sharing of tasks in a joint fight. It's also important, but before that, let me tell you one thing. Our gate to the east of the city of Dworgen, Isthmus, has been blocked by the Imperial Army. Just like Ghidorah said. I'm afraid this is the Legion led by Yuki. I have captured the image. I'll pass it on to you. I aimed the Argos at the Empire's territory. In addition to the distance, there was also the magical obstruction caused by the barrier, and those images were not very distinct. Even so, it was possible to see a certain group blocking off the street that stretched out from east. Just like you said. When I heard that the enemy would rebel, I suspected that it was a trap, so it seemed more or less credible. No, not necessarily. Ghidorah may have been disillusioned with the Empire, but we still couldn't trust the guy 100%. And sometimes he can be taken advantage of without realizing it, so it's best not to take it lightly. Well, that's a good one. Just because you can see that, that's a big deal. Gazelle said and smiled happily. It seems like he's testing me to see if I'm taking it lightly, but he's still the same as usual, trying to play up his senior brother status. That's right, Rimuru. We have sent emissaries to the Empire, but they seem to be talking him out of it. We in Dworgen, by law, use preemptive attacks as a last resort. As detrimental as that was, as long as it was still a day of Dwarven pride, we would have to wait for the Empire to strike. And you don't have to go along with this. What are your plans? Gazelle collected his smile and said this with a look of unsuspecting intent. What would he do if he could tell what was going on behind his back? I looked over to Benimaru. Immediately afterwards, Benimaru also smiled and looked back at me with those eyes. Communicating without words, we already know what each other means. I sighed and said, got it, then sat back down and faced the screen again, looking at the empty image, informed in a serious tone. The Imperial Army has invaded our territory without our consent. This must not sit idly by, and my country even intends to resort to military means and consider a strong response. That's why I wanted to check with our allies, your country, beforehand, to see if you'd like to follow suit. That's about all there is to say. Benimaru looked satisfied. Shion nodded her head like a mash. Geld shivered with excitement, and Diablo was all gleeful, making some notes in his hand. Not sure what was being recorded, or what he was going to do with those, but it was certainly not a big deal. I decided to dispose of those later, while waiting for Gazelle to respond. Well, you're starting to look like a king. That's good. You've been trying to meet them there since the beginning, haven't you? Of course. Considering the damage that would be done to the town, we could actually fight on the edge of our borders as well. In this way, however, the opponent may later claim that this is a legitimate defense against monster aggression. By being on our territory, it would prevent them from making such statements and would also create a sense of crisis in the West. Besides, the inhabitants have taken refuge without incident, and the enemy has penetrated so deeply into our country that we can be justified in going all out. Ha 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 ha. It's good to know how to use the meter, but you'll lose points for saying it. Gazelle smiled and said the words. You're the one who started it, so why are you talking so hard? Didn't realize his words had a follow-up. Having said that, a king does not like to beat about the bush. The military, in particular, is prone to trouble if misunderstandings arise. So I'll be clear with you. The work of negotiating with the Empire was left to the Jura Tempest Federation. After that, if you decide to go to war, we, the armed powers of Dworgen, will take part in the war as the Tempest allies. To avoid chaos in the chain of command during combat, we at Deva Heights will only be in charge of defense from beginning to end, no problem? Wow, the answer is clearer than I thought. The Dwarven Kingdom must remain absolutely neutral, so I imagine that if others are not encroaching on their territory, they will most likely not be able to do so casually. Benimaru and I had long thought that things might turn out this way, so I wasn't surprised and accepted the offer. Thank you. Having you say that makes me feel more confident. Come now. You knew from the beginning that it was going to go in that direction. In short, it was the most feasible tactic, and with the allies in crisis, it was enough in that name. If you have any problems, you don't have to come to me. Oops, really good and reliable. We're backed up by 1,000 years of undefeated Deva Heights. If the defeat is not such that there is nowhere to run, then this alone will give us peace of mind to fight. In that case, we will send the messenger according to the plan. In order to defend the center and the east, our country must divide its army in two ways. It is also more appropriate for our position to be thoroughly defensive. By the way, you guys be more careful. Regarding the new type of weapon you call a chariot, its combat power is unknown. Looking at the Imperial Army equipment, one would think that the era of using swords might be coming to an end. We are tantamount to putting a dangerous task on you, so forgive us. Gazelle was probably worried about us and said this to me. Indeed, that is hardly reassuring. As Gazelle said, the performance of the magic guiding chariot is unknown. So, while I don't think it's necessary, it's important to warn Gazelle first. As far as I know, the world I used to live in also had weapons called chariots. It was to make the gunpowder explode, and by this force the shells were sent flying. The principle is simple, but the construction is complex. The power of the shell, the range, the accuracy of the hit, whatever it was, seemed to be impressive. As for the magic chariot developed by the Empire, if its construction is similar to that of this type of chariot, it is likely to be impossible to deal with the current tactics. Gazelle was right, the age of using the sword was probably coming to an end. That is likely to lead to an even more gruesome battlefield. What if the projectiles were fired not by gunpowder but by magic power? I once had Master Raphael, the King of Wisdom, run simulations against this part, and the results were terrible. Depending on the type of magic, it seems to be able to produce high-powered magic cannonballs, which are even better than the chariots that are the result of modern science. And it was still a mass weapon. So the defensive barrier against magic will be useless? That's what it's all about. It's not just the magic boundary, it's probably the magic barrier. Not only that, but we have envisioned those things to be incredibly powerful, so to merge the use of earth wall generation or tectonic strengthening, it is best to form a double or triple defense through trenches or earth walls. It's true. Is everyone thinking the same thing? In order to cope with the new era, we are also working on the development of magic armor, while getting jumped on by others. Complaining isn't the way to go here. So what are our chances? It's a hard question to answer. So that's all I can say. Don't worry about winning, we have to win. That's all I can say. It wasn't just Gazelle, this statement seemed to satisfy my partner as well. Hair. You're a reliable guy. I wish you a successful start.
Okay, I'll take care of it.
Finally, we finished this conversation and my call with Gazelle ended. In terms of final confirmation, that's a pretty good result. Shouldn't that be enough to make sure? That's enough. That means he has promised to let us go and do it. After hearing Benimaru's response, I nodded. The time has come. Now, we don't have to wait for the Empire to come out. We're ready for it too, so let's make war official. We are on the side of justice. Within my monster territory, deep within the great forest of Jura, the footsteps of the Imperial Army's invasion have set foot here. This is already a fact that cannot be denied. Next, be careful not to be discovered by the other party that we have seen through everything, and pretend that we are in a panic to formulate a countermeasure when dealing with the other party. So who to order over? Gobta and Gable lacked pie in the sky, and above all they were unfit to deal with people. Especially Gable, thinking back to the moment I first met him, I felt unfit to send him as a messenger. And so, there's only one person left. I decided to send Testarossa over. Well, if it was her, even if the Empire attacked indiscriminately, there was no need to worry that she would die. Even though it's all staged, it's time to negotiate a deal with the other party. It's also possible to preemptively say nothing, but the Demon Lord is also big on rehearsal. Thinking about this side, in order to give the key order, I launched the communication network. It was at the moment that Rimuru spoke to Gazelle through the contact device. Gathered inside the gates of the Dwarven Kingdom were about 15,000 soldiers, the 1st Legion led by Gobta, about 12,000, and the 3rd Legion led by Gable, about 3,000. Instead of going inside the cave, they camped in the plaza at the outer edge. The inhabitants of the in-town had all gone to shelter without incident and were currently watching the movements of the Empire. The Empire has not yet sent emissaries to visit, nor has it induced surrender. However, those gathered at the scene were vaguely aware of the impending war between the two sides. The Dwarven legions were also quick to prepare for the war. The Dwarf Palace Knights had 7 units, 2 of which were working units and magic support units, and the generals on the team were reinforcing themselves against the gates, as well as building temporary defensive walls. That earthen wall was built with earthen magic, and with the addition of fire magic, it would gain more strength than brickwork in a blink of an eye. It is then further strengthened to create a defensive wall like a brass and iron wall. These operations flew and went well, and when a triple defensive wall was constructed on the outside of the gate, the heavily armed strike force came out at this time. The generals of the heavily armed strike force had magical equipment all over their bodies, but were very different from their appearance, forming a whole formation with sharp movements. Presumably things have taken a turn for the worse. Yet Gobta and the rest didn't care. Not bothering with the busy dwarves, the members of the 1st and 3rd Legions rested individually. As for Gobta and Gable, they were about to sit down nicely on the ground to eat. A set of tables and chairs were somehow prepared next to it, even a luxurious parasol. Sitting in those pristine white chairs were none other than Testarossa and Ultima. They were drinking tea. The man who served them looked like a butler, and this man was Veyron. Externally, he looked to be an old man with a straight back and a very nice posture, standing up straight like a statue. This is so good. It's handsome cuisine, and I personally love it. I am also content. The taste is fantastic. The more you chew it, the more flavor it has, the better it is. That said, Gobta and the others were eating a meal prepared by Zonda, an attendant of Ultima. Take the boned meat whole and grill it, seasoning it only with salt paste and herbs. It wasn't a meal, it was a dish that Zonda had made by going on a hunt and bringing back the prey. It's a great blessing for us cooks to hear the two army chiefs say so. I'm particularly good at making palace cuisine, but not at cooking this kind of food for camping. Please forgive me if I'm rude. With a graceful bow when Zonda finished, he returned to Ultima's side to stand by. The chef's outfit he wore was a two-piece style, a special fleece from Shuna. A silk weave from the hellmoth is processed and then dyed with a mauve that is the same color as Zonda's hair. The people here wear armor and military uniforms, so Zonda is particularly conspicuous. Even Testarossa and Ultima wore specially made military uniforms. Testarossa wore trousers and Ultima wore a skirt, and although there was a difference, it was undoubtedly a military uniform. Zonda is of course particularly conspicuous. Zonda's demeanor is so calm and introverted that it doesn't match the battlefield, and even gives the impression that he's a gentleman, but now he's an indispensable figure. His instruction in cooking on the battlefield has grabbed everyone's stomach. On top of that, he was an attendant of Ultima, which was one of the reasons Zonda was free to act. Ultima herself has a free-spirited personality, and as a consultative subject of the Gable's army chief, she uses that authority to the fullest. Such a dignified attitude does not take the bitterness spewed out by other magical creatures seriously at all. In the Jura Tempest Federation, Ultima is already a celebrity. Few would dare to question such her. This is not to my liking. There are also very few items. I wish there was more variety. That's a lot to relate to. Either it's simply grilled or cooked into a fondue pot, which seems a bit lazy. It's been a long time since I've met Miss Shuna and Mr. Yoshida. I hope you hone your craft more and it will be more beneficial to me. Unlike the raving Gobta and Gable, Testarossa and Ultima give negative reviews. I'm sorry. Zonda immediately gave thanks. But Gable said to Zonda, No, Mr. Zonda. I think Miss Ultima recognizes Mr. Zonda's handiwork, too. It's not really the taste that's the problem. Gable suddenly uttered such a sentence that the eyes of all present were fixed on him. Testarossa showed a look of interest. His words were denied and Ultima was displeased. Zonda was in a panic, afraid he would displease his master. Veyron looked bland and did not reveal his emotions. It was at this point that Gobta, who did not know how to read a word, asked a question. What does that mean? Good question, Mr. Gobta. It's actually nothing. Even I was often scolded by my sister. She wants me to look at things more in a female mood. So what exactly does that mean? Gobta gorged on the meat while asking questions. That's what it means, Mr. Gobta. If it's us, we can dine like this without looking at the others. But Miss Testarossa and Miss Ultima can't be like us, can they? Hearing this side, Zonda understood the meaning of Gable's words and at the same time dawned on him. Since they didn't need to eat at all when they hadn't acquired flesh before, something so basic had been overlooked by him, which made sense. The discovery of so-called cuisine does not mean that taste is everything. Oh, it's not like Mr. Gable to have such a great opinion. Thank you, I've been working on it too. That being said, this is actually sold from Lord Raimuru's side. Speaking of this side, Gable began to talk about what had happened not long ago when he went to consult with Raimuru. I also want to be as popular with women as Lord Raimuru. What should I do? Asking me something like that? I'm also. No, nothing, Gable, let me teach you a trick or two. If you want to be popular with women, you have to know how to compare your heart to her heart. In this way, I think the other person will naturally feel good about it. Gable proudly says he once had such a conversation with Rimuru. Then I remembered what that Soka said. What Lord Rimuru was trying to say was, don't do things that would make the other person hate you. That's when I realized it turned out to be so basic. Listening to Gable's headline, everyone felt a sense of admiration. I thought to myself, you're worthy of the name Rimuru. If he had heard this conversation himself, he would have blanched. Fortunately, Rimuru was not there. So no one is going to stop Gable from making a big deal out of it alone. I'm sorry, Lady Ultima and Lady Testarossa. We'll definitely work harder next time and serve the dishes you expect. With a beautiful gesture of a bow, Zonda came in front of Ultima and Testarossa and next knelt down to say the words, "Oh, what a good servant you have. By comparison, my servants are." What are you talking about? As far as I'm concerned, the moose feels pretty handy too. And Cian, being able to hand over the job of agent means he's good at paperwork, right? The servants under me are better at physical labor, and I envy having servants who can take care of these chores. That's right, maybe you are right. It's futile to ask for something that you don't have. As if not seeing Zonda, who was kneeling on the ground, out of sight, Testarossa and Ultima continued to talk. That attitude looked cold in the eyes of Gobta and others, but in fact it was just the opposite. They are the pinnacle of demons, and it seems to them that it is rare for them to praise others, or even to care about them. Knowing this, Veyron and Zonda, who became the subject of the chat, were very nervous. At the same time, realizing that the masters were giving recognition, the mood became so strong that even the soul seemed to be burning. Yet there are those who cannot detect such an atmosphere. That man is Gobta. It's always a problem for girls. That's what it means, simply to be able to cut it into bite-sized pieces and serve it better when you serve it. And I understand what Mr. Gable is saying, but seriously, that's a pain in the ass. Mr. Gobta, even if you have that thought, you can't say it. This is the first step to becoming a gentleman. I learned this from Lord Rimuru's words. Geez, I know that. But this side is a battlefield. Eat when you can, and don't be too extravagant about it. That's the right attitude to have at a time like this, and that's what I thought when I was in charge of being the army chief. As long as there's something to eat, there's nothing to care about, or so Gobta thought. This is a battlefield, and when he hears such capricious words, he is tempted to say, I guess there's something wrong with that. As a result of accepting the assignment to become a military chief, Gobta also began to develop a sense of responsibility. In addition to that, he had another layer of thought, which was that he wanted to show his handsome appearance to the minions present, and that was why he spoke the words just now. Gobta is right on the money. But in this world, it doesn't help to reason with some people. Perhaps Gobta should have thought more thoughtfully about this. What fun, Gobta boy! I'm starting to get excited. Yes, indeed. Fortunately, he was the one responsible for corresponding with me. Testarossa and Ultima responded with a smile. But there was no smile in their eyes at all. Ah, this is bad, everyone but Gobta thinks so. First, wait a minute, Gobta-kun. Chief of the Gobta army. Let's get here first. I think several of the intelligence marshals should have understood. Someone rushed to intervene to stop it, and it was one of Gobta's adjutants, named Gobshi. Gobshi knew that Gobta meant no harm, he was just being frank about his feelings, and it was because the two had known each other for a long time and knew that Gobta was not wrong in what he said. But in this world, life on Earth cannot be about right and wrong. These correct statements don't work for some people. The hobgoblins are men who know how to read a word and know that they are dangerous men who cannot be provoked. As usual, it is not an unusual role for someone to be able to enjoy an afternoon tea on the battlefield. Gobta-kun, it's not good to preach to such people. That's the state of mind that Gobshi is currently in. He had guessed correctly that Gobta was in a very dangerous position at the moment. Testarossa and Ultima were not angry with Gobta at all, simply treated as fun toys. But they are demon primordials, and being treated as toys by them means that the fate of Gobta is like a candle in the wind. But just at this time, a miracle happened. "Oh, Testarossa? Can you talk now?" It was too late to tell, and Rimuru reached out to Testarossa through the communication network. Thus Gobta was saved. "No problem at all. So, Lord Rimuru, what can I do for you?" Testarossa fell to her knees on the spot and responded. Upon seeing this, the others around them realized that Rimuru had used the communication network to contact Testarossa. It didn't take long before everyone was on their knees. Rimuru was completely oblivious. "Ah, yes. Hold on a second." He said this leisurely, and then this time also contacted Gobta and Gable using the communication network. "Is there a connection?" "Yes."
"I'm okay with that too."
Feeling a nod from Rimuru after hearing it. What Rimuru said afterwards startled Testarossa and others. "I have just discussed this with King Gazelle. To take on the Empire, the vanguard goes to us Tempest, but until then, we have to deal with the Empire first." In fact, he was tempted to attack first, but still expected to go and talk the other side down once before that. Next Rimuru began to state what he had said to Gazelle about the good things. Testarossa and neither of them interjected and listened through the instructions. And after that, "Then, Lord Rimuru, can I take care of this negotiation?" the discerning Testarossa asked so rhetorically. It sounded like an acknowledgement to someone, but it was actually already a matter of decision in her mind. The question is how to strike a balance with what the other person means. "Yes, that's it. You also continue to serve as a diplomatic officer on this side, giving you full authority to represent me. You may consult me at any time, granting you permission to contact me through the network of remembrance and maintaining your equal status with the army commander, in the hope that you will work together with Gobta and Gable to make things work. I'll do as you say." At the moment she, like Ultima, is sent as an ombudsman, but Testarossa is on the other hand the chief of the Western Army. That legion didn't have a chance to appear this time, but its power was the largest in the Magic Kingdom Federation. On the same level as Gobta and Gable, he was the right man to send as an emissary to the Empire. "Ah, good.
By the way, it should be dangerous to travel to the Empire as an emissary, is that okay?"
In this way, Rimuru asked in a worried tone, and the subject, Testarossa, seemed to happily oblige. "There is no problem. I will definitely show those who don't know the height of the Empire how powerful Lord Rimuru is. This. Hopefully a war can be avoided if it can, but I don't think that should be possible. So after that, think of the Empire as an enemy, just wipe them out." "Hey. No, well, that's right. Wrap it up on your servant. If those people were foolish enough to ignore Lord Rimuru's merciful ultimatum, it was not worth letting them live in this world at all. I will destroy them all." Testarossa was full of killing intent. Gable, who felt this, was scared to death and thought to himself, "I'm a little afraid to compliment such a terrible girl." Conversely, Gobta is as dumb as ever. "Lord Rimuru, please be assured." Testarossa had a lot of energy and said some very imposing things the first time she went to war. "I'll be right beside her. Don't worry." In this way, the Gobta, who did not know how to read the situation, spoke towards Rimuru. "Hey, you? Of course it's me. I am at least a military chief, and I should take responsibility for my position. It is also my duty to guard the tender women." Facing the astonished Rimuru, Gobta finished and straightened his chest. Even Testarossa smiled darkly when she heard it. "This kid, he's stupid, but I don't hate it." To be able to misunderstand herself so much, even Testarossa was wrong. While Testarossa clearly did not intend to hide her cruel nature, Gobta was completely unaware of it, making her feel that the man had enough nerves. "I know. Then I'll send Ranga over as well, and you'll go over with Ranga as Testarossa's escort. If the Empire responds to our demands, so be it. If you don't respond, there will be a war on the spot. You must be careful not to die. Leave it to us. I'm the best at running away. Is that so? Then I'll leave it to you. After saying this, Rimuru cut off the communication network. Just like that, the monster army decided to strike. Everyone was quiet, watching the situation. It's finally our turn. Everyone, get your stuff together, we're going on a march. The sound of Gobta's loud trumpets rang out from the scene. Immediately afterwards, the army of monsters moved out simultaneously. Well, although it's a little different than I thought, that's how I felt after they communicated the order to Testarossa. To pretend that we're in a panic, the atmosphere just made it impossible to say that. No, and rightly so, when you think about it. It's not natural at all to pretend to be panicked in order to show everyone how good the Demon Lord is. I think that's the right way to respond. That being said, Testarossa is so reliable. She seems to be able to show the Empire my majesty in a highbrow way. Did Testarossa mean what she just said about wiping out the Imperial army? No, how is that possible? But Testarossa is just like Diablo. Which means she's definitely a problem child, most likely serious. It seemed so horrible that it was better to stop her. Well, something had come up. This is a war, and it's not too late to wait until we've won the war before coming to observe a moment of silence for our enemies. There were also unexpected takeaways. That is, Gobta has grown. Probably thanks to the responsibility I let him take on, he carried out his duties with great care. He's become very responsible. Now that Gobta has grown, I'm also going to be a little easier. Hopefully he'll be able to work at this pace, but on the one hand he's afraid he'll step on a big landmine at any moment. I've been watching from the sidelines because it's funny, but it's better to bottom out with Gobta too, while Testarossa isn't really angry yet. With that in my head, I opened my mouth. Is Ranga here? Yes. Ranga burrowed out of my shadow. The tail wagging around is so cute. So much so that I wanted to lie down and snooze in that ball of hair, but I tried hard to hold back. Ranga, you stay with Gobta and protect him if anything happens. Ranga's tail came to a sudden halt. After a brief silence, he replied in a tone of great disappointment. Yes, master. So what's the best time to leave? It always felt like this reaction was like a little kid who didn't want to get past it. For a moment just now he seemed to notice what I was thinking, but my orders would not change. Since the fighting power of the Empire was unknown, it was disturbing to rely on Gobta alone. Please go right now. Then I'll be on my way. A droopy-headed Ranga was about to leave. You want to part with me that much? Please. It's true that Gobta has become more reliable, but it's reassuring if you're with him. Although feeling a little sorry for him, this time please cheer him up. Thinking that way I said that to Ranga. And then, right then and there. Put it on me, master. So responsive was Ranga, full of energy and glowing all over. The lack of domineering footsteps became heroic because of my words. In addition to this, Ranga will also use space shift. He should catch up before Gobta and the others set off. It's a relief for the time being. First of all, regarding the deal with the Empire, most of them will break up. At that point we will declare war and expect it to start immediately. What should we do to get everyone in formation then? There is no doubt that there will be a war with the other side, according to the words and reactions of Testarossa. Honestly, I'd like to avoid fighting the other side, but that's just not possible. Since they have sent their troops so far into our country, I don't think they will come back empty-handed. At least once against them, to show them the power of our country. But the other side's fighting ability is unknown, they're a chariot unit. We are also very likely to suffer significant harm if we accidentally adopt the wrong strategy. Operational plans must be decided carefully. It's certainly a time to bring out Benimaru. If Testarossa decides to go to war after dealing with the other side, the city will be immediately isolated inside the labyrinth. In that case, I think it would be better if you called on Ramirez first. Right. Things have come to this point where we are about to go to war and she shouldn't be bored. It always feels wrong to think of war as a form of entertainment. In places like this, monsters think very differently than humans. And after that? At this stage, we will be defending the best defense facility in the maze, as planned. That's on our turf, and I'm sure I can take the reins. The problem is with the Green Legion. As a matter of common sense, the battle is too great. But also the ability to treat the enemy as a giant object and the thing called a chariot as a magic creature. That would be to our advantage. As for the accompanying supply force, it was nothing to write home about. Benimaru's confident attitude had shown that. I do think it should not be, however Benimaru's words are also very telling. Anyway, I decided to hear what the follow-up said first. However, if troops are deployed on a large scale, they may become the victims of the chariot artillery, already trying to calculate the power of the chariot cannon based on the images known to Lord Rimuru. The Green Legion should not be able to hold out. Therefore, the first one to be sent to confront the Imperial Army could only choose the Wolf Rider troops. Huh? Wouldn't that be too much of a strain? Should I challenge myself on 100 horses? Yeah. I was going to arrange it this way at first and see what happens. If the enemy's chariots are as I expected, all our forces will be able to overcome them, and if they exceed expectations, then the battle plan must be redrawn. So that being said, whatever the outcome, it's important to hit it off with the other side first. It's not fun to add victims in this situation. With that, Benimaru blandly explained. The implication of this is that he intends to take Gobta and test them. I'm afraid that one careless mistake will turn all the Wolf Rider troops under Gobta into dead soldiers. But Benimaru was unfazed. He thought it was the most efficient thing to do and made a cold judgment. Worst case scenario, what will happen to them, and Gobta? I have already told them that they should judge for themselves and run away with the shadow movement. So that's it. Is that the basis for keeping the Green Legion in place? Benimaru predicted the performance of the chariot, that is from my memory, with knowledge as the basis. But all this knowledge comes from television and doesn't feel very accurate. Having said that, I have the formidable companion of the King of Wisdom, Master Raphael, and although those memories are ambiguous, I think the Master should be able to calculate the specifications very correctly. Other than that, as seen so far, the shape of the Empire's chariot has been learned. Also mastered were the caliber and full length of the chariot gun, as well as the machine gun that looked like a secondary weapon. These are all based on the knowledge of otherworldly visitors, and the way they are used is similar to that kind of chariot. While the power and performance are unknown, I think it's all the same in terms of the few points that should be alerted. Benimaru's predictions and Master Raphael, the King of Wisdom, had turned out to be only slightly wrong, and this part of the battle plan was sure to go according to Benimaru's view. At least it would be more appropriate than what I, a layman, had in mind. Benimaru's plan is as follows. First, while the war was going on, the 100 cavalry would come together to launch a surprise attack. Use the high-speed maneuver feature. A regular action does not give the chariot gun a chance to aim, so that they don't suffer straight blows. Since it was a minority unit, it could respond to any situation it faced. If you're lucky, you'll also be able to fight and run to catch the enemy. Listening to the instructions made me realize that it made a lot of sense, too. If you're afraid, you lose, that's what Benimaru seemed to say to the Green Legion. Of course, no one knows what will happen on the battlefield. It is also possible that the enemy may not play his cards right and may miss the point. Although it is possible to guard against a direct hit without losing one's life, such a thing cannot be determined until the moment of the final showdown. So I want all of them to abide completely by one thing, and that is to withdraw immediately if anything happens. However, escape is a last resort. Let the majesty of Lord Rimuru be stained, I must not let that happen. Compared to the Empire, the Benimaru was even scarier. Don't force them. It's impossible. It is the proper etiquette that one must exert in oneself in order to achieve victory. Only to see Benimaru respond in such a way, showing a bright smile. He didn't have the slightest confusion on his face and felt handsome, but I was in a complicated mood. On the one hand, I can understand the meaning of Benimaru's words, but on the other hand, I feel like I'm saying, there's no reason to sacrifice some people for this. Actually, my prestige really doesn't matter at all. If you have the talent to protect the majesty of your country, but you have to sacrifice to protect that majesty, isn't that putting the cart before the horse? Whichever partner it is, I don't want them to get hurt. Just be prepared for the worst and be ready to teleport the 3rd Legion at any time and let them be reinforcements. If it was me going into battle myself, there would have been no such fear. I began to feel uneasy in my heart. Lieutenant General Geist, the head of the Mecha Legion and the beloved Lieutenant General of Calgurio, is in charge of the Magic Chariot Division on this expedition. He was a muscular man of about 35 years of age. He stood proudly at the head of a state-of-the-art instructional vehicle configured in the rear, enjoying the atmosphere on the battlefield. The situation in the large forest around them was unchanged, and no one stood in their way. Geist, who was already used to this situation, began to think that this war was probably going to make him famous again. The invincible kingdom of the dwarves for 1,000 years, the armed kingdom of Dworgen, is ruled by the heroic King Garzel, and will be brought down by my own hand. You can't find anything more painful than that in the sky. Geist will be applauded by the nations this time. A new hero will be born, and he will go down in history. Just going and dreaming about it makes Geist's heart ache. The man who defeated the heroic King Garzel, the title will be his. This will happen in the near future and is bound to come. After all, the magic-guided chariot division led by Lieutenant General Geist had the corresponding combat power that made him so sure. 2,000 magic-guided chariots were neatly arranged. There was a plain at the foot of the mountain, and there were 20 chariots in the horizontal and vertical lines. Such a magnificent sight pleased Geist greatly. Yet this is just like the opponent's strategy. Each chariot measures about 10 meters in length and 3.5 meters in width, and if there are 2,000 chariots stretched out, you have to choose a place to display them all. Geist laid out his troops in accordance with the findings of the prior investigation, which turned out to be exactly where they expected it to be on Rimuru. Such a thing Geist hadn't even thought about, but the man was an excellent soldier, fit to serve as a lieutenant general, with excellent personal fighting ability. Geist thought to himself that he wasn't going to lose to the close knights. The reason I didn't make the cut was simply because I didn't get a chance to compete in the ranking battle. Since I've been assigned to this division, it means I'm on a military operation at all times. Such and such, he thought unpleasantly. Of course it will be a very high post. In the Empire, it is a choice between one of 10,000, or the upper class, whose status is equal to that of a high-class nobleman. It would not be too much to say he was a distant existence in the eyes of the common man, but that did not satisfy Geist. One day he was going to replace Calgurio and make himself the army chief. And to be a hero afterwards, Geist has big ambitions. What he wanted was not money, but fame. So he didn't want to go through the maze, but to fight with the heroic King Garzel. And Geist is strong enough to embrace such ambitions. He has a unique technique called player, which is the ability to control the sound and analyze the situation by listening to a variety of sounds. He is also able to use special fluctuations to launch specific instructions, so that even in the midst of chaos, he can command his own army. This is the force best suited to command the legions, but it's not the only thing worth mentioning. The unique skill of the player also conceals a vicious attack. It is possible to manipulate the sound waves to irradiate the subject, using the sonic cannon for cellular destruction, and Geist is capable of such brutal tricks at will. Even within the Empire, Geist was certainly among the masters of the awesome. I'll admit that the Near Guards were strong. But that was because they had the legendary grade equipment given by His Majesty the Emperor's Imperial Court. Obviously I'm the only one who deserves those things. With the legendary equipment, he can also earn the highest honor of single digits, the confidence of a Gestalt. Despite thinking about this all the time, Geist didn't take the combat operation lightly. The smell of the forest has changed? The surrounding voices suddenly broke off. Finding this out, Geist ordered to the whole army. Interrupt camping preparations and go on alert immediately. After giving the order, Geist focused even more, turning his attention to the patch of forest to his left. The sounds of birds and animals are gone, and there are no bug calls. There was always a sense of tension. And not only that, there was the sound of tiny footsteps. On top of that there was the sound of leaves scraping closer and closer. The distance is long, but it's fast. Is the other side planning to attack by surprise? It's not a bad move, but it's a shame your opponent isn't that easy. Geist secretly snickered. Analyzing the sounds heard, the number of people approaching here was about 100. I heard that the Demon Lord's army was gathering in the inn town from which they had marched. This proves that Geist's plan is going well. The Demon Lord's army had been stationed in the inn town, and they missed the main body of the Imperial army. As the army of up to 700,000 approached, one wondered how panicked those monsters would be. Imagining the situation made Geist laugh wickedly. The sound was approaching a distance of 10 kilometers. We're about to enter the effective range of the magic-guided cannon. Its maximum range is up to 30 kilometers, but at this distance, the hit accuracy is not very good. The mere fact that it can attack that far is actually an effective range of about 3 kilometers. That said, you don't have to worry about the accuracy of your hits as long as you use special shells that explode. The enemy was few in number and had gathered in a small area, approaching here.
As long as they don't come into the open, they think it's okay to take trees as shields.
Too naive. Let's give them a greeting. The special shells are still in the trial stage and can only be prepared for 2 rounds, but the blast range is tens of meters. Explosive power is not explosive magic that can be compared to it. There would be tens of thousands of degrees of heat and storms that would deform even the entire topographic landscape. Only the command vehicles in which Geist travels are equipped with this special product, but Geist does not shy away from it. He didn't hesitate to fill the cannon and keep the muzzle pointed at the forest. Instructions were then given to the battle group. This is just in case, if the enemy is still alive, they will meet it immediately. Left squad, turn counterclockwise. The soldiers were originally preparing tents for camping, however they were about 30 kilometers from the Dwarven Kingdom and were on guard at all times. As soon as they heard Geist's order, they got to work unhurriedly packing up their things and putting them into the wagon being towed by the chariot. It wasn't long before everyone had finished preparing for battle. In time to catch Geist's order, the left column, up to 500 vehicles, all floated into the air and headed for the forest, and just like that, Geist they were ready to go. As if always waiting for this moment. A magical creature appeared in the depths of the dense forest. With 2 horns on their heads, they are monstrous creatures with the appearance of wolves. That huge body made people stare blankly. At 5 meters tall, even with a chariot, it was no less impressive. I remember in the report given by the intelligence agency there was a mention of this magical creature called Ranga. Seems to be teased as the Demon Lord's pet, but his strength is equivalent to A+. That's a lot to take in. There's only one? What exactly is the plan? No, it turns out. Geist wondered what their purpose was. Since it came alone, it was not to fight. The purpose is to warn us, I'm afraid. That's right, in order to protect their position as monster lords, they cannot lose to their enemies in their aura. Heh, that's stupid. You are going to send a master like Ranga to oppress your enemies and suppress your opponent's fighting spirit, that's how Geist interpreted it. It seems that Demon Lord Raimuru's pride is high. Do you want to preserve the prestige of the Demon Lord even if you give up the advantage of a sneak attack? Speaking of which, Geist laughed aloud. The other generals laughed along with it, and the soldiers thus ceased to be nervous and only remained appropriately nervous. Ranga came nearby. He's got a leisurely pace and doesn't look like he's going to fight. It looked like Geist was right in guessing that the other side was aiming to deal with them. Coming to a place a stone's throw away from Geist and the others, about 10 meters away, Ranga finally stopped in his tracks. A woman sat sideways with her body on his back and then jumped gracefully. Not a sound, not a whisper. Then walked unthinkingly ahead of Geist and the others. Seeing that beauty unlike all human women, a chill ran down Geist's back, like being held against an ice knife. How could? This woman's voice is not quite right. It's a heartbeat sound, but the melody is eerie. There was also the sound of blood flowing. Yet compared to the human voice, it sounded quieter and faster. No, it's too fast. If the blood flowed at this rate, the human body could not bear it at all. Ranga was long gone from Geist's eyes. He kept looking at the woman. Pure white long hair flowed down beautifully, adding to that beauty. But the other part was wearing serious military uniforms that didn't match that beauty. The lower half of the body was worn like riding pants, with a rounded, slow swelling curve in the thigh area. There was another man riding on Ranga's back, and Geist didn't bother to notice him. That was because the woman exuded enough eerie scent to make Geist put all his attention on it. What is she? The intelligence agency gave the information without this figure. This woman is more dangerous than Ranga, who is a main subordinate, right? Geist really wants to rebuke the intelligence services. But the person who wanted to complain to him wasn't there. At the moment, the appearance of the Demon Lord's close attendant was more important than that. In order to hide the fact that his aura had been overpowered, he spoke to the woman in a tone full of majesty. You are a messenger from the Demon Lord Rimuru, are you not? The timing of the contact was sooner than expected, but the Demon Lord's minions were pretty good. So, what's the matter with coming here? Seeing Geist ask such a question, the woman responded with a voluptuous smile. Greetings everyone, my name is Testarossa. This land is governed by the great Demon Lord Rimuru, of whom I am a confidant. So, as to what you're here for today. When that was said, the smile on the woman's lips, Testarossa, deepened. It was a very wicked smile. If you leave like this, I'll leave you alone. But I am not at liberty to continue the invasion. I have come this time to deliver these words from our Lord. Those eyes, redder than blood, glittered, and Testarossa declared so. Geist held his breath for it. What the hell was that? Even if she meant it, Testarossa's movements were quick. She just waved her hand and things happened in a flash. A wall of flame appeared 1 meter in front of the frontmost battle group. The wall of flames disappeared in a flash, and the molten scorch marks on the ground became crystalline, drawing a straight line. I think I've made it very clear. Once you cross that line, you are dead. Don't come in without being fairly aware. Well, take care, everyone. After bowing extremely gracefully, Testarossa said so. The next thing you know, you look like you've lost interest, and you turn your head and leave without looking back. Testarossa walked away. This means that the bargaining is over. Ranga also looked like he took it for granted, tail wagging from side to side. It was just the short figure sitting on his back who kept looking over at Geist their side, but none of that mattered to Geist at all. I can't believe you don't think of me. What do you think I am? And in the face of such a large army, it would be too arrogant to bluff like that. Geist was furious. It's as if his beliefs so far have been smashed to pieces and lost their cool in a flash. Unilaterally saying what they want to say on their own is not at all going to listen to what the likes of Geist have to say. This was supposed to be the attitude the Empire took towards its enemies. How dare you? The messenger's attitude had set Geist on fire, and the fear that had just been embraced in his heart disappeared. Geist thus made an error of judgment. It's 5 meters from Testarossa. It's right in the middle ground between Ranga and Geist and the rest. How can you just go back unscathed? He had made up his mind. It was not at all important to the Empire to treat the messenger with the courtesy that was due. If only the other side would surrender, otherwise they would be completely ravaged. By analogy, Testarossa's attitude was an insult to the Empire, and Geist considered it enough to justify war. Can you hear me? Yes. Communications are good. Shoot that arrogant woman through her head. Afterwards the reverse direction was reversed, allowing 20 chariots to come to the front and fire their shells together. Let the monsters that lurk in the forest see the power of our empire. Geist ordered quietly through his player. Snipers dedicated to the command vehicle took the lead in responding. They immediately raised their sniper rifles to lock onto Tensura. Then the silent bullets were fired through the magic gun, which was specially designed for long range. The magic gun was originally a small magical weapon, but its long-range counterpart has an improved range of up to 2 kilometers. It's not even 10 meters away, so I'm sure I can hit it and kill someone. The bullet is wrapped in the elemental magic great flaming sphere, but what happens to those if they are launched inside? It doesn't take much thinking to know that the subject matter will burn out from the inside out and eventually explode and burn up. Even for magical creatures that are highly resistant to magic, the inside of the body is usually defenseless. There was no way to escape the vicious supersonic shells, and Tensura was going to die. Geist was convinced of it. The moment the bullet is fired and passes over the border, Tensura turned her head. That face was very wicked and very beautiful. Next, Geist widened his eyes in surprise. The vicious bullet, which was supposed to run through Tensura, was blocked by her slender index finger. This magic-bearing bullet has come to 3 times the speed of sound at its initial velocity. The magic contained in it was gently grabbed and thrown away before it was time to be liberated. It was like treating it as a boring toy in general. That's your answer, isn't it? Very good. This answer is great. Then let's go head to head. Leaving this to go and rendezvous with Ranga, Tensura never looked back. Immediately afterwards, she left the scene as if nothing had just happened. Geist almost went into a panic mode, but he pressed on by sheer force of will. Fear and humiliation are put on the scale to be measured, and in the end it is humiliation that wins the day. The average soldier has no idea what just happened. Only Geist himself and the sniper had noticed what had just happened. In that case, we will proceed directly according to the plan and sweep with the strongest weapons and chariot guns. In this way, we can also preserve our dignity as a soldier of the Empire. Lieutenant General Geist, what should we do? What should we do? Don't panic. Don't let that illusion fool you. We are the glorious Imperial Army. To win the victory for His Majesty the Emperor. Let's go ahead with the plan and start firing the shells. In conjunction with Geist's loud orders, the battle group listed on the left simultaneously moved in. They didn't take the warning seriously at all. In order to keep a proper distance from the vehicles in front, the chariot units began to advance as they crossed the state line. The war had begun. It started more easily than one might think. Tensura drew the final warning line that the Imperial Army did not hesitate to cross. It was at this moment that the Eastern Empire began to enter a state of war with us. Looks like it's already started. Yeah. It all starts now. The look was high and mighty. Sitting up on the slightly raised chair on her toes, Ramirez conversed with Valdora. I let out a sigh. It's not like we're playing a game, it's war as if it were. I wish their nerves would tighten a bit and correspond with a more serious attitude. Don't worry about those first. Let's get the town to take refuge. I know. It's all on me, Master Ramirez. Listen to me, please, responded Ramirez, refreshed. The next second, the capital Rimuru had silently isolated itself to the interior of the maze. It was all for the sake of acting so as not to be discovered by the enemy, which is why we delayed the town quarantine and implemented it at the nick of time. But we don't need any more acting. When they disregarded Tensura's advice, we used it ungraciously. By the way, Thraney has something she wants me to pass on. After isolating the town in 3 or 2 strokes, suddenly, Ramirez remembered the incident and said so out of her mouth. It seems to mean that she sensed the presence of a suspicious person and went to say hello. Huh? What do you mean? I don't know. I'm not sure. I would ask her to count me stupid. It would be useless to ask for a detailed report from Ramirez. That being said, I'm not in a position to complain when she's not under my command. And with her involvement in our country's wars, the mere willingness to help us is appreciated. Besides, the other one was Miss Thraney. Well, come to think of it, that person wasn't careful enough at some point. Sue, is there any way to deal with the intruder? I was a little worried, so I confirmed it with Sue.
That part's okay.
The next thing you need to do is to run according to the plan, and to guard the gate on the ground. It looks like I'm overthinking it, which is a relief for now. There seem to be a few spies invading, but the blue dark congregation below Sue would take care of that. There should be no need to worry too much. Again, about the individual floors. The 91st floor to 95 floors all moved to 96 to 100. The towns on the ground have all moved to the lowest level of the maze, the temporary 101st floor. If you want to get to this side, you'd have to beat Veldora. By common sense, we would have been defeated by that point. As for the critical final defense, we intend to put it on the 95th level. The 91 to 94 floors were all dragon rooms, and after breaking through these levels you would come to the large room where Veldora sat. There's also the control room in the back where we're staying. If Veldora is defeated, we will buy time there. Take this time to get the town back on the ground and let Geld's troops step up to the defense and help the residents escape. Seriously, it's reluctant, so hopefully this time the floor guardians can cheer. At least the interior of the maze was defensively sound. It should be said that even if one wanted to fight to the 95th floor, it would be impossible for an ordinary army. Because of the battle against people, service inside the maze is naturally suspended altogether. Of course, no resurrection bracelets will be given out, and you can't stay in a hotel to go to the bathroom, etc. In such cases, things like food must be prepared by the adventurers themselves. The water feeds that occur every 5 floors are also expected to be closed, making them relatively more difficult. If you want to seriously tackle the maze, let alone for days, I think it could be months. It's not that more people are better, more people are more likely to get in the way. According to the information given by them in Ghidorah, Imperial soldiers seem to have been modified. Even if you can move around without eating or drinking for a week, it shouldn't be easy to get around the maze. We ran simulations with several knights from Western countries and found that it was impossible to successfully navigate the maze. Even if the Imperial army was better than them, they still couldn't break through easily. It's probably just me being paranoid. It's better not to be too worried. It is also possible for them to skim the maze directly, so we can only match the moves of the enemy. That's pretty much it. Our side is ready. We have also informed the surrounding countries of the Empire's actions, and presumably they are now praying for a victory for our country. In order to cope with the worst-case scenario, the West is equipped with military units that are ready to stand by, and afterwards they are expected to adapt to the situation at hand. That's what happened, and I pulled my attention back to the battlefield. Testarossa went to rendezvous with Gobta and retreated on Ranga. As if in pursuit of her, the Imperial chariot force was laying out. The chariot guns kept moving and looked like they would soon be firing in force. Will it be all right? It should be dangerous to get hit, but I don't think it will be a problem. This arrogant response comes from Benimaru. Next, he directly instructed the 1st and 3rd Corps using his unique skill, Generalissimo. Tempest's side was about to swarm into action. The Green Legion began to advance cautiously toward the enemy's rear. They looked like they were about to enter the forest, using those trees as shields, careful not to be seen by their enemies. Launch a surprise attack when there's a chance of winning, retreat first if the opponent is having a hard time dealing with it. They're not going to make much of a move until they see that. As for the guerrilla flying regiment led by Gable, 100 flying dragon congregations and 300 flying dragon troops selected from the Blue Regiment flew into the air. They were going to attack the slow-moving chariots from the air. That's a good judgment, but the enemy is also warlike in the air. Once they're out in force, the showdown will be played for real by then. Then look at the Green Legion and others who are closest to the enemy army. It is unclear how powerful the chariot guns are, and getting into enemy range is an act of suicide. There is still some distance for the two forces to engage, but the effective range of the other is not clear and vigilance must be maintained. Other than that, I don't think the other side has seen the Wolf Rider troops yet, but they seem intent on firing their chariot guns. Maybe there's a new type of weapon that Ghidorah doesn't know about. Warning. Calculations have been made according to the direction and angle of the chariot guns, and they have correctly aimed, and seem to have correctly grasped the position of the Wolf Rider troops hidden behind the trees. Huh? That wouldn't be so bad. Benimaru, the enemy seems to have somehow mastered Gobta's position. Understood. It was with this possibility in mind that only the Green Legion were given the role of vanguard force. I was the only one who felt anxious, and Benimaru was still as old as ever. It looked like this was in his expectation. I decided to trust Benimaru first this time and watch the situation from the sidelines. There are 2,000 units in total. 500 of them had already turned around and were on alert towards Gobta on their side. As for the top 20, the one that is currently firing its main gun. The difference between the original world's chariots and the this world's chariots is that the guns on this side are shorter, right? Even if they came by the foothills, some places should be overgrown with grass. Even then it is not a problem because the gun is relatively short and does not pose a hindrance when rotated. It's just that it's possible to cut down trees with brute force. That said, rotating up is more conducive to taking dense formations. The guns of each other do not pose an obstacle and are able to rotate quickly. While it's not certain that such a gun length would ensure hit accuracy and range, these are not things we should worry about. It's because the other party has overcome this problem that it's used in practice. Next, let's talk about Gobta and the others. Gobta has rejoined the troops. There wasn't much blood on his face, so presumably he didn't see the chariot troops in fear. I guess it was discovering the true nature of Testarossa that made me realize I was in a very dangerous position. And this Testarossa was sitting sideways on Ranga's back, elegantly combing her hair. Now that the bargaining is over, she seems to think she has done her duty. Indeed, it was a credit to her that she came home unscathed. It would actually be possible to give her a break, but the current situation would not allow it. Just thinking about that, the chariot guns have fired. 21 shells came flying. It was hard to tell by the Argos alone, but the one that came out of the command vehicle looked different from the other shells. What the hell is that? Gobta, use the shadow movement. All are in the shadow. Putting my doubts aside, Benimaru quickly ordered. Gobta responded to this. Without a moment's pause, the Wolf Rider troops disappeared from the scene by shadow movement. Immediately afterwards, a rain of shells poured down on the spot. 21 rounds of rainstorm with destructive force. The mere imagination is horrible as hell. Answer. The caliber of the chariot gun was 120 mm and the mass of the shell was presumed to be 21 kg. Based on the distance to the point of impact and the time of arrival, the velocity should be a little over 6 times the speed of sound. The kinetic energy is equal to the mass of the artillery shell multiplied by 2 squares of the flight speed. Based on the conversion of these conditions, muzzle strength and penetration capacity can be calculated. The deceleration is inversely proportional to the cross-sectional load and simulates the surrounding environment, with air resistance, and these values are multiplied by the magic coefficient of the artillery shell, which translates to trinitrotoluene explosives approximately. You seem to be having a good time, sorry to bother you. I don't know how powerful trinitrotoluene explosives are, even if you convert them, I don't understand them. Understood? That's a little more specific. If hit head-on, even the gates of the Dwarven Kingdom would shatter. Even an A-rated dragon can't take it. In addition, anyone within 5 meters of the impact site will suffer significant damage, and anyone below level C may not survive. That's right. If you'd said that in the first place, hey. That's not 2 words for horrible anymore. And there's a mystery shell mixed in, so I'm worried about Gobta's safety. But after all, my worries were unwarranted. The shells blew the ground apart as soon as they hit. And it blew up 20 rounds in a row, and the terrain all changed with it. The last shot hit the target, and the place where Gobta had just stayed was immediately surrounded by karma fire. The wind pressure from the explosion blew wildly, and small-scale storms blew the perimeter to pieces. The damage reached tens of meters, and one can imagine how powerful it was. That's the effect of that mystery shell, right? Such a dangerous shell was even enough to rival nuclear strike magic, thanks to their ability to develop it. The reason one can feel admiration like that is because they are safe and sound in Gobta. They immediately reacted to Benimaru's command to disengage from the scene through the shadow movement.
It's really good that they're okay. What's okay?
The shockwave has even hit this shadow space. Is anyone hurt? No, our group is fine. Thanks to Benimaru-san, everyone is safe. Gobta replied with a Yuanki voice.
Although it hurts to complain about it in your mouth, I think it's okay.
By the way, does Testarossa know how to use shadow movement well? She seems to be fine, so there's no point in worrying about that. The bigger question today than that is what to do next. I organize a network through the communication network. Joining them were Benimaru, Gobta, and Testarossa. In order to extend the somatic time, I also start thought acceleration. This makes for a meaningful meeting, even if it's a short one. So what's next? It's times like these that I want to hear from Benimaru. At the moment, Gable's forces are launching a surprise attack on the enemy's tank forces. I want the Green Legion to come out and pigeonhole them. Oh. Isn't this dangerous? Danger is danger, but it will make Gable's troops do fakes. Gobta and the rest took opportunity to attack again. The chariot is beyond destructive, but maneuverability is to be expected. We have a good chance of winning. Benimaru sends out a proud message. Looking at the flurry of attacks just now, one could tell that Gable's men were flying at a higher speed than the rotating speed of the chariot guns. Had they concentrated on evading, they would not have been hit by the chariot guns. It must be very difficult to target them, although Benimaru said so. It was the members of the assault force who would be feared. But don't look like Gable, who is actually very brave and doesn't seem to care about any of that. Indeed, as long as one can fly through the air, the light escapes from the rays of the shell without suffering damage. Hopefully, Gable will be able to get over this hurdle with gusto. Let's look at the Green Legion again. Me, us too? You are the main characters. But you can rest assured. Once infiltrated into the heart of the opponent, the enemy, they will be afraid to hit one of their own and the movements should become sluggish. So as soon as Gable and the others start attacking each other, you're going to rush in with all your might. In this way, Benimaru gave orders to Gobta like an evil spirit. No, he is indeed a monster. I mean, you're moving in the shadow, right? Hearing Gobta ask that, Benimaru shook his head. That's dangerous. I think the enemy would have prepared all sorts of defenses, such as magical detection object or defense against the barrier. There are probably countermeasures against skills, so it's best not to play around with them. I share the same view on this point. The chariots are their killers, can't be unguarded, and I think should be thoroughly guarded. There are some boundaries dedicated to skills, and it would be bad if the other side used that. It's probably safer to break through positively at times like this. There is also something called an interface boundary in Legion magic. This magic is specifically designed to protect against surprise attacks from space, so that we risk being blocked from action. Benimaru-san is right, a positive break should be the safest. The meaning I wanted to express is perfectly summed up by Testarossa.
On that point, Gobta seems to be okay with it.
I know. I'm fine with that, even if Miss Testarossa says so. The Gobta guy is scared. That's right. After all, the opponent was several times better than he was, and he'd made a big deal about an opponent like that. Would be afraid, of course. I'm looking forward to it, too, pleasure in it, and it's not wrong to say, by the way, that it resonates involuntarily with this situation. So I want to send Gobta these words. Gobta-kun. People are not to be profiled. Once again, you have to keep that in mind and not repeat it. Although that phrase could also be applied to me just fine, I hadn't even noticed it until no one told me about Testarossa and them. Good. I will reflect on it. That's good. What are you talking about? It's no secret that Gobta would be wrong. I see. Is it something to do with Testarossa? The most important part of it didn't grow. It's nice to give him a hard time once in a while. It seems that Benimaru also found out and revealed a dark smile for my explanation. By the way, who were those people Diablo brought back? Especially those 3 girls, who feel like unusual people. Because these people were approved by me, Benimaru didn't have any complaints and just accepted it. Still, he did care about the women's true identities. That being said, they are terrible primordial demons. I think it's better he doesn't know these things. But there's no way to keep it hidden forever. Even the subordinates hid it from me, and I felt bad about it. I think Shion didn't care even if she didn't know, but maybe she could tell the truth to Benimaru. Well, I'll explain that to you later. When I so responded, Benimaru shrugged. Well, that's right. One shouldn't care too much about such topics when fighting a war. It seemed like he was able to take it, so I turned my attention elsewhere as well. That's the way it is, Gobta, we're at war with the people. It's important to reflect, but that's when you come back alive. It's a must. Is there anything you don't understand about the battle summary? No problem, Mr. Benimaru. We'll move to the edge of the forest first and rush in when Gable starts attacking. That's it. You've got to do your best. Got it. Gobta is no longer afraid. That way he can focus on the fight. In that case, we will discuss it through the communication network. Immediately following, a few minutes later, the Third Corps, led by Gable, launched a strong surprise attack on the chariot units. Gah, 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 gah. Let's see what I can do. You guys move so slowly, you're no match for us. He's just as smug as ever, talking out of turn. It's a little unsettling, but that's what makes it Gable. In fact, there was no immediate response from the chariot units. Benimaru had expected correctly, the chariot cannon's movements couldn't keep up with Gable's. Gable also takes credit for this. Because he commanded well, the members of the regiment cooperated well. It took a fair amount of training to get to this point. It seems to acquire an air combat capability that makes the eyes glaze over. Even the 300 flying dragons performed well. They still seem to be cultivating alternate riders, and as long as the number of flying dragons increases, it should turn into a very reliable fighting force. Gable had been responsible for shifting the focus of the enemy, but he was not entirely without an attack. On the one hand, they wanted to dazzle the enemy and also make the flying dragon spit fireballs. Are those really the B+ equivalent of magic? The power is comparable to the elemental magic Great Flame Sphere, which is manipulated by ordinary wizards. It wasn't enough to break through the magical defenses of the chariot, but it was effective enough for the infantry. Attacking the ground from the air gives a glimpse of what Gable can do. Didn't put up much of a fight, but he did it beautifully at the tactical level. And so does Gobta. Looks like he's adjusted to the mood. Without a trace of confusion, he took command, was straightforward and meticulous in his movements, and launched a surprise attack on the battle group. A total of 500 stations were confronting the Green Legion, and 1,500 more were lined up in front of them, all aimed at the Dwarven Kingdom. Now that we are so deep, the enemy cannot move lightly. Progressing to this point has been a great victory for us, but the Imperial Army is not that incompetent. They'll be desperately trying to get in our way, and then we'll have to rely on our strength and speed to win. Gobta seemed to understand this as well, and while following Benimaru's instructions, he used that electric speed to rush towards the chariot unit. There was no fear of even looking at the muzzle of the gun aimed at them, no color on their faces. About 100 meters remained from the front of the chariot unit. Changed to a wolf rider troop, it took less than 6 seconds to run. Several rounds of shelling sounded on the spot, and yet the Green Legionnaires were not at all afraid and did not reduce their speed, and just kept running. In fact, the shells seemed to be threatening, hitting in a different direction than we had expected. This is evidence that the Imperial Army is shaken. The Wolf Rider troops did not act in any way, and did dispose of the obstacles that stood in their way. The infantry unit currently in charge of protecting the chariots also tried to block their way, but were bitten off by the wolves. There's not a bit of distance left. In this way, we succeeded in approaching our first target, the chariot unit. Ranga ran at the forefront, the hobgoblin sitting on his back in all his glory. Running in second place was Gobshi, and Gobta gestured to him with a wink. Gobshi looked away and nodded. Immediately following, the next second, the hobgoblin threw some little thing at the chariot's turret. It was a jewel that glowed red. It is the element core, or the magic pearl for short. I asked Kurobi to prepare a large pile of empty magic pearls, and then asked Cherries to seal in the magic of the flame. It's not meant to be used on a magic sword, but a substitute for a bomb. The name is Flaming Jade. Will it work or not? The weakness of the chariot is in the interior, so we set off a big explosion of firepower inside. If that does not work, we intend to terminate this operational plan immediately. No problem? Rimuru, don't worry. Have faith in my friend Cherries. Rest assured, Lord Rimuru. Since the infused magic was almost on the verge of bursting, I thought to myself that I would be able to easily make that piece of iron unable to move again. I also think it should be fine, but this is the first time I've done an experiment. Don't worry about me. The chariot exploded. You see, it's just like I said, right? My battle plan is indeed correct. This idea was started by me. So I feel more uneasy about it, but when it works out in the end, it makes me want to show it off. This guy's a cheapskate. It's so Rimuru-esque. You two have no right to talk about me. A few of us were bickering over there. Cherries had a proud face. Venimaru and Beretta, on the other hand, were smiling bitterly. Shion and Diablo grinned. The second phase of the battle plan was successful, so the atmosphere became somewhat cheerful. It's an outpost battle on this side. The next step is to dive into the midsection of the enemy. Leave the chariot units that are killing each other with the Green Legion and strike at the center. The opponent had infantry units deployed to defend the dead ends of the turrets, and Gobta gave blows on one side and Testarossa on the other. It rushes across the battlefield like a giant monster. A series of actions show the beauty of the wash, all reflected on the big screen. That guy Gobta did well. That way they won't get locked out by the chariot gun. No, not yet. Depending on how the other side's commanders will arrange it, it is possible that they will not take the damage done to their own people seriously and will attack directly. How can this be? As much as one thinks it, this is war. Let's also assume that this might happen. Besides, the enemy has air power on their side. It's too early to rest assured. That's right, I followed and turned my head to look at the other big screen. Seeing the shadow of the enemy machine reflected above, one can see that the speed has increased. It looks like the Empire also got its soldiers to work better with each other by some means. Once the enemy's air warfare arrived, Gable would be busy. In that way, Gobta risked their isolation on the battlefield. It's a race against time. I want to play the key battle while I can. As if to respond to this expectation of mine, people on the battlefield continued to fly in. Gobta and Gable. The pair made the most of their training results, hitting the ground running in their first live battle. But it's impossible for everything to go so smoothly. Like Benimaru said, it's too early to rest assured. Geist stared angrily at the incoming Green Legion and others. Those brats are so arrogant. He was filled with indignation and vowed in his heart to take advantage of the monsters that had forced their way into his eyes. Just a moment ago, the full head of white hair falling out of Tensura struck fear into his heart. Geist was reluctant to admit it, intending to dismantle the Green Legion and regain his confidence in this way. The monsters would only mess with the scene, and no matter how fast they moved they couldn't hurt the chariot, so Geist thought. However, a loud explosion from the battlefield shattered that thought. How could that be? Geist almost screamed out and hit the brakes urgently at the last minute. How can a commander act like he's panicking on the battlefield? He was, at least, an excellent man, not so bad as to lose his normal sense of judgment. General, what's next? Don't panic. Take a close look at the enemy's actions. They only sabotaged one chariot, after which there was no follow-up. That proves that's one of the few killer weapons they have on hand. So it is. That's true, to hear you say it. Otherwise those lizards flying in the air should be spilling everywhere too. Geist hummed and nodded. He thought to himself that he was making a very calm judgment, but it was actually a miscarriage of justice. In fact, the total number of flaming jades prepared by Rimuru was as high as 3,000. Each of Gobda's wolf rider troops held 10, and the lizards flying in the air, Gable and the flying dragons, all had 10 in advance. The reason why they didn't use the flaming jades was to focus on distracting the enemy. In addition to that, they also knew that they couldn't use the flaming jade's true abilities without using it in a confined space. If the explosives are allowed to explode in a confined space, their power will increase several times. The same principle applies to flaming jade. Benimaru focused on destroying the chariot and didn't give a second thought to the surrounding infantry. That's why they weren't allowed to waste flaming jades. The focus is on whether or not the battle plan will work, rather than on the immediate results. Not only Gobda and Gable, but even the magical creatures underneath them knew this all too well. Geist didn't know anything about it, and what he had just said to himself made him feel better. The generous use of new weaponry is commendable. It's just a shame it's me who's going to win. Geist misjudges Gobda about their assassination, yet he correctly sees through his opponent's true purpose. The reason for not looking at the big left team is because the opponent's goal is to take down this team, right? That being the case, there are many ways to deal with you. Gable and the others' attacks were fierce, but these were blocked out by the magic-generated barriers. The only ones that should be guarded are the new weapons. In that case, just stay away from them with Gobda. We'll take an intensive air battle formation. Geist's order took the adjutant by surprise. General, that's too dangerous. Some men are fighting the enemy now, for fear of hurting their own. So what? If they pull back, why don't they just use a chariot gun to smash them to pieces? That said, incompetent enough to rip one's own legs off, the glorious Imperial Army doesn't need them. What? The other side was so asserted that there was nothing the adjutant could do to stop Geist. Several chariots, along with most of the infantry, would have been affected and actually won the battle. As the adjutant well knew. Do not be afraid to sacrifice a few, that way you can win in war. Without such macro and awareness, how can one be a commander? Will there be any problems with the regulations? No, sir. There's nothing wrong with that. The staff officer echoed Geist's comments, and just like that, Geist's recital began. Left column, take a heavy air battle formation. Without going through the ministry, Geist ordered directly with skill. This allowed the left brigade to regroup at a faster pace than before. Ignoring the soldiers who had been chased by the Green Legion, they blocked the road with the remaining vehicles and then let the chariot guns spin, linking the vehicles back and forth. That formation even subverts the common sense of modern warfare. What? What a mess. It was only natural that Gobda would shout in surprise. Using that massive body, the chariot began to gather densely, as if to fill in all the gaps. Yet doing such a thing would make even themselves immobile, but it's effective. In this way Gobda and the others had no way to run between the cracks. And what's even more surprising is that it comes later. The left brigade spread into a circle and a wall was erected to surround Gobta and them. As if echoing this wall, half of the chariots belonging to the central division were out in full force. They floated back into the air and began landing on the back of the frontmost chariot. Immediately afterwards, a barricade was formed that blocked Gobta's way to them. Nearly 1,000 chariots were connected to each other and turned into a huge fortress. That way, it's not just about destroying the main force. I've heard about them being able to do this kind of thing, but I never thought they'd actually make this move. Even Gobta's adjutant Gogshi opened his mouth at the sight in front of him, and he began to mutter to himself. Use the machine gun to create a bullet screen to stop the enemy. A three-dimensional wall of machine gun fire ensued. With bullet screens on all sides, Gobta couldn't exercise the high-speed movement they were good at. Gobta was surrounded by chariots that were supposed to be enemy partners, plus infantry units that followed the chariots, yet the enemy didn't care about that. This is bad. There's no way to implement a combat plan like this, is there? Discovering a flaw in Benimaru's battle plan, Gobta was alarmed. Seeing that the Imperial soldiers were about to be attacked by their own people, even Gobta couldn't help but feel anxious. Gobbledygook, I'm sorry. I'd love to go over there and help you, but I can't separate myself right now. Gable and the rest were also subjected to aerial artillery fire. Even if the chariot cannon couldn't hit them, the chariot was equipped with a machine gun. That's why they're being held back by Gable. Now that Geist, in command, has regained his composure, the difference in numbers will form a critical advantage. And things always get worse. Long time no see, Mr. Geist. The Air Combat Air Corps led by Major General Farragut is here today. The number of airships is 100. Gable and his team were busy dealing with these blimps, making the situation of Gobta and the others even more precarious. Farragut, you're finally here. This is a win for us. This stage is perfect for testing the secret weapon, right? Yes, are you ready, Lord Geist? Then hurry up and let's join in. I'm giving you a chance to win. Don't be careless. Got it. Well, I wish you good fortune in your martial arts. Talking over a special line, Geist and Farragut made an appointment to fight hand in hand. Geist is trying to solidify his game plan. Farragut wants to warm up before the big showdown. There is also the purpose of showing them to the outside world that they can also be useful in real combat. Although the Air Combat Flying Corps has the killer weapon of blimps, its status is the lowest among the three units as it has to have a record of war. In this way, the situation became even more unfavorable for Tempest as Farragut and the others entered the war. It is the Green Legion who are the most able to understand the change in circumstances. What shall we do, Commander Gobta? This won't do. We have to take refuge. That would be good. Now that the situation has changed, there's no need to hold on. Gobta's judgment is correct. Don't force the battle plan, and temporarily retreat if something unexpected happens. This is the guideline for being thorough with them in advance. Benimaru, who had been watching the battle from the sidelines, had already given instructions for them to retreat, and now even the soldiers at the bottom understood the situation. Even if we have to run, we have to act together. There was no lag and everyone turned around. And then tried to use the shadow moment to retreat. Gobta, the enemy is not a light to save fuel. It seems that they have started to do magic obstruction so that people on our side can't use the shadow movement. Ranga sensed that something wasn't quite right and his warning was given a little late. By this time Gobta and his team had been affected by the Empire's widespread magic hindrance. Ranga was a different story, and the other dependents could not break through such obstacles. The way things had evolved, they had to run and flee. Run for the forest with all your might. The pale Gobta shouted, and the Wolf Rider army followed his orders. It's not even 200 meters from the forest. Run past in just a dozen seconds. Yet now being sniped from behind, that distance feels so far away as to make you despair. This battle of retreat is full of suffering. Seeing Gobta as they fled, a cruel smile appeared on Geist's face. He immediately gave orders to his men to prepare chariot guns. "You trash, you think it's that easy to escape?" He was going to use a special shell with only one round left. Following Geist's orders, the chariot guns were ready to fire without delay. Special artillery shells hit the forest in front of Gobta and the others. Those karmic fires scattered all over the place. The purpose is to hinder the enemy's advance. The Green Legion dodged the flying shells by super intuition, but the forest was burning and there was nothing they could do. "This is bad. Is there any way I can get back alive?" "Gobta-kun, please don't say such things even when you're joking. But with me here, everyone can go back alive." Gobta is so confident inexplicably. I feel like an idiot to hear such baseless words and to be bothered there. Captain Gobta, no, the army commander has his moments of trouble, too. What are you talking about? Must be talking about what's for dinner today or something anyway. Or is it that you were caught hanging out with His Majesty Raimuru and were wondering how to apologize to Mr. Riga? Even Gobshi and Gobt added to the mix, and the members of the Wolf Rider soldier unit all laughed out loud. Despite the desperate situation, Gobta did not lose their usual pace. And this conversation between them, Gobta, was overheard by Geist, who was eavesdropping. "How dare you belittle us? Now completely surrounded by us, your fate is in my hands." An agitated Geist was full of restlessness. In front of his eyes was the white-haired beauty, Testarossa. She was exposed to the storm of hot air breeding, but her face was blank. Those shots didn't seem to pose any threat to her. "You too. How dare you fool me? I'll never let you go." To make that beautiful face of yours turn into a wailing face because of fear. Geist didn't notice the dark desire that appeared in him. Compelled by Testarossa, she did not even notice that she was making too extreme a judgment. That face twisted wickedly, and Geist issued an order. Order to all remaining vehicles. Fire your chariot guns at the enemy. The residual fighting force on the left is holding Gobta to them. Although that order completely disregarded the security of the unit, no one disputed it. While the chariot force that had become the fortress was holding Gobta back on their movements, the 1,000 chariots that remained made the turrets spin. Adjusting the angle and preparing the defenses to absorb the impact so that they can fire from close range, these muzzles are bound to kill people and are now intended to fire at the same time. Fierce fighting also began to appear in the sky. The airship fires many enhanced spells. Gable and the others were fooled by these things. Nothing is more problematic than the disruption of the magic element movement. The magic disturbing radiation was a classified weapon, and not only Gobta and his team, but even people on Gable's side would be affected. Coo-hoo-hoo, that's tough. Just get near that blimp and our bodies get good and heavy. Lord Gable, what shall we do? I'd love to save Mr. Gobta and the others, but I don't have the strength to do so right now. If they relied on the flying dragons alone, they might be able to think of something, but there are still flying dragons on this side who lack real-world combat experience. If they acted rashly here, not only Gobta and the others, but also those on Gable's side would suffer. Oops, no way. Let's shoot those boats down first. In terms of numbers we are better off. Let us all turn our attention to the enemy in front of us. Yes, General. But they're bigger, right? Just in terms of numbers. Stupid, shut up. Lord Gable noticed it too, but he could only give such orders. Certain people are still out there saying less than sturdy things, which is a common occurrence. In contrast to those conversations, Gable and the others actually ran off to fight the pile of blimps. Someone looked at such Gable and them with a cold look. He is Major General Farragut, who is in charge of the Killer Air Combat Flying Corps that commands the Mecha Corps. He was a capable man and had a desire for glory to match it, a desire to rise to the top without losing to other generals. Such a Farragut is particularly hard-working, thoroughly helping other colleagues so that they do not become hostile to themselves. There is certainly a reason for this. Since he was in the Magic Legion before, He had experienced the end of that legion firsthand. The Legion of Magic, which held great power long ago, has disintegrated and is now a relic of the past. Maybe times change that way, but the biggest reason is that people think that Legion is too inefficient in war. People tend to think that fighting with magic is flashy, but it's actually very unassuming work. To analyze the magic of the enemy, and to carry out obstruction, then to take the opportunity to unleash magic and strike the enemy army. Then just keep doing it over and over again, with no way to come up with much. This was because the knights were several times stronger than the magical legions in actual combat after being strengthened through magic. For example, the most powerful magic known was nuclear strike magic, and to use this move you had to send out a dozen spellcasters. This is not a spell that can be cast by an individual. The spell must be constructed, that is, it requires chanting time. If you are a heroic figure, you can control the nuclear strike magic by yourself. But your power can only explode within 100 meters in diameter at most. If it was a direct hit, it would be quite powerful. However, when the opponent was an army, they would use legion magic to build the barrier used against magic. If one wanted to have enough power to break through, one could only rely on a group of people exercising ritual magic. In other words, a single wizard is less likely to be active on the battlefield. Other than that, it's certainly more beneficial to have more wizards, but not the more the better. The amount of mana floating around the battlefield was limited, and if it was depleted, the wizard would not be able to display his long talent in one go. A wizard's existence, though indispensable, cannot produce magnificent results. Faragher is also an excellent magical teacher and is one of Master Jidora's disciples. He had great respect for his teacher Jidora, followed his teachings and refined them from time to time. However, he discovered one thing. That is, Jidora, who was a teacher, stepped in to assist and did a modern treatment of the Mecha Legion, resulting in them never having an active stage again. This age is beginning to see no need for hard drilling wizards. As long as there are magic guns, even ordinary people can manipulate magic. Faragher hates Jidora. He once made the observation that teachers were stifling them by such behavior. Yet these were dismissed by Jidora. The result was the wiping out of the Legion of Magic. That's why I betrayed my teacher and declared my allegiance to Lord Calgorio. Later he gained the status he has today. Accepting the former minions, the capable wizards, and giving them a stage to show their skills. One day we will get what we want, and we will make the Air Combat Air Corps the best it can be. Until then, they have to bribe their colleagues so that the Flying Corps don't come out on top. Because of this idea, Faragher was always strict. After that, he finally waited for the perfect opportunity. That is, to go out and crush Veldora. The Air Combat Air Corps was selected and became a key unit. The mission is roughly to seal off the Veldora by disrupting the radioactivity of the magicules. The rest of the job is to supplement the other troops. Serving as a resupply force was their original mission, but they didn't need to do that this time. It should be said that out of the 400 blimps, 300 had to go on other missions, and the remaining 100 had to carry elite wizards within the carrying limit. Designed entirely for combat, it's conceivable how much importance Calgorio places on this combat plan. The battle plan had to work no matter what, and Faragher was well aware of that. I'll take advantage of this time to make a big splash and prove we are useful. And then I'm going to start a new era. Faragher secretly snickered. In this way, there was no need to look at the other generals' faces. The stance will be reversed and no one can ignore Faragher's comments. That was the gesture he was supposed to have, and Faragher was convinced of it. I'll use them as a bit of a warm-up before beating Veldora, and just make do with it. I'll take those lizards flying in the air and dogs crawling on the ground and use them as practice objects for new weapons. Faragher fought the reckoning. Say what's mine to take credit for. I'm the one who sold you a favor, Lord Geist. He raised the glass of wine he was holding in his hand and shouted. Guys. So far we've been patient, and those will all come to a halt today. Let's show them what we're really made of. Yeah. The people who took the blimp all responded. These people were originally elite wizards who had been living in seclusion in a reality filled with heartache. From this day forward they will enjoy the glory and the humiliation will be nothing. All of them on the same page. With this tacit agreement, 100 blimps stepped up their offensive. The airship's biggest feature is the magic-disrupting radiation device, and it is also equipped with other state-of-the-art weaponry. And it is the wizards who are well-versed in elemental magic and summoning magic who are in charge. The construction of the airship is broadly divided into 3 parts. There is an operational sector, a defense sector and an attack sector. Each department is assigned 100 men each, the remaining one being used as a reserve or for liaison and medical work. The operations department, which naturally needs no explanation, is in charge of the blimps. In fact, the ship can fly with a minimum of 50 people. If you want to use the fleet completely, even 100 people is not enough. The defense sector is responsible for applying a defensive barrier to airships. It is used to respond to a variety of attacks such as physics, magic, and attributes. In order to keep the blimp light, the outer walls of the blimp are not thick. If one is negligent in defending through fortified magic, one will be shot down in 3 or 2 strokes. So there must be no weak points in this department. Then there's the final attack department, which sort of plays the role of the sole character. The weaponry prepared on the hovercraft also contained magic-enhanced cannons. On the one hand, being able to make it easier for the wizards to work together. There are magic balls placed on the base, and several wizards will pour magic into them at the same time, then chant magic at the same time, making it easier to manipulate big magic. There is one on the front and 2 pairs on the side. There are 5 magic enhancement cannons in total, each with a maximum of 10 wizards. The back seat has the person in charge of the shift on standby so that the magic can be unleashed continuously. In particular, it is worth mentioning that the magic enhancement cannon is proportional to the number of users, and its power will increase along with it. If 2 people use it, the power becomes 4 times as powerful. If the maximum number of people was 10, the power would be 20 times greater. This is enough to pose a threat. Even ordinary fireball techniques would override the Great Flame Demon Sphere in terms of power. What a powerful thing this is, I'm sure it doesn't need much explanation. The airship is well guarded. The fireball that the flying dragon spat out was nothing at all, and even if it was rushed with its body, it would still have a barrier to resist. A half-assed strike doesn't work, much to Farragher's satisfaction. And the offensive performance is no less impressive. Blimps are the strongest. Almost time to show them the real power. Use all your strength and shoot down all the lizards that are in the way. Farragher sounded the call. Just now, there were only 2 or 3 wizards performing magic chants respectively. However, they've tested enough and now it's time to play for real. They use very pure magic stones to make spells that are about 50 centimeters in diameter to control the treasure beads. Pouring the magic into it will activate the magic enhancement cannon. Even the wizards who had been waiting and watching just now also moved, so that all 10 of them would be able to unleash massive magic. It was 20 times more powerful than normal, with thunder and ice, flames and vacuum knives, and all kinds of terrifying magic sweeping through the sky. These mad attacks were closing in on Gable and his team. I had been watching the battle intently, but I couldn't help but get up from my chair when I saw it halfway. Blasted by chariot fire, Gobta's men were knocked out. Exposed to the massive magic, Gable's men were beaten down one by one. The fighting intensified and casualties began to emerge. No, we had expected casualties. It's been expected, but perhaps I've been optimistic, thinking we're going to win no matter what. Benimaru is so confident, and Master Raphael, the King of Wisdom, doesn't say much, so I don't think there will be any problem with thinking too good of everything. Yet reality is at variance. It's no wonder. After all, we are at war. How can one take victory for granted when there are absolutely no casualties on our side? Knowing that I'm thinking too much, I'm now furious and anxious at the same time. At this point, Benimaru spoke to me with a bland expression. Please, sit down, Lord Rimuru. These are all to be expected, no questions asked. Hearing that, something inside me seemed to explode. I say, there's already a victim. Wouldn't it be better for me to cover them with Megiddo as well? No, the conclusion has been drawn on that. The Megiddo does work, but the conclusion is that even that would be pointless. Benimaru is so doubtful about its effectiveness that even Diablo denies it. There seem to be several reasons. First of all, having begun to leap onto the stage as a nation, one cannot always look to their demon lord, that is, me, for support. The demon king must protect the magical creatures underneath, but it was the duty of those ministers to guard the country, so asserted Benimaru. If one does not have the self-awareness to treat the Jura Tempest Federation as one's own country, and does not possess the will of his motherland to be protected by one's own hands, then one is not qualified to live in this country. The other subordinates think so too. Lord Rimuru cannot be left to carry everything alone. Shuna once said so. It made sense to me to hear it too, and I was amused at the time. The above is the first reason. The second reason is the weakness of the Megiddo pointed out by Diablo. This Megiddo is a very beautiful magic. No need to expend too much energy in exchange for high power. It is very versatile and easy to use. But once you've seen it, you'll be able to figure out how to respond to it, Diablo said as above. If you stay in the control room, you'll be able to use that trick, and if you use it this time, it'll work great. But once it's seen, it won't work next time. Hinata seems to have said the same thing. She said that by lifting the wind to roll up the sand, this alone would make the accuracy and power fall straight down. He was also able to get advice from Hinata's side, and Diablo's intelligence-gathering ability was really not something to write home about. But let's ignore that for now. Last time I killed all my enemies. The survivors, now only 2 men, Edmarles and Razin, remain, have been silenced, and there is no need to fear that information will leak out. It's just that there's no way to make it work this time. The imperial generals and soldiers added up to a total of several 100,000 people. How could it be possible to silence everyone? A great move should be kept hidden. Even Benimaru said so. Such magic should not be used haphazardly. Diablo and Benimaru's opinion is as above. It makes sense to me to hear them explain it like that. The true face of the so-called Megiddo is actually a super-hot concentrated beam formed by shrinking sunlight, and it is almost impossible to avoid the light just by seeing it with the naked eye. That said, magic used specifically against people must be used at critical times to make sense. Plus this time the opponent was not flesh and blood, but a chariot formed of iron. Megiddo shouldn't be completely useless, but the effect is probably weak. The calculations of Master Raphael, the King of Wisdom, also indicated that it would take some time to destroy the chariot. The power must be increased, which means that the focus temperature of the hotline must be focused to tens of thousands of degrees or it will not penetrate the chariot. Other than that, the power of the chariot should not be oil, and there is probably no way to break out into a fire. If you can't stop the chariots from moving just by using the beam, you'll have to beat the chariots into 1,000 holes until they can't move. Instead of doing something so tedious, it's easier to blow up with nuclear strike magic. In such a case, you would have to break the magic barrier that had been cast several layers first, and then you would have to clean up the magician who was the spellcaster first, and in the end, it would start a magic war that would be mired in a quagmire. Then it would be meaningless to fight. There was no way things were going smoothly. That being the case, both handed over the command to Benimaru, and my job was left to silently watch. It was supposed to be like this. I did go to war together. My words were interrupted halfway through. That won't do. As the general in charge of everything, he could not expose me to danger. After all, the words of hero Chloe made people care. In another time, someone killed Lord Rimuru. Knowing this dangerous man, letting Lord Rimuru fight in battle, Such a thing will not be tolerated. All the subordinates were aware of the presence of dangerous people on the enemy's side. This is because I have talked to people and told them that this could happen in the future. How did you all feel when you find out? As for the answer, just look at Benimaru's expression right now and it's clear at a glance. The current threat is posed by the chiefs of the 3 legions and the 100 men who belong to the Imperial Emperor's Order of the Near Guard. There may be other hidden strongmen present that are still being investigated. I beg your pardon for our incompetence. The words were spoken by Sue. Sue and his group were currently desperately gathering information. All of this is for me. To rule out the threat that would arise against me. It's not clear how the enemy's battle strength can bring Lord Rimuru, who is the king, to the front line. The battle plan is going well, so please have faith in me, in Gobda and in Gable. The words made me slump helplessly in my chair. The displeasure of not being able to tell whether it was chagrin or agitation did not go away. Although it didn't go away, the words of Benimaru were just too valid. That's right. Calm down and think about it. From the very beginning, Benimaru was thinking of me in order to implement such a combat plan. It wasn't just Benimaru, it was also Shion who stayed behind me, and Sue who stood next to me. Diablo didn't need to say much more. Even Shuna looked at me with a worried look, which only made me realize that everyone was mentally prepared, knowing that those who went forward to fight might be sacrificed. It is not just those who are here, I am afraid even those who are fighting on the front lines think so. To use themselves as bait, they go into battle ready to face unknown threats, ready to be bait to lure each other in. Other than that, there is the same reason why Veldora, who normally always does what he wants, stays in the control room. That is, if anything, he will protect my personal safety. All for the sake of me as the king of my own country. The only person who has not made an enlightenment is me. At this very moment. Because of this, I must become invulnerable. Vaguely it seemed that a sound was coming from somewhere. Even you're worried about me?
However, it's been okay.
I feel sad that it is offensive to those who make the consciousness. That being the case, I must also be aware. Sorry, I'm losing my cool. When I apologized to Benimaru, he nodded. Please don't worry. The victory must belong to Lord Rimuru. With a proud smile on his face, Benimaru hung reassurance with me. That's the serious look that only a major general who carries the life of a general soldier can get. Hearing that, it felt like the negative emotions like annoyance and entanglement in my mind were gradually disappearing. There has been a long time of awareness of the fact that you will die and that you must kill your enemies. Yet there will be those who will die for themselves, and I deliberately do not think about that. I have to bear those. I would do it not just for me personally, but for their families, for the country that protects those families. The symbol of all of this is my being. Therefore, I must bear their thoughts. They deserve to be repaid for what they have given, and we must not lose the war. Since it's a symbol, it has to look the way it should, so it has to go with the show. Thinking about this side, in order to look like there was such a thing, I leisurely responded to Benimaru's words. That's for sure. Pass on my words.
Is that okay?
As you command. With Benimaru's approval and help, I communicated my will to all my minions. My words are conveyed intact through my unique technique, Generalissimo. Listen up, everybody. Do your best to crush the enemy. No need to hold back. And certainly no mercy is needed. Use all your strength to get rid of the enemy as quickly as you can. Pouring all of my thoughts into it, I gave the order. Benimaru nodded after hearing my words. Smiles also appeared on the faces of other subordinates. This order represents one thing. No more suppressing your strength, you can do it. Interpreting the meaning of my words correctly, the magical creatures are once again active, and the result would create a major turn in the entire war. Chapter 2. The Ravaged Beginning. Those words of Lord Rimuru penetrated into the souls of all the magical creatures on the battlefield. Those words came from their king, whom all their loyalty and trust was offered. Immediately after, they heard an order. The camouflaged combat plan is terminated. Those fools upset Lord Rimuru, beat them to a pulp. In this way, the things that bound those magical creatures were gone. The monsters were full of joy, following the urge to free their magic. In order to live in the town, their aura had been suppressed so as not to affect the environment, and the full liberation had allowed the concentration of the surrounding magical elements to rise one level higher. They are no longer fearless. The inner impulse that drives them all to the battlefield. In the midst of the gunfire, Gobta also heard the order. Finally.
Still, we don't seem to have reached our goal, is that okay?
He muttered to himself there. Someone responds, and it's his adjutant Gobshi. That's not so bad, actually. Although the original plan was for us to continue to pester our opponent to play the trump card, we would be the first to go first. If they didn't scare each other a little, the powerful ones wouldn't have come forward, would they? Is that so? That's it. Gobta and Gobshi were still talking about the numerous shells that were pounding the battlefield as the blast wave raged. They were able to hear each other, and those who saw this scene were impressed. As far as this old godlike attitude goes, no one feels anything wrong with it. If it's our side, the powerful ones will be the first to jump out. So, isn't the leader of the Gobta army one of the 4 heavenly kings? Wait. Although it is said that I am the 4 heavenly kings, I am the weakest one on the inside. Please give me a break. While saying some yes and no there, not only Gobta and Gobshi, but even the members of the Wolf Rider soldier unit were even more emotionally high than just now. This is because they have been waiting to see when Gobta will give the order. The rain of shells falls every now and then. This is deliberate and unbiased in its accuracy, and it is launched to attack the entire face. From the very beginning, it was not to strike directly, but to annihilate the opponent with a shockwave. The Green Legion had seen through this a long time ago and had been looking for a safe place to move. Once hit head-on you die on the spot, but the flip side is that you live if you don't get hit. The men in this place are masters, with strength equal to that of a centurion. They all have the rank of A. No matter how much damage is done, they can be healed by restorative medicine. That's why Benimaru asked them to engage and pretend to fight and lose big battles. And they don't really have to lose to the other side, but just pretend to be in crisis. Then take the time to let the rest of the men block the Imperial army, leaving them with no way to retreat, and fight back with the next breath. When the chariot's shells run out, the enemy's side should send out the best men to kill you, just like that. Benimaru used to make extremely simple instructions. In Gobta's opinion, he really wants to complain. But a command is a command and cannot be disobeyed. Compared to the Imperial army, Benimaru was even more terrifying. No, Benimaru-san is normally very nice, but he doesn't show any mercy in the military. Plus, this time it was Lord Rimaru's safety at stake. How can I have a way to counter that? Gobta began to think back to the moment he heard the battle plan. It was tiring to go and convince the players and finally lift the big name of Rimuru, and everyone stopped complaining. Again, all it takes is a landslide victory in the initial engagement, but things don't seem that easy. When the enemy thwarted Gobta's breakthrough 3 or 2 times, they turned to the role they were meant to play, as bait. But this role also ended. Because Rimuru said those words. And Benimaru followed suit to give the new order. They don't have to be polite to the enemy. Finally, all the power in their bodies can be liberated. We are now free to attack. The Green Legion side has been handed over to Hakoru, no problem with this part. Then this team will be handed over to Gobshi. Gobta changed his expression and informed all the team members through the communication network. His tone was as usual, but with an irrepressible verve. Got it. So what's the Green Legion Army Chief's plan? When Gobshi asked helplessly, a troubled smile also appeared on Gobta's face, followed by a response. I don't have time to play there now either. It didn't matter what the 4 heavenly kings were, after all, It was an order from Lord Rimuru. Lord Rimuru is watching, so don't be too bad. That's why, I'm going to be serious from now on. Gobshi and the rest of the team knew he meant it when they saw Gobta's eyes. It's rare to see their supervisor so serious. Humph, use all your strength that I recognize, without reservation. What makes you so arrogant? Can you hear me? Forget about it, and do your best. Well, you can say that. Gobta, who had taken his cluelessness, let out a sigh. Gobta was one of the early players and the two have known each other for a long time. Although he was excellent, he had absorbed all kinds of extra knowledge from the Rimuru side, so he now inexplicably liked to play handsome. What started out as a copycat has evolved into his own unique style. He wore a long black version of his jacket and carried two long swords. The two swords were used, even though they were clearly not used properly.
Does that look make people worry that it's really okay?
But with Gobshi by his side, he should be able to work something out. Gobta made the conclusion look away and turned his attention to the opponent who should be paying the most attention. The one sitting behind the Green Legion, it was known without saying it, was Testarossa. That's the way it is, Miss Testarossa.
I'd like to ask you to split up with us next, okay?
Only to see Testarossa smile and nod. Even staying in the midst of the bursts of flames and blasts, her movements were as graceful as ever and her military uniform as clean as ever. Presumably, coal and sand dust wouldn't have been able to get Testarossa dirty either. Yes, of course. I feel the same way you do. She then ceased to act as an ombudsman and instead acted as a minister under Lord Rimuru. Everyone should do their best. Testarossa finished and got off of Ranga. So take care of yourselves, leaving those words, and Testarossa walks off at a leisurely pace. Rimuru had ordered Testarossa to stay with Gobta as inspector, now that her mission was over. The dangerous demon began to strike. This one is really my type. Even Gobta was wrongly stunned, but he didn't say anything. He's grown up, at least, and wouldn't do such a stupid thing. And so, after seeing Testarossa leave, Gobta was like saying it's our turn to play. Then let's get started. Yeah. He gave the order to all the players, and the response of the players satisfied him. Gobta also wants to show Rimuru how cool he is. He was very fond of Rimuru. Although capricious and a bit bad-hearted, he has a good and reliable heart. Gobta also had visions of such a Rimuru. What was once a tiny goblin has now grown into a warrior with a name. Now it is time for him to repay his kindness. Gobshi, you do the rest. After shouting this, Gobta gave a coded signal to Ranga. It's our turn, Mr. Ranga. The demon wolf in one. Some people have responded to this statement with the same Ranga who has so far repeatedly endured. I've been waiting a long time, Gobta. Let our leader, Lord Rimuru, see the power we have. Gobta synced with Ranga's consciousness on both of them, liberating the magic within. The next moment, a black mist surrounded Gobta. Come on, let's make a scene. No need to show mercy. It's been a long time since I've shown any real skill. The black haze disappeared without a trace, looking as if it had been sucked in by the Green Legion. Immediately after, the goblin warrior who had merged with the black wolf showed up. Two dangerous horns grew on his head, turning him into a black wolf with a humanoid stance. This is what Gobta and Ranga looked like after they were assimilated and indeed possessed enough strength to be called four heavenly kings. As soon as they saw that posture, the members of the Wolf Rider soldiers underneath Gobshi rushed out in unison. Don't mess with him. The head of the Gobta army is serious. The hobgoblins shouted desperately, seeing how dangerous they were now to the Green Legion. The evidence is, even though the chariot was firing shells, it was still knocked down by the monster wolf's fist. Not only that, even if the chariot attacked from the front, the hardened black fur could still leave the demon wolf unharmed. Those mass bombs were more than 6 times the speed of sound and contained powerful destructive energy, but Gobta now had the extra armor that Ranga had turned into, and they couldn't hurt him at all. This was due to the defensive effect provided by Ranga's multiple barriers, but the Imperials didn't know about it, and it was like a nightmare to them. So, what's that? Am I dreaming? No. That's the monster. There are monsters under the Demon Lord. Those subordinate soldiers began to panic. And on top of that, the members of the chariot force, who are so intertwined that they can't move a muscle, are even more scared. As Gobta Ranga let out a loud roar, black lightning came down over the chariot force. Nearly 1,000 chariots were turned into fortresses, which happened to be the subject of the black lightning. The black lightning would interfere with the defensive enclosure cast on the chariot, emitting a dazzling glow. Although the chariot can withstand it for a while, the electrical resistance cannot be said to be perfect. The men seated inside seemed to have ensured their personal safety, but the infantry unit, which had posed with the chariots as a barrier, had suffered a great deal of damage. Not only that, but the threat of black lightning is more than just current. Essentially more terrifying than nature's thunderbolts. It's hot. This is significant damage to the defensive structure of the vehicle. Everyone retreat. Get away from the chariot now. While there are ways to prevent the electrocution effects of a lightning strike, there seems to be no way to withstand that heat. Immediately afterwards, even if the other party appeared broken, things didn't end here. Black lightning, as if a self-conscious snake, began to nibble at the lifeless chariots. It then causes significant wear and tear on the precision mechanical parts. The chariots erupted and burst into flames before they were evened. The thunder rumbled and the chariot units were no longer able to move smoothly. In this way, the chariots that joined together to become fortresses only become stumbling blocks. All of the general soldiers desperately fled from the chariot, falling apart in order not to be caught in the lightning wave. It has long since become a scattered mass of defeated soldiers. It doesn't look like much. Watching the enemy's movements on the one hand, Gobta laughed out loud. Their power works very well against enemy armies. Besides, even the first target to be targeted, the enemy's own team, was not to be feared in his current wolf form, Gobta thought. He looked to the chariot barrier that towered over the front. The barrier, which had been blocking their way, was hit by Ranga's thunder until black smoke rose. Gobta didn't hesitate to let out a growl. That sound, the sonic cannon, shattered the barrier formed by the chariots. On the opposite side of the barrier appeared a line of tanks that were aiming their cannons at this side. I've had enough of being bait. It's time for us to go for it. That's right. I'm sure Lord Rimuru is looking forward to seeing us do well too. Gobta and Ranga nodded happily at each other. Then let's get started. Without a moment's hesitation, Gobta burrowed into the barrier formed by the chariot. Even in the face of the strong enemy waiting ahead, he didn't have the slightest fear. Make the best of Testarossa on the battlefield. That speed instantly surpassed the speed of sound, and it was no longer possible for the Imperial General's soldiers to catch his movements with the naked eye. Let you see the results of my special training with Mr. Ranga. Let's see how far you can go with this. Blizzard Wolf Dance. A black blast of wind ran across the battlefield. At the same time, the destruction from the supersonic shockwave hit the Imperial chariot force. This shockwave also has the magic effect of breaking the storm attached to it, eventually growing into a tornado. The carefully calculated actions are effective in wiping out enemy forces and evolving into a tornado of destruction. Fearfully, Gobta's special skill for wiping out armies is the Blizzard Wolf Dance. A corner of the battlefield collapses in on this. As the Gobta began to drive them to the ground, changes also appeared overhead. That was the third corps, led by Gable. Following Benimaru's orders, the Gable group was responsible for covering Gobta and the others. Even though this task was starting to get difficult, they didn't go into a panic and immediately executed their next battle plan. That was pretending to lose like the Green Legion. Pretend that you're about to lose, so that you can stay glued and let the enemy perform a big trick. Although this battle plan was very messy, Benimaru ordered it without changing his colors. Not only that, but Gobta and Gable also accepted it with an unchanged face. If there was real danger, they were allowed to retreat. And that, of course, had to come first to help Gobta get away. But Gable thought such concerns were superfluous. This was because although Gobta complained from his mouth, he kept a smile on his face. Gable would love to emulate the neurotic man he has become in this regard, but in fact the two of them may have unexpected similarities. If the situation allowed, he would even want to shoot down the blimp in that case. If the glue can be maintained without being forced, Gable believes it should be able to give his opponent more or less some damage. Based on this idea only to take to air combat, but the enemy is stronger than expected. Gable and the others' magic didn't work, and the fireball attacks of the flying dragon troops were blocked. Now that they have lost the advantage of attacking one-sidedly from the air, Gable can be said to be at the disadvantage. Our job is to get the attention of these blimps and not think about what comes after. If one fights with all one's might, it's not impossible to fight down. Using Gable and everyone's flying dragon congregation's killer weapon, it might be possible to break through the airship's defenses. But once that was done, there was no way for them to continue with the operational plan. So Gable thought it was time to be quiet for the moment. Obeying Benimaru's orders, willingly taking the attack unilaterally, that's when a problem is encountered, and that's the under-persistent flying dragon force. Although the elite people inside were all selected from the Blue Corps, they had not evolved into the dragon race like Gable and the others had. Endurance against magic is very low, and if they are attacked by mass magic, the light will be shot down. So Gable wanted the flying dragon troops to retreat. Miss Ultima, I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? We'll continue to pretend to lose and then we'll do our best to act. Acting? Exactly. Even if we continue to flee, the enemy won't let his guard down. Therefore, we, the flying dragons, will deliberately bear the magic of the enemy. Gable informed the other side of these. Oh, that's interesting what you said. So what's the real purpose? That's what I thought, and now this situation is just the thing to get resistance to. Even if we get hit head-on, we probably won't die. There's a lot of restorative medicine here, and I'm going to do an endurance experiment to make it look like we lost. The above is what Gable said. Ultima laughed after hearing that, and the players began to express their displeasure. Wait, General, are you serious? Lord Gable can be an idiot sometimes. I really want to say, is that necessary now? Watching the players clamor, Gable pretended not to hear when they were all air. Well, yes. Seems like fun. Permission to execute? I'm grateful. Then, hopefully, you can retreat from the scene. Gable asked Ultima, who was the inspector, to lead the flying dragon forces in retreat. All that was left was Gable and the others to attack the airship force. If I die, I'll hate you. I wish you hadn't thought of this experiment. I'm sure you'll be scolded for doing this later. The crew looked off into the distance. Having said that, they had known Gable for a long time. Despite the lip-smacking, they looked happy and dry. In this way, they decided to implement magic endurance training for the Flying Dragon congregation. In passing, Rimuru was worried to see it all, and almost fainted when he later learned the truth that the Gable group was stigmatized, and that several people had seen it coming. Even so, they were put into practice, and it seems that they were assimilated by General Gable. All in all, because of the exposure to the magic released by the blimp, Gable and the others were badly injured. Time comes to now. Gable heard the voice from Rimuru. Listen up, everybody. The training is all over. And I'm going to go into dragon mode next. Totally unaware that their training had left Rimuru in a state of unease, Gable declared aloud. The players rejoiced at this. Gable happily continued. Fortunately, the rookies are retreating with Miss Ultima. It's just us, even if it's a little messy. Seeing Gable like this, the players started joking with him. Since it's going to be a mess, I think it's better to use my real skills in combat than the endurance training I just did. That's right, that's right. It's not like Lord Gable's messing around didn't just start now. Hearing this, Gable shouted red-faced. Shut up, all of you. Don't say anything, get moving. Follow me to the best of your ability. Seeing Gable try to hide his shyness in this way, bitter smiles came to the faces of the players. There's nothing I can do about him. Stop joking around and follow orders. All right, all right. You can't disobey a great general. Yes. Lord Gable, please give the order again. Hearing those words, Gable nodded with satisfaction. Then stared at the Imperial Air Combat Flying Corps that was confronting them, and pulled up the volume to ask. I ask you, who is the overlord of the skies? It's us, the Flying Dragons. The aura on Gable changed, and the minions responded in earnest. Exactly. Those who dare to defile our skies must be cleaned up. That's what Lord Raimuru meant. The holy decree under Lord Raimuru. Everyone, give it your all. With all your might, you don't need to think much about what happens afterwards. Yes. Gable's order has special significance for the Flying Dragon congregation, that's.
Be careful not to let your sense of self be consumed, okay?
All of you, dragon warriors. Gable's order made the Flying Dragon congregation's blood boil. The dragon warriorization is the last trump card they have hidden. Combat power gains an overwhelming rise, becomes more ferocious, and is not easy to control. If self-consciousness is devoured, they will become raging monsters. It will not suppress the urge to destroy, so this skill has been sealed so far. Gable brought in Midray as an instructor to train with his partners to learn control. But as things stand, the success rate is not high. Even so, they still used it. For Raimuru had given the order that they should go all out. They had no reason to hesitate. Dragon mode. Together, the Flying Dragons unleashed the power they deserved. The muscles began to swell and the purple scales that covered the surface of the body turned black. The thickness is increased, and the softness and hardness are several times greater. The body size also doubled, absorbing the magical elements around them and constructing a new body. Both volume and mass have increased dramatically, and attack and defense have improved by leaps and bounds. Needless to say, those values were not comparable before the transformation. As for the most important self-awareness, if this makes them unconscious, they are simply a collection of forces. However, each member of the Flying Dragon congregation has successfully maintained his or her self-awareness. The Dragon Warriors, that was the strongest force in Tempest, and their true fighting prowess blossomed in this instant. Everyone's going to hit the next one. Is there a way? Yes, sir. Good. So, let's go. Gable gave the order for the Flying Dragon to move out en masse. Who is the king of this sky? In the face of this question, the answer will now be revealed. The Mecha Legion, one of the 3 legions that made the Empire proud. Their killer air combat flying corps is now a poor lamb for the slaughter. This is because the dragon warriorization, an inherent skill of the Draconians, has now been unleashed with special effects, and magic does not work on them. Gable and his group have turned into dragonized warriors, and even the divine wrath that belonged to the natural effect didn't work on them. That's because they automatically generate barriers that correspond to all physical attacks and invalidate magical attacks and natural effects, multiple barriers and natural effects. The airship's means of attack were all magic-based, and the machine guns were only auxiliary weapons, with no way to penetrate Gable's scales. The Flying Dragons had already possessed a combat power equivalent to A, and now it had been strengthened several times, and now their strength had casually surpassed the A rank wall. The ability to regenerate close to overdrive is also available during the transformation. The strength even surpassed that of high-ranking demons. The blimps' means of attack could no longer hurt them, and now the blimps were out of gas. As if to prove the point, Gable shouted, I'm going in. Take it, and watch me do it. Gable was originally a powerful individual, with an excellent ranking of Extra A. Although not as strong as Shion and Benimaru, he was a strong one alongside Sue and Geld. Such a Gable transformed the dragon warriorization into his own power and spawned powerful warriors. That power even went right to the former demon lords Carrion and Frey. Whirlpool Water Strike. The blow that Gable struck broke up one of the blimps and sank it. The air currents curl into a vortex, coalescing the moisture in the atmosphere at a certain point, forming a maelstrom of magical power. This majestic force was released from that lance in Gable's hand, running through one of the aircrafts. Even the defensive frontier from 100 members of the defense services was defenseless and was crushed in this way. It really does sink in a flash. The other dragonized warriors followed close behind. Although they couldn't release the magical spear like Gable, they still launched a surprise attack on the airship with his enhanced body functions. The magic didn't work on them, so the hovercraft's barrier didn't do anything to stop them. In the blink of an eye, the barrier was breached, allowing them to invade the interior of the ship. A small party of 5 men took on a ship that took a few minutes to sink one by one. As things turned out, the Air Combat Air Corps would all die sooner or later. This made Gable shout in triumph. "Gah, gah, gah, gah. Come on, everybody, take it up. If someone can't even bring down a ship, you'll see what happens later." Hearing these words, the members of the Flying Dragon congregation, who were moving relatively slowly, turned green in the face. There are only 100 blimps. Today Gable continues to attack and the number of remaining ships is gradually decreasing. This has turned into a competition. That will not do, Lord Gable. Lord Gable is easily swayed by the mood of the moment. It seems to be hitting the right way now, maybe not leaving prey for us. It is possible that the Grand Admiral did so. How well everyone teamed up to fight down the airship was going to be defined. It all depended on the mood of Gable. Knowing how things might turn out, the players rushed to join the attack one after another. The position of the hunter and the prey reversed and the situation in the sky was decided. A little time passed. The supply troops belonging to the Imperial Army's Magic Chariot Division were about to face trials. Gentlemen, I'm glad you followed me to this point. But everyone needs to be prepared, and then comes the heavy lifting. The person who said this was Hakuru, who had been assigned to the Green Legion. He also did not breathe a sigh of relief, a look of indifference, but the 12,000 regiment members who heard this, all of them were panting. This was because they were now staying further back in the Imperial Chariot Force. In order to get around from the Dwarven Kingdom, they meandered for over 40 kilometers. Still in a state of wearing heavy equipment. It was thanks to Hakuru, the teacher, that all this came true. Hakuru thoroughly exercised the members of the regiment and made them learn the Shi fighting method. As a result, members of the team are able to use a variety of techniques, such as the instantaneous movement method, which allows for instantaneous movement, and the invisibility method, which makes opponents invisible. The Green Legion marched out at the same time as Gobta and others, running to get there so the enemy wouldn't find out. You are to be commended for your flexibility in using the chi fighting method taught by me. Hakuru said as he put on a Buddha-like and kind face. The members of the regiment were all sitting on the ground, holding their breath as they listened, and instead had an ominous feeling in their hearts. They've all known Hakuru for a long time. And this unflinching teacher treats his enemies more harshly than he treats his own people. Such an old-looking man giving orders after complimenting his own people, just imagining it could be terrifying. The people knew that the person who was going to carry out the order was themselves, and without awareness they could not listen to what was coming. Our mission is to cut off the enemy supply line here. Although it is not very meaningful, but if we can defeat the enemy's supply troops in the rear, we can more or less thwart the enemy's fighting spirit. There is no need to do needless killing in the face of the enemy, but there is no need to show mercy to the enemy either. Besides, speaking this way, Hakuru glanced towards the battlefield, then revealed a smile, then continued to say the following words. Gobta has also changed. When the bait is right, it's right. You can't lose to the army chief either, but you have to play well. Not losing to the sound of explosions coming from afar, Hakuru's voice was resounding. Some people who had no real-world experience in combat were sedated by such a Hakuru and began to feel nervous. Listen up, don't think of anything superfluous while you're fighting. Be aware that the one who does not hack the enemy to death is himself. If you let the enemy escape, your partner will die as a result. It's an iron law on the battlefield. Just now, everyone was still panting, but they all unconsciously held their breath and listened to Hakuru speak. This is hitting everyone's hearts. Let those who are well aware not be confused on the battlefield. The value of life is not created equal. Compared to the lives of those we cherish, other strangers become indifferent. And the enemy is still the aggressor. These fools have no value in keeping us alive. Don't think about it. Kill them all. Then Hakuru pressed everyone through such fierce words, minimizing their guilt. This Hakuru was being considerate of everyone. If it is you who have been exercised by the master, even those pieces of iron can be cut off. What the enemy shoots is nothing more than gadgets that look like standing still to you, don't they? In that case, there is no need to be afraid. There is no opponent before our blade. It doesn't look like it's standing still at all. That's something no one can say. How can it be said? If you say something like that, you'll get a lack of cultivation and you'll be treated even worse than you were on the battlefield. Some people have this discontent in their hearts, but everyone has no complaints against Hakuru. What he couldn't do on his own, Hakuru would never take his word for it. Although Hakuru's words were too radical, it was hoped that the members of the group would come to the same pinnacle, and that such words and deeds would appear to contain the heart of the instructor. And just like that, the Green Legion has been waiting in the wings. They were waiting for Hakuru's instructions to order a surprise attack. The army chiefs who led them were on a more dangerous mission, to be the decoy. Fight beautifully without disgracing the name of the 4 heavenly kings. The figure was clearly seen by Hakuru's additional skill, Heaven's Eye, and was then seen by everyone, even the most extreme legionnaire, through the communication network. They are going to be scared. But beyond the fear, the regiment members were all taken from their gaze by the Wolf Rider army led by Gobta. Everyone had already made up their minds, thinking that this time it would be their turn to work hard. Seeing the members of such a regiment, the uneasiness in Hakuru's heart somewhat subsided. In order to be able to cope with various situations, he thoroughly trained the members of the regiment, but there are still victims of the first battle. Trying to exercise them a little more, despite such regrets, there's no way around it. The enemy is not waiting for them. According to Benimaru's battle plan, the Gobta group is going to fight tooth and nail to maintain the glue. This will surely make the enemy feel anxious. The chariot's shells were not infinite, and there was always a moment when that shower of gunfire stopped. At this point, it was Hakuru's turn to make their appearance. To strike the enemy's supply forces and seize their supplies, this would also easily paralyze enemy chariots. There is another purpose, which is to force out the hidden masters, to wait for the opponent to show up for a win or loss. I hope it's in front of me. Hakuru expected so, but it also depended on timing. It was their first time on the battlefield and they would have died if they had been consumed by fear. Though hopefully they'll more or less alleviate their fears, then the next. All we can do now is pray that the battle will be successful, and that everyone will be safe. Hakuru thought so in his heart, but those worries were ultimately unwarranted. Listen up, everybody. Suddenly, through Benimaru's skill, Rimuru used his mind to talk to everyone. Just by hearing those words, the uneasiness in the hearts of the monsters disappeared. Immediately after, unspeakable excitement began to well up and the flesh gradually became hot as if it were burning. Get rid of the enemy as quickly as possible. Rimuru said so. No, he gave the order. This made Hakuru smile darkly. Looks like I'm overdoing it. You all heard me, right? Yes. Well, go ahead, everyone. There is no need to hold back any longer. Go to the battlefield and make the most of your strength. Long before the old man said those words, the legion of monsters then rushed out like a wave of fury. After that, 10 minutes passed. Some of the infantry, who were originally guarding the Empire's supply forces, fought against the horizontally lined up army of monstrous creatures. The sudden surprise attack by the opponent almost had them in disarray, but these were the elite men of the Empire. They immediately reorganized their posture to find order. Take the armored vehicles for transport as shields, and some troops for sniping magical creatures. The army was outnumbered, and at first glance the battle situation seemed to be in their favor. Yet the Green Legion was not half afraid. Even when exposed to gunfire, the scaled shields set in the front row are still useful. Unlike bows and arrows, small guns shoot without forming parabolas. The purpose is to suppress the enemy at close range, and that suppression cannot be exercised if the enemy at the front of the line is not shot down. Currently, the world is still dominated by swords and magic. If a weapon like a pistol is to be refurbished tactically, it must first exert too good a killing power. There is magic in this world. There is no way to paralyze the enemy with just one shot. The gunshot attack focuses on one point, with swords and axes hitting out with stronger longitudinal attacks. The epoch-making revolution, the new weapons of which the Empire is proud, are not enough to usher in a new era. That being the case, another new type of weapon will be used. Once the commander had made up his mind, he then gave follow-up orders. Damn it. Everyone switched from small guns to magic guns. The whole squad just needs to get the important supplies and meet up with this team. Small pistols, based on knowledge brought from another world to recreate the weapon, there was not much use against magic. No, there was some success in the experimental phase, but at best it was used against magical creatures that were not armed with anything. Then they switched to magic. The average soldier can also use this magic gun with the magic of the Great Flame magic gun carved into it. Using this would cut through most of the magic and let them burn, or so the commander thought. Yet sadly, it must be said that the idea is too naive. The Green Legion is equipped with the latest special grade defense. It was a scaly shield that Garm had processed from Charybdis scales. A lead bullet can bounce off at any time, and it has a special effect. No. Magic is useless against enemy forces. Highly resistant to magic, that's where the scaled shield really comes in. There was another nightmare coming at the Imperial army in the back. The flying dragons flew in from the air. These were the elite of the Blue Corps led by Ultima. Spill blood all you want. After this lovely shout, the entire ground exploded and burst into flames. This was a large-scale attack with the flaming jades. Although not very powerful, it was already quite lethal when used on the infantry of the Empire. And the roar was enough to bring chaos to the battlefield. Support soldiers who are not accustomed to combat, for example, the reserves or the medics, are simply too late to react to sudden changes in the situation. As a result, there was no way to follow orders to rendezvous with our team, resulting in more and more unnecessary casualties. Seeing that the battle situation was more favorable to our side than what he had just worried about, Hakuru was somewhat relieved. "Hi, Mr. Hakuru. Can you hand them over to me for now?" "So it's Miss Ultima. It doesn't matter if I do it for a while." Seeing Ultima jump off the flying dragon's back, Hakuru was like an amiable old grandfather, responding with composure. It's a far cry from the way he treated the group. "Yeah? Then I'll leave it to you." Ultima also looked cute, begging like a granddaughter who was pandering to her grandfather. Veyron and Zonda must have looked dumbfounded, thinking they were dreaming. After all, how could Ultima talk like that? "That's fine, but..." "Well, what is it?" "It's nothing really. Just a question, is Ultima-sama close to Carrera-sama?" "Well, that's a bit of a concern, but since it's Mr. Hakuru, I'll let it go. The answer is simple, we're on super bad terms." Ultima replied with a narrow smile. The expression on her face was as cute as ever, and the vibe on her body was starting to get a little intimidating. Actually, Ultima is very good at pretending to be a good baby. Cruel and cold by nature, her emotional ups and downs are so great that one suspects she has a dual personality. Even so, there is still respect for her predecessors, so few people can detect her nature. Well, that's a shame. Why do you ask? It's nothing, just a little interest. Lady Carrera has a subordinate named Ajira who I want to ask if you know anything about him or not. Hakuru stammered. This demon in Ajira resembles someone Hakuru knew, or he should say it's exactly the same. This person was Akari Byakuya, the grandfather and master of Hakuru. That's why Hakuru was interested in Ajira. Yet Ajira, the party in question, looked as if he did not recognize Hakuru. Is it because you've gotten older and changed your appearance? Hakuru once thought so, but... Sorry. I'm not interested, so it's not clear. Ultima said this indifferently. And she added, if you care so much, why don't you just ask him yourself? That statement is beside the point. Hakuru nodded as he listened, thinking that it was right to say so. That's true. I'm sorry, I seem to have too many worries. Well, it's not good to think too much and worry too much. Still, that one's for later. What's more important now is combat. Otherwise, even Mr. Hakuru would have been scolded by Lord Rimuru. Then the rest is up to you. Leaving those words with a smile, Ultima flew into the sky again. He watched her leave, and then Hakuru changed his expression to one of enlightenment. Oh, my goodness. It seems that it was myself who was not cultivating enough. I'll have to make up for that as soon as possible. Immediately afterwards, Hakuru drew his sword. He turns into a swordsman and is ready to dominate the battlefield. The sight before his eyes stunned Major General Farragut. By managing the plural defensive borders with elite wizards, you can create an air fortress with a proud and all-around defense. Such a hovercraft was shot down by a magical creature. According to Imperial intelligence, it appears to be a rare race called the Dragon People. He had heard that the other side had what was called a human-type dragon's battle strength, but what he saw in front of him was simply worlds apart. Is that guy a monster? I'm not getting any information from the intelligence agency. To get rid of his own self, who is a magical mentor and wizard, so give him false information? Farragut almost thought in that direction, but he thought it shouldn't be. No, not right. Those guys were transforming before my eyes. Could this be a change in the type of magical creature that Master had once written about in his book? It is said that certain races among the magical creatures are free to change into two postures, one suitable for general life and the other specifically for combat. The dragon people who had just fought them were magical creatures that had evolved from the lizard people. They have wings capable of flying through the air, and the stunt is to be able to spit out various attributes of attacks. The danger level is B among magical creatures, which is not to be underestimated, but it is certainly not a particularly threatening opponent. What's going on? Farragut originated to question the adjutant. The discrepancy between the facts and information at hand also seemed to baffle the adjutant in question. I'm so sorry. The person in charge of detecting the energy value of the enemy's magical creatures returned, saying that as soon as the other party's appearance changed, the values increased dramatically. The value was found to be several times higher than the benchmark classified as A rank. You mean, several times higher than an A rank? And completely resistant to magic, is that what it means? Farragut shouted, but that thought was actually wrong. Gable and the others are not magically ineffective despite their high level of magical resistance. It was just that the magic attacks released by the blimps weren't powerful enough to break the multiple barriers that guarded them. I don't want to admit it, but I can only speculate in this direction based on the current situation. Our magic attack was useless at all, but the attack from the enemy magical creatures brought down our proud airship. That kind of thing to see and know. Farragut was tempted to complain. But he stiffly suppressed the urge and managed to cope calmly. It was only about 100 draconians, nothing to be afraid of. No matter how great the gear they wore, they were no match for the Empire's newest weapon. He had always thought so. When as many as 300 flying dragons escaped, he was sure they would win. No, not right. In fact, at this time Farragher felt uneasy. Perhaps he had long experience of fighting in the battlefield, and an unspeakable feeling of foreboding rose in his mind. Am I guessing? But now we have to think about countermeasures. Thinking about this side, Farragher once again looked to the battlefield. Is the reason why it's said several times more is because each one is equivalent to a high-ranking wizard? A catastrophe? No, maybe it's as good as a catastrophe class, is that right? Yes. That's what the analysts' side said. That's tricky. If the magic is useful, even an A-grade magical creature can be disposed of. And what rank are the individuals leading the team? This. What's wrong? Answer quickly. Yes. Then I'll tell you. The adjutant faltered as he looked at the report, but re-reported under Farragher's glare. And its contents shocked Farragher. 10 times more, you say? Is this true? It's true. It's not that the detector is malfunctioning, that's for sure. I've heard that one particular individual has 10 times more mana than the others. What? Farragher lost his voice dumbfounded. Farragher's master Ghidorah reincarnated repeatedly and gained power, even he didn't have such exaggerated magical powers. Such a value is not even close to the Demon Lord. There's no information about the monster, not even the information given by the Intelligence Bureau. And he didn't participate in the martial arts tournament organized by the demon creature, so his fighting strength is unknown. The spy lurking over there said he seemed to have given a conference on herbs. I've heard that the content was interesting at the time, but in retrospect, the aim was actually to hide the equivalent of a catastrophe-level combat power. It was only after listening to the subordinate officers expressing their opinions that Farragher came to his senses. A phenomenon like that just now is definitely a transformation, to hide your fighting strength and let the enemy fall off guard. Later on, he learned that the airship was armed only with magic, so he revealed his true nature. Underestimated by them, thought Farragher. Calm down, everyone. The enemy is magic. In that case, we win. No matter what opponent you face, it's fine as long as you do unleash the magicule disrupting radiation and seal their movements. The dragon people are a very rare race. There are even rarer, but not completely invincible, opponents who can transform among them. The airships were secret weapons developed by the Empire to be used against Veldora. Even the dragon's dependents were no match as long as the real value of the magic element, which disrupted the radiation, was played out. They're also now unleashing the mana-disturbing radiation. Even the surface can be netted with a wide range of influence. But that's like testing the waters and waiting until you're up against Veldora to apply it centrally. If the mana element is disturbed, the magical movements of the body made up of magicule elements will become dull. Just focus on letting the disturbance wave shine, and no matter what kind of magic creature it is, the action will be blocked. Start moving now. Ignoring the adjutants who had rushed to get started, Farragher struggled to get a grip on the battle. With the exception of the individual responsible for taking the lead, the others were all 5 acting together. There are currently 20 in the fray. Fewer than 10 blimps were shot down. In the face of such casualties and losses, there is still a great chance of redemption. Major General Farragher, the irradiation is ready. But if this goes on, our personnel will be affected. So what?
No, it's okay.
In that case, let's get on with it. Yes. The airship was able to float with the power of magic, so what would happen if it was irradiated with magical disruption? This, of course, goes without saying. After losing the magic effect, the hovercraft will fall in obedience to the laws of physics. Of course the people above would not have survived. Farragher is a fellow wizard who once stayed in the Magic Legion, which means that those wizards who look up to him will die. Still, Farragut didn't even raise an eyebrow and gave the order in this regard. Mana disrupting the radiation, start irradiation. Around the engaged hovercraft and Gobbler, the remaining ships began to lay out. Then one by one, the magicule disturbing radiation was irradiated from the bow of the ship. As a result, the blimps fell one after another, along with the Draconians who were fighting them. Sorry about that. It's all a necessary sacrifice. Farragut opened his eyes and prayed silently. The fallen blimp hit the ground hard and burst into flames. The people sitting inside, not to mention the magical creatures, will not be safe and sound. Looks like it's all gone. Then it's just that special individual. Even if magic doesn't work, there's no way they can survive the shock and the heat. Although the sacrifice was great, being able to pack 100 high-ranking monsters, such a price is already quite cheap, the adjutants were relieved. But Farragut threw a cold shower of water at them with a scolding. Don't be careless. It was a sacrifice for a companion, nothing to be proud of in a battle like this. And we haven't packed that individual away yet. Hearing this, several adjutants tensed their nerves along with it. Even that special individual that was equivalent to a demon lord level was blocked from moving. But his wings were still there, still lingering in the air. Now that 20 hovercraft had been sacrificed, how could just one kill this enemy? If only Gobda, the 4 heavenly kings, who cannot fly in the air, were left, we wouldn't have to work so hard. If allied with Lord Geist's charioteer force, no amount of tenacious defending could break it down. However, he's been so dislodged by the weapon that he can't move. As long as you keep irradiating at this pace, it won't be long before the flesh falls apart. No, I don't think so. The analyst class is observing, and they say the rate of reduction in magicule values for particular individuals is minimal. Hearing what the adjutants were talking about, Farragut instantly had a chill to the bone. There are already so many of them. More than 70 hovercrafts together releasing magicule disrupting radiation, but only barely sealing the operation? Then wouldn't the effect of weakening the magical creature be of no use to that guy at all? While thinking, how could there be such a thing? Farragut simultaneously thought to himself that he had to rearrange his battle plans. This is when he realized that the enemy's strength was on a different level than theirs. Letting all the magical vein disrupt the radio concentration only barely seals its action. Taking some time might have made it weaker, and it was surprising that there could even such a monster, except for Veldora. Doesn't that mean this guy is tougher than Gobda of the 4 heavenly kings? No, is that it? It was at this moment that a certain thought suddenly flashed through Farragut's mind. In fact, this particular individual must be their target, Veldora. Farragut couldn't help but agree with himself. So that's it, this guy is Veldora. This would explain why his mana values were abnormally high. When he looked back, his mouth had taken the liberty of muttering those words. All sorts of reactions emerged from the adjutants as they listened. I see, because his seal has just been lifted, he has become weak, so weak that he cannot maintain his dragon form. Weak. He's so powerful, but he's still weakening. Even those followers are comparable to dragons, so maybe they can find someone comparable to the high-ranking dragon clan. Faced with such adjutants, Farragut opened his mouth. Exactly. That's what's scary about Veldora. Once upon a time, the Imperial army was defeated by Veldora. My master, Ghidorah, also told me about the situation at that time. It's been sealed for 300 years and the guy is still so strong. It's hard to imagine how strong he was before being sealed, right? After listening to Farragut's explanation, the adjutants nodded in sympathy. Indeed, with such great power, it is no wonder that the Farmus army was exterminated. Major General Farragut has a point. That guy must be Veldora. Most agreed like this, but some of them were skeptical. Excuse me, Major General Farragut. But the name of the head of the dragon people is Gable. Even when questioned in this way, Farragut laughed. I'm telling you, that's a fake name. It was heard that Veldora was sealed and his strength declined along with it. I think it's to try to hide it as much as possible until his original combat power is restored. Now that the other side was so asserted, the adjutant could only compromise. It's unheard of for a magical creature to use a pseudonym. No, that's more like a Veldora move. While there is still much to Foxhole, he interprets it himself in this way. Immediately afterwards, when everyone decided that the particular individual in front of them was Veldora, the adjutants began to have a look of joy on their faces. Although our ace blimp showed less damage, it was understandable that the opponent was Veldora. It's better to say lucky. Attention must be paid to the widespread attack that wiped out the Farmus army. It's a correct choice to use the magic vein to disrupt the radiation to seal his movements as soon as possible. Exactly, thought Farragut. Veldora is trapped by the mana disturbing radiation and the whole person can't move. As long as it continues to drain his strength at this pace, it will be easier to solve it afterwards. A quick glance back reveals that they got the biggest battle result of the campaign so far. Farragut has to savor this good fortune.
Is the output of the magical disrupted radiation okay?
No problem. The output is down at 80%, which is pretty steady. How long will it take to get up to maximum output? Not for an hour. The current state alone was a struggle to seal the action, but Veldora's flesh had begun to gradually crumble. The effect should be well worth the wait. Does that mean that Veldora has only an hour to live if he comes back? Until then, Lord Geist can also complete the ground suppression. These adjutants are excellent. As far as he could see his intentions without saying anything, he started a discussion with the analysis class. Then revisited the combat plan and filtered out the problem. The conclusion was that after 1 hour, the 4 Heavenly King Gobter would also be finished with his crusade. The hobgoblin that was merged with the demon wolf was also a powerful individual, but still not as good as Veldora. As long as Geist's charioteer units got serious, it wouldn't be that hard to crush such an opponent. Magic doesn't work, and that's because the opponent is Veldora and his dependents, which is something that can't be done. But the goddess of victory is smiling down on us. As long as we wait slowly like this, the Empire's long-cherished wish will come true. Farragut was so convinced and inspired their soldiers and generals. An atmosphere of imminent triumph permeated the bridge. I'll have the bar set up. Good idea. Please be prepared to set aside the 400-year-old wine from your collection. It's a dreamy escape to celebrate the Empire's shame. If it had been an hour, the sediment in the wine would have sunk. Well, leave that to me. Give me one too. A beautiful girl with long dark purple hair tied back into a single ponytail had unknowingly taken her seat next to Farragut as an adjutant. When exactly did she start sitting here? No, rather. The other party was wearing a military uniform, a dress that didn't match her age. However, the seemingly serious military uniforms can contrast with the vulnerable aura of a young girl. Farragut cringed at his own carelessness. He was negligent in confirming that he would win. It's not just Farragut, it can be applied to all the soldier generals present. It was only when these soldiers and their generals were not on guard that the girl was able to invade. Who are you? Where did she invade from? And what is the purpose of the maiden? To say whether she was an enemy or one of her own would certainly qualify her as such. Farragut didn't think the maiden would answer honestly. No?
Then it's okay to give me tea.
I've been visiting on the side and feel thirsty. Hearing Farragut ask who was coming, the men on the bridge turned their heads. Next, they found the maiden and were surprised to find her eyes wide open. Not only the ships, but also the inside of the ships are also arranged with barriers. However, no abnormality was detected. The maiden took it for granted and just stayed there. I'm asking what you are. Farragut slowly stood up and came face to face with the maiden. Then draws his gun and asks the same thing again. Even so, the maiden continued to laugh. Even when a gun was pointed at her, she still didn't consider it a threat. After all, this maiden's real face is. Who am I? you ask? My name is Ultima. It is a very important and precious name given to me by Lord Rimuru. Because she is one of the strongest forces in this world, the purple primordial. Faragher calmly observes Ultima, looking to get a good look at his opponent. In order to achieve this, he believes that the most effective means of gathering information is through dialogue. Your name is Ultima? Haven't even heard of it. Yeah? You are so ignorant. I've come to ask a lot of questions today, and it doesn't look like it's worth expecting. What did you say? Because you're going to die soon, right? So until then, I hope you can reveal all sorts of information to me. With an innocent smile, Ultima said so. Seeing Ultima pose in such an attitude, Faragher had an unspeakable feeling in his heart. It was similar, that's right. It was like facing those high-ranking members of the Imperial Emperor's Order of the Near Guard, who absolutely existed, and maybe this girl's sense of oppression was even stronger. Hard to believe, I lost to the other side in terms of stamina. I'm so afraid of such a young girl. Faragher began to doubt his instincts. However, the reality of the matter came to light, and the young girl sitting in front of him, Ultima, who had invaded the ship alone, was simply extraordinary. This definitely needs to be classified as an emergency. Faragher speculated on Ultima's purpose, and next found out that her purpose was actually quite obvious. Outside the window was the trapped Veldora. Such a sight symbolized the imminent victory of the Empire, and it must have been desperate to see in the eyes of those demonic creatures. It was to save him that the magical creature underneath Veldora acted, right? Her name is Ultima? Even I shuddered at the sight of such a magical creature, and I didn't expect the Intelligence Bureau to fail to grasp this figure. She's an ace, I'm afraid. It must be a high-level magical creature that belongs directly to Veldora. That must be right. She was a subordinate that had only recently been named. Although the appearance was close to human, the demonic aura was unnerving and evil to the point of being indescribable. It was still unclear who the other party really was, but fortunately, Faragher knew where the demonic spirit with such a demonic aura was. For Ghidorah, the master of the Faragher, was once keenly studied for a time. Pointing the gun at Ultima, Faragher opened his mouth to question. I get it. You're from the demon race, aren't you? Wow, that's awesome. That's the right answer. As if to say that's par for the course, Faragher snorted. To be able to exude such a strong evil aura must be a high-ranking demon general. And it's still a monster that gets a name for flesh. The question is what class Ultima is. She's definitely an aristocrat.
That's okay if it's below the Middle Ages, but if it's an older species, it might be a struggle to deal with.
No, in this case, we have a way to seal the demon's stunt. Demons who can't use magic are nothing to fear. Thinking about this side, Faragher secretly gave instructions to the ministry. He wanted his men to launch a magic vein disruption radiation on the inside of the warship. In that case, the magic enhancement cannon cannot be used. And no magic guns can be used either, the wizards on the ship will be useless, right? But that's what Faragher wants. Zone magical creatures, the magical element is not a threat when sealed. The same goes for demons. As long as the mana was sealed, the demons could not use the magic they used as weapons. The opponent is a high-ranking demon general, and minions who will use magic are useless no matter how many come. Instead of that, it's better to put the demon at an irreversible disadvantage so that the odds of winning also increase. Glancing at the gun in his hand, he sneaked his hand up to the sword hanging from his waist. Then to distract Ultima, continue the conversation with her. It's surprising that Veldora has a demon like you as a subordinate. Huh? Lord Veldora's subordinate? Heh, you don't have to hide it. In that case, there's no other reason than to come to the rescue of the master. No. I am a loyal servant of Lord Rimuru. She's under the demon Lord Rimuru. No, her goal must have been to save Veldora. It is true that there is no mention in the report that Veldora had a subordinate on this matter. But it didn't matter if the demon lord's men were still Veldora's men. That's rude. So, you're here to save Veldora, right? What have you been saying since just now? I just said I was coming to ask about something. Don't you people listen to people? It seems the two sides are talking about the same thing. Is that a bluff? I don't think there's any need to hide it, but what's this guy's purpose? Farragher worried if he had gotten something wrong. An unspeakable uneasiness rose in his mind, a feeling that had disturbed him. He felt like he was making a big mistake. So, what do you want to ask? Hearing these words, Ultima, as if she had been waiting for this moment, smiled and then spoke with a smile on her face. The construction of this ship and the way it is used is a major focus. Also exploring the remaining war power in the Empire in passing. And how many strong men there are on your side, as far as you know, just admit it. To pose such an innocent attitude is simply to rag on a small view. You underestimate us, so just so. I'll admit she's a little tricky, but what can the other person do when they're alone? As unsettling as it was, these were Farragher's genuine thoughts. It won't be long before it's ready to be completed. He also has killer weapons that he uses against demons. The afterglow in the corner of his eye caught the coded signal his own men had played, indicating readiness. This will definitely be able to beat the other side. Farragher looks to regain some leeway. Hare, you think we're gonna tell the truth? I don't think so, but it doesn't matter. Let's forget about that. Is the tea ready yet? I've been waiting. Forget the tea, I'll serve you something better. Seeming to have shaken off all the confusion, Farragher pulled the trigger. Bullets were fired, and that became the signal for war to begin. The place was also affected by the magicule disturbing radiation. The pistol Farragher holds is not a magic gun. The M1911, a military automatic pistol developed by the American Colt Manufacturing Company, is an antique brought to us by otherworldly visitors, carefully maintained daily, and is a favorite pistol of Farragher. It holds 7+1 rounds. The power of the large-caliber bullets made especially for a large sum of money is worthy of the nickname of the handheld cannon. But that's a fake move at best. The demon races were all spiritual beings and ordinary weapons were simply useless to them. If it was a demon possessing flesh, perhaps it would sense some pain, but that's about it at best. Farragher disarmed the insurance with a skilled move, knocking all the bullets out. He wasn't optimistic enough to think he was lucky enough to accidentally take down his opponent. Only those who dared to underestimate a high-ranking demon general and want to commit suicide would do such a thing. When the voices stopped, things went exactly as Farragher had expected. Ultima sat in her chair as if indifferently. She opened her left hand and let 8 rounds fall with a clatter. Not knowing how she did it without using magic, the bullet lost its physical energy and Ultima's hand was unharmed. That's a funny toy. But I prefer what Lord Rimuru has in his hands. Yeah? I'd like to see that. The results were less positive than expected, but Farragher wasn't surprised. He put his gun away and drew the sword that hung around his waist. The Imperial-style magic sword won't expire even if it's affected by the mana-disturbing radiation. By using his own magic power to circulate the magical elements, Farragher is able to achieve the same effect as a magic sword, and is more powerful than the skill-fighting chi sword. If it was a magic sword, it would also work against the demon race. As long as they can destroy each other's flesh, there is no way for the other party to tolerate magicule-disrupting radiation. That's what Farragher thought. Hurry up and drive her back to the demon world. In addition to being a magical instructor, Farragher's swordplay was also highly skilled. It was just that he didn't deliberately boast about it. He thought to himself that he wouldn't lose to a famous swordsman. It was because Farragher had this ability that he could stay calmly in this environment where magic was sealed. Ultima was no exception, and even with the effects of the mana-disturbing radiation, she was still as unhurried as ever. Farragher thinks the other side is just holding out hard. Not to be fooled by his opponent's acting, he calmly makes his judgments. What's it like to be sealed by someone who's good at magic? Question mark. Putting on a misguided expression, Ultima crooked her head. Hare, are you in a hurry? The time for chatting is over, motherfucking demon. The aura on Farragher's body changed abruptly, a tension that was invisible to the naked eye permeating between him and Ultima. Oh, you want to fight me? You don't have to say that. Would anyone be stupid enough to respond to a deal with the devil? Stupid? I say, is this supposed to be about me? Stupid, don't you even understand that? Then I'll tell you something. It's the strong ones you want to explore, and I'm one of them. While Ultima was talking, Farragher stabbed his sword through in a single breath. This is an expert-grade spike. The stab at Ultima's heart, even if the opponent was a demon, it couldn't avoid it, it was a sure-fire blow. However, the sky is the limit. I'll kill you last. A voice came from behind Farragher. Farragher's sure-fire strike couldn't even touch Ultima, who was originally sitting on a chair, only poking a hole in the chair. Surprisingly, something like this could happen. Just now Ultima was still sitting in front of his eyes, and when Farragher found out, the other party had come behind him. This is incredibly realistic for Farragher.
Since you don't want to talk to me, that's okay.
But when I ask a question, you have to give me the answer. Rest assured. Even if you don't tell me, I can take knowledge at will. With an innocent smile, Ultima looked around at the general soldiers watching, then announced in a voice that was unnervingly frightening, "Then we'll start with you." Huh? Farragher turned his head in a panic as some sort of circular object flew past him. Pop chop, that thing hit the wall and made a puddle on it. That thing is a human head to be exact. One of the adjutants lost everything from the neck up, and then, as if suddenly remembering that he had lost his head, he fell to the ground with a jerk. How could? Looks like he doesn't know much information. Hurry up and find the next one. Once that was said, Ultima casually twisted the head of the enemy soldier general, played for a few seconds and then dropped it, starting to repeat the matter over and over. One by one, the fallen appear. The bridge was suddenly hell, filled with shrieks and fear. Pop, 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 pop. Make contact with the other ships and focus around our command ship. The wizards went into a state of panic from fear and immediately came to their senses upon hearing Farragher say so. Everyone hurry and follow the order. This mana disruptor is your new weapon, isn't it? Theoretically, to hinder magic by firing a jumbled number of commands at the magic element? It does have an effect on magical things, but do you guys think it will work for me? Lovingly tilting her head, Ultima mumbled out her doubts. Like in response to her, Farragher shouted. A bluff. Don't think you can bluff your way through. Well, I guess you don't understand. If the flesh is made up of monstrous beasts and so on, one can expect to play to great effect. But don't you think there's no point in doing that when you've already acquired flesh like me? What did you say? Also, if it's a lower order demon, it doesn't mean anything to a higher order demon, does it? Just as you would naturally breathe, we can naturally generate magic as soon as we are aware of it. Just like this. Ultima disappeared without a trace as soon as the words were spoken. At the same time, the head communicator sitting in the last position flew out with it. This is what Ultima made by moving in a flash. See? Just now I just moved and this man's head flew off. It's beyond the speed of sound, but it doesn't send out shock waves or anything, right? Because I move like this by magic. And then there's... Ultima flicked her wrist. The front of the fingertips seemed to blur for an instant. Immediately followed by a bang, and with that impact, the adjutant standing beside Farragher lost his head. It's easy to follow the laws of physics like this and send out shock waves. Ultima spoke innocently while not changing her face to commit this cruel act. It doesn't look guilty at all. How could? The pale Farragher began muttering to himself. Then Ultima's words finally made their way into Farragher's head. To comprehend them, the common sense that Farragher had cultivated so far would instead constitute a hindrance. It was as if someone from afar was speaking a foreign language, and there was something incredible about it. His instincts refused to understand. High-ranking demons, is she really? It is only now that Farragut thinks deeply about who Ultima really is. According to Farragut's strength, he could be equal to a high-ranking magician. If it's a newborn individual, he can win on his own. Although there was no way to defeat the ancient race and above, facing the Viscount class below the middle-age race, even if they couldn't defeat their opponent in the end, they could still fight beautifully. So, what is the status quo? It was not at all useful to have the mana-disrupting radiation that even Veldora could seal. This high-ranking demon general who called herself Ultima had acquired flesh, but her strength was extraordinary, even subverting common sense in Farragut's mind. He found no chance of beating Ultima no matter how much he struggled. So it was decided not to keep it any longer and to use the slayers used specifically to deal with demons. Don't get cocky, you damned demon. The spirit summons the flaming giant. Come, flaming high spirit of the origin. Only heroic characters can use this most powerful summoning magic. There was no way for Farragut alone to perform such secret magic, but this blimp had magic-enhanced cannons on board, along with 50 wizards, making the impossible possible. And for the spirits, the effects of magicule disrupting radiation are minimal. Thus he succeeded in summoning. Destroying the bridge, the flaming giant descended upon it. If it was a high-ranking spirit with an advantage relative to a demon, even an opponent who was a high-ranking demon general could defeat it. Sure of being able to do so, Farragut yelled at Ultima. I admit you're a monster. But we've been doing research on demons. So we also have a foolproof response. It's a pity that even you're going down. Even after hearing Farragut's high voice, Ultima still had a smile on her face. A smile. He didn't think it was such a terrible thing to experience for the first time in Farragut's life. No way. That's not possible. There's no way she can defeat the flaming giant we summoned. The flame giant summoned by Laga was being infused with power by 50 wizards through magic enhancement cannons. Of course, the flame giant's strength will be several times higher than that of ordinary high-ranking spirits, regardless of whether they are facing ancient or prehistoric species. Even if they encounter high-ranking demons, they will not lose. Yet the fear in Farragut's heart is hard to erase. It is only to summon such scum, not to get carried away. While I'm at it with a kind smile on my face, you'd better be honest with yourselves. Otherwise you will taste the despair. Ah, this is the end, Farragut understood. It's a gut feeling. And his instincts were right. The next second, right in front of Farragut's eyes, the flame giant, the embodiment of absolute power, froze to pieces. As if in a breath change, Ultima unleashed the elemental magic frozen hell without chanting through it. It's a monster. That's nothing, that's nothing. It was about time to go down the Yellow Springs Road, and the stupid people started crying and screaming. Complete panic. It is understandable that there would be such a reaction. For the incarnation of death stood before them. Then I'll move on to the questions. Ultima, who could be said to have a very cheerful voice, became the last words those poor people heard. In a few minutes. The smiling Ultima nodded. She was very happy to have all the information she wanted to know. Although there was no way to seize all the knowledge, sensing human brainwaves for intelligence was easy for Ultima. Ultima was an intelligence marshal, and bringing intelligence back was part of the mission. If the results were satisfactory, she was sure their master, Rimuru, would be pleased too. She'd be happy if he could compliment her, thought Ultima. Then she looked to the one who was still alive. That man is Farragut. In the midst of this desperation, Ultima had no choice but to spare Farragut. The reason is certainly not of the compassionate kind. You called me a fool, so I'm going to take the greatest fear and give it to you as a gift. If you try, maybe you'll survive, try to struggle. Ultima thus proclaimed was like a whisper, while unleashing a spell. A fist-sized pitch-black karma flame appeared in her left hand. Farragut knew such things. Abyss Core, This uncontrollable hellfire occurs when some kind of magic is unleashed. It is said to be uncontrollable by humans and is a kind of extreme magic. No, it's just that Farragut doesn't know that someone is actually in control. If it was the 7 celestial sages who had once been human heroes, it was possible to control the 3 of them together. However, the black flame core emitted by Ultima now was more than twice as large as that emitted by the 7 celestial sages. Farragut knew nothing about it, but even he could see that it was a strategic-level threat. Ultima threw something like that out with ease. Then take care of yourself. Goodbye. With these words, Ultima left the bridge. Farragut, who had been thrown down, stood there dumbfounded. What exactly is Ultima's true identity? That question is no longer important to the present Farragut. As he suffered the black flame core baptism, Farragut knew that his life was coming to an end at this time. There was absolutely no way he could control the black flame core, and instinct made him understand that. He was right to understand it that way. It doesn't make sense to make a full effort with respect to the algorithm. As if mocking Farragut's efforts were worthless, the fires of karma that were out of Ultima's control just swelled, multiplied, and spread. Then, after waiting for Ultima to fly away, the black fireball immediately devoured the command ship. That fireball expanded massively and then exploded, turning into the ultimate destruction magic, nuclear flame. And Farragut, who was forced to stay. It's beautiful, this is magic at its best. A trance-like expression came over his face, the black flames burning his body. The body evaporates and the soul tastes the pain of being burned by karma fire. I don't know if Master Ghidorah ever experienced this miracle. No, that's not possible, so asserts Farragut. The magical hindrance created by the magical radiation of the mana-disturbing radiation would be deactivated by simply dominating it with a stronger thought wave. Farragut understood this. The proof is this beautiful destructive magic perfection given to Farragut despair. Farragut, while savoring the despair of being surrounded by extreme magic, and the good fortune that comes with that, comes to the end of his career. The air combat flying corps he led was completely destroyed by the flame of destruction, leaving not even a trace. The first wave of damage is the superhot flame and the second wave of damage is the shockwave from the explosion. The command ship evaporated in a superheat beyond belief. The surrounding ships erupted and scattered, their hulls turning into cannonballs. The ship's debris flew apart at supersonic speeds, and this alone caused a great deal of damage. This Big Bang determines the trends on the battlefield. The only ships that remain intact are those that fall to the ground in the first place. The ships that remained in the air were all victimized by chain explosions and were sunk in an instant. So, before the original Imperial assassins, the Air Combat Flying Corps, had even fought with Veldora, all the ships were destroyed in the blink of an eye, defeated and left with a discredited record. As Ultima flew away from the ship, her interest in Farragut completely disappeared. Watching the ball of fire that swelled into a larger and upward spiral, she nodded with seeming satisfaction. Thinking that Rimuru was asking everyone to give it their all, she thought that she should increase her power a bit more, but then she thought that doing such a thing would kill all the flying dragon congregation on the ground, which made her think that what she had done earlier was just right. Although something terrible had happened in the air, the damage to the flying dragon congregation was calculated as 0. No, it didn't actually meet the standard, and someone was indirectly victimized afterwards, but Ultima doesn't care that much. More than that, Ultima cared about Gable's actions. What has Mr. Gable been up to since just now? Gable was hit with concentrated fire from the magicule disturbance radiation. It looked as if he had been mistaken for Veldora for some reason, but Ultima didn't bother with that. At this rate, Gable would be swallowed up by the flame of destruction, and she hoped he retreated quickly for refuge. Troubled but unable to do anything about it, Ultima had to fly to Gable's side. "I say, Mr. Gable, what have you been up to since just now?" Oh, it's Miss Ultima. In fact, I've got a new grip." Somehow Gable had a look of pride as he answered Ultima's question. Ultima was originally still curious about what was going on, but it occurred to her that she would have to retreat first now. She wouldn't be killed by her own magic, but Gable probably couldn't afford it. Maybe he'll survive, but the odds of winning such a bet are too low. She didn't want to carry the notoriety of killing one of her own, so Ultima took Gable with her by force. She came to the ground to meet the flying dragon. It was at this point that Ultima could finally start questioning. So what the hell just happened? Ultima questioned Gable's tone of voice with a firmness. In addition to holding the position of intelligence marshal, Ultima is also the inspector general, who is to monitor Gable's movements. Not just assisting him, but advising him so he doesn't take the wrong action. A Gable failure is the same as an Ultima failure, so of course she will be harsh. But Gable does not know how to read words and say such things. Gah, 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 gah. Actually, it was, being hit by a special light released by the enemy, I thought of something. I saw on the spot that the property of the thing was that it would have an effect on the magic element, so I thought I'd experiment and see how far I could take it. Gable, the stinking lizard, had better be scolded by Lord Rimuru, thought Ultima, but she relented and pursued the question next. So what's this new feel you're talking about? Woohoo, that's the point. Listen up, you guys. With regard to our inherent skill, dragon warriorization, Mr. Midray once said that skillfulness can prolong use. Now I'm in a state of transformation, right? Turning his head and looking around at all his companions, Gable spoke triumphantly. Hearing this, the flying dragon congregation looked at him and back, showing a surprised expression towards each other. The average amount of time they could transform was only about 10 minutes, and everyone had long since recovered. I thought it was the Gable who could do it, as a matter of course, but it seems not. So if we know the mystery of it, we can extend our time too. In this way, Gable's men began to clamor one after another. Watching Gable they began to clamor, Ultima showed an unbearable look. I sincerely hope that these lizards will kick the can down the road and suffer. She has no mercy on her enemies, even in the face of her men. But strictly speaking, Gable and his men were not her minions. If they took the liberty of doing so, it would be Ultima who would be scolded by Rimuru.
It was only okay to be scolded. To think that Rimuru was so angry when his men were injured, then he would probably be punished even more horribly.
They might even get kicked out. Ultima didn't want that to happen. The relief of your own stress and possible punishment are measured on the scale, and in the end the heart is unwilling to choose to be patient. Gable spoke up to such an Ultima. It is thanks to Miss Ultima that I have discovered the secret behind this power. You bought me time because you believed I had other ideas. Huh? Oh, don't play dumb, I've seen it all. Your willingness to give immature us the opportunity to grow is really appreciated. It didn't bother Ultima to be told that. She regained her composure and her opinion of Gable rose a little. Let's take it as it is. By the way, what's new with Mr. Gable? Everyone seems to be wondering. Ultima decided not to correct Gable's misunderstanding. Because she thought it was more important to clean up the mess now than that. Currently the fighting is only taking place in localized areas. There was Hakuru in charge of the rear, and there was the central area where Gobta and Ranga were fighting like crazy. And then there was the enemy stronghold to which Testarossa was heading, 3 places in all. The aerial battle force that Gable and the rest were responsible for holding off had been expelled and had to go to other battlefields for support. No time for a leisurely chat here. This matter is expected to be reported to Lord Rimuru, but I will briefly explain it first. It should also help boost combat power, and you all need to listen carefully. Taking these words as an opening, Gable proceeded to paraphrase with a serious expression. The content is related to the complete control of dragon warriorization. Dragon warriorization, an inherent skill of the dragon people, is a special skill that strengthens itself by letting the mana get out of control. The out-of-control mana will absorb the surrounding material and strengthen the user's flesh. By increasing the quality in this area to improve the defense, even if injured, it will recover immediately. They will not be able to use magic because the mana will get out of control, but there is nothing wrong with using skills like spitting breath. It is a great power if it retains self-awareness, and mere reinforcement will only be effective. Then, the enemy attacks seem to have the property of disrupting the movement of the mana. It feels like my power seems to be further strengthened. So, it will be stronger than this current stance. Even Ultima was surprised that the magical vein disturbance radiation had such an unexpected effect. The amount of mana Gable possesses today is not dissimilar to the amount of mana Clayman had when he awakened before his death. It's surprisingly reinforced and looks to have a listening value. The mere act of letting the monster element get out of control could increase the power, and Ultima was naturally surprised to hear that it could surpass an awakened demon king, a true demon lord, on a numerical level. After all, where in the world is such a good thing? No, it's not that. Despite the increase in power, I couldn't control it smoothly. So I concentrated my consciousness and felt the mana that was out of control within me. It turned out to be just like that, the body couldn't move. Even if it didn't hurt, Gable couldn't move. But Gable could be said to have learned how to sense mana right about that time as he got more and more frustrated. Mr. Midray once said, "The realm without me, right? To look squarely at the universe within you and listen to those voices. This way. It's too long. Keep it simple and clear." At this time, Ultima spat viciously, and Gable's men nodded in agreement. Temperamentally seeming to lose to everyone, Gable nodded and said, yes. To put it simply, it's a matter of sensing the out-of-control mana first, and then casting the numinous power. This way the unthinkable can happen and the power can be controlled. Upon hearing this, Gable's men began to clamor, saying outright, "It's too messy." Instead, it was Ultima who gave an "oh" in her heart. It was easier than breathing for herself, but it seemed very difficult for Gable and the others, and watching Gable and the others react, Ultima found out about it. At the same time Ultima began to take an interest. "Oh? Meaning that Mr. Gable's men might get stronger if I exercise them? That would certainly help Rimuru. Rimuru would most likely compliment her. I see what Mr. Gable means. But these will be negotiated later. Now to go first and help the little hobgoblins." Ultima said this as if to announce that the break was over. Originally intending to return the favor by saying that Gable was slacking off, Gable brought such meaningful information that Ultima was a little impressed with him, so she did some favors. Containing the actions of Gable, she decided to turn a blind eye this time. "Well, that's right. Then let's go over there and provide support too." Gable also cheerfully agreed. The man was still in a state of utterly wrong-headedness, but Ultima didn't think that would matter. It was actually a bit less complicated for her, so she didn't say anything and just left it at that. If someone doesn't live up to the standard, they'll be educated again later, so be aware of that. Then I'll help too. That's a great idea, Ultima smiled sweetly as she thought about it. Gable and the others did not spot Ultima's attempt and returned to the battlefield again. "No way, how can this be?" In the main camp, far from the battlefield, Lieutenant General Geist shouted with an iron grimace. The tragedy of the impossible is presented. His proud division of magic-guided chariots was being tricked by a monster wolf who turned into a humanoid. The sight was like a nightmare. It is now certain that the damaged body has taken up the majority. It was immediately certain that he was about to be defeated, but the battle was progressing much faster than expected, causing him to miss the opportunity to retreat. There is also no way to report on the situation to Calgurio, the Mecha Corps Chief and Commander-in-Chief. I must report to that Calgurio guy quickly to get permission to evacuate. Geist's rational dimension speaks thus. But even if it's reported, the other side won't allow it. This team, led by Calgurio, is already in action, and if Geist retreats at this juncture, it will be isolated this time. In front of the base of the Demon Lord Rimuru, the main force of the Mecha Regiment is supporting them. Each of them was a warrior who had undergone reconstructive surgery and made the empire proud, and was full of an overwhelming army of 700,000. Even if it was the main force that would win by 100%, it would inevitably be panicked if it was known that the rear force was retreating. The armies of the Dwarven Kingdom will also be out in force. That way, they would pigeonhole the enemy along with the forces of the demon lord Rimuru. This means that the supply line will be cut. Even if you don't sleep or eat, the mech-modified core can still be active for about a week. But that's the limit. As long as they still had human bodies, supplies were indispensable. My mission is to suppress the Dwarven Kingdom. To retreat from this battlefield would be to abandon them with Kalgurio. Even if there's no way to win, at least keep it together. But it's difficult to implement. What Geist saw before his eyes was the defeat of their army. The rear is also in a state of disarray, with the chain of command even more disrupted. One's own people even started killing each other. Even if the battle continues, it's only a matter of time before it's all over. Lieutenant General Geist. No matter what we do, it's all over. Please, please, please order a retreat. Without having to listen to the advice of these ministers, Geist held the same view as them, yet once this order is given, he takes all the blame for the defeat. That said, Lieutenant General Geist, a man of impeccable personal bravery, was also highly regarded within the army. He had never encountered such a setback before, and therefore was not used to the situation he was experiencing at the moment. How can I retreat? If so, His Majesty will certainly dispose of me. How could this be allowed to happen? I am the man who is going to be a hero in the future. But here is where my road to greatness is going to be ruined. At the very least, there has to be a justification that doesn't hold me accountable alone. Now the battle bets on the prestige of the Empire and will end with his failure, an idea that reveals Geist's true nature. He only wanted to preserve himself, and didn't care about sacrificing his men. Geist is such a minor character. Lieutenant General, it will be difficult to revive the troops at this rate. This team has not turned into a scattered mess at the moment. We should let them get rid of the enemy in the rear. There is no shame in withdrawing for a while. If the fighting continues, we will only suffer more. Upon receiving such a suggestion, Geist finally began to use his brain. If he loses the troops assigned to him from above, he will not be punished in any case. Don't say it's relegation, maybe it's going to cost you your life without a referee. Damn it. I'm the man who's going to be a hero. How dare you let this happen? You're all incompetent and will only rip my legs off. Fully revealing his ugly nature, Geist scandalized. Just at this time the sound of the Big Bang boomed, almost drowning out his voice. The other side is also shaken by this. What happened? The enemy attacks through magic. Magic? Could it be nuclear strike magic? It's not certain yet, but it should be right in terms of scale. But that. What is it? Say it. Yes. As for the enemy's attack magic, the one that seems to be able to easily break through the Legion's magic that our army uses exclusively for defense. What? What about the level of casualties? The explosion was overhead. We've lost contact with friendly airships. This is not possible. You mean the blimps, the Empire's proud air combat flying corps, are all gone? One by one, they clarified the situation. One thing this makes clear to everyone is that the damage is worse than imagined. The blimps that could not be contacted included not just one, but all of them. This could only be explained by the fact that the magic just now had wiped out all the airships. The airship is carrying a new type of weapon, the mana disruptor radiation, and yet it has been defeated by magic, which is incredible. We're retreating. No, we should retreat somewhere else and regroup. Rather than speaking to the soldier generals, he was speaking to himself. Geist so ordered. Faced with this overly unfavorable situation, Geist finally made a judgment call for everyone to retreat. But this judgment was made too late to have a critical impact. A brisk voice rang out across the battlefield. Oops. You're not going to say it's over here, are you? I should have said that already. If you invade, we will show no mercy. Geist hurriedly turned his head in the direction of the sound, a beautiful face of extreme whiteness reflected before his eyes. The other party wore a full smile. It's Testarossa. Don't look at me like that, I'm a woman of my word. After all, when I used to come to this world to play, I had indeed fulfilled the desire of my lord. Please be assured. And I will repay you well. Geist's heart was occupied with fear. Not the fear of inferiority in wanting to know how to preserve oneself, but the never-ending fear that erodes instinct and threatens the root of life. You're a. Oops. Maybe you forgot. How rude. As if looking at a headache-stricken child, Testarossa gave a motherly look and her mouth responded. How could Geist forget? On the one hand, not much time had passed since they parted, and yet the beautiful white hair and red eyes that were so full of charm were absolutely impossible to forget, no matter how many years passed, but it's more about fear. Testarossa's beautiful face gave Geist the creeps. Forcing down this fear, Geist intended to order his men to attack. Yet no one responded. I don't know what you want to do, but your men are resting. They seem to be very tired. Because, they don't seem to be able to stand up anymore. As if in a whisper, the voice of Testarossa informed rang in Geist. They had been talking face to face until just now, and when they came back, they were standing behind each other. Geist didn't take her lightly and definitely didn't take his eyes off of her, but Testarossa moved without anyone seeing. Moved too fast. Even more frightening was the absence of any sound at all. Geist has a unique technique called player that can sense the movement of the opponent through the sound. No matter how skilled, no one can control that tiny sound. Not just the beating of the heart, but even the sound of blood flowing through the veins can be captured. But there was no semblance of a voice in Testarossa, and by this time Geist had discovered another horrible fact, and that was that the fallen men made no more noise. They're all dead. You killed all these men. One side stomped a shaky pace and fled away from Testarossa, while Geist asked. To this, Testarossa replied without guilt. Oops. Since I was a little hungry, I ate a little. You said you ate some? What is it to eat? Well, I ate a little bit of soul. Hearing the other side talk like it was nothing, Geist was outraged. Anger overrode fear and his body found strength again. Go to hell, evil demon. Mind Requiem. Geist took advantage of the opportunity to make the strongest aura he possessed. A murderous sound wave was released into the surrounding space that left people with no place to run. This murderous sound wave will have a spiritual effect on intelligent lifeforms, and its special effect will cause these lifeforms to die. It also works on these spiritual beings, spirits or demons, and is Geist's ace move, but only in exchange for a graceful smile from Testarossa. Ah, the sound is so refreshing. What a waste to let humans have such a beautiful tone. It's a pity. You're such a great musician, and I have to kill you. A look of sorrow overshadowed the drunkenness, and Testarossa murmured. Seeing Testarossa like this, Geist knew his attack wouldn't work. Then he felt despair. Although always bewitched by her beauty, Testarossa is certainly not human and is an over-the-top formidable character. That's when Geist finally realized it. Probably more so than the humanoid demon wolf who's been messing around. No, she's definitely dangerous. Are these monsters everywhere in this country? If that's the case, then we may have adopted the wrong strategy from the start. It was only now that Geist knew regret. He also anticipated the failure of this imperial military battle plan. And there's also the natural disaster-level threat of Veldora on the Jura Tempest Federation's side. The odds of defeat are so high that the probability of winning is almost zero. Because of this, Geist yelled desperately. Wait a minute, I want to make a deal. Geez, what kind of deal is that? I, myself, am a high-ranking officer in the Empire, and I am well versed in military combat and have classified information. I promise it will work for you. So please leave me alone. Not afraid of disgrace and not caring what outsiders thought, Geist began to beg for mercy. However, his eyes were still alert and he was still cautiously spying on the movements of Testarossa. He had thought there was nothing more he could do at this point, but his proud ears caught the sound of several approaching footsteps. Geist knew who the people close to this side were. That kind of running would have been silent if he hadn't noticed it at all. Just hearing the footsteps alone, he intuited that these people were from the Imperial Intelligence Service. If it was Imperial Intelligence, it wouldn't be surprising to release intelligence officers to monitor the battlefield. I'm sure Tatsuya Kondo, the rumored intelligence-feeding eccentric and director of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau, will do whatever it takes. It will be saved, Geist was so convinced. No matter how embarrassing it is, just buy time and you'll get your life back. The reason he thought so was because he knew of a rumor that had something to do with the intelligence agency. Among the staff working in the intelligence service, some are so-called intelligence officers. These intelligence officers have been trained to be active in a variety of environments and have the best fighting skills in the world. The reason these masters' names are not known is because they did not participate in the Ro battle. After being attached to the Army Intelligence Service, there was no more movement. These intelligence officers are all obeying the orders of Tatsuya Kondo, an enigmatic otherworldly visitor who is isolated from the world. But those are just hearsay. While there's no credibility to be had, Geist can only believe the rumors. If the person coming over is simply a soldier, then he is finished. However, if it is really intelligence officers, with Geist's help, they're sure they'll be able to win even if they have to face Testarossa. So now whether it's begging for mercy or doing something, he intends to buy time. In the end, Geist won in this bet. This smell, you're a demon, no, a high-ranking demon general. One side shouted and several soldiers jumped in front of Geist. Geist thanked himself for his good fortune. Hearing that the other party was a high-ranking demon general, he understood. Physical attacks don't work also because the opponent is a spiritual life form. And high-ranking demons would be the highest ranking among demons. It is the presence of a hazard equivalent to a catastrophe. The only people who can deal with them single-handedly are heroes. It's not as if Geist is without a chance to win, but it's going to be a fight to the death. Oh, you guys are? There were 3 men who came over here. Seeing that they had come, Geist regained his remaining strength, but he still deliberately inquired. Yes. I'm with the intelligence service. As Geist had expected, the other party seemed to be from the intelligence services. One of them was about to declare his name when a man who looked like the leading man of the center stepped in to stop him. Hey, wait. Now is not the time to introduce yourself. Being so slighted, the man also looked at Testarossa with a stony expression. You're not just a high-ranking demon general, are you? Looks like this one has acquired flesh. TSK, no wonder the breath is faint. Lord Geist, I'll introduce myself later. Let's join forces now to crush this evil demon first. Well, sure. Hearing the leader say so, Geist could only agree. The fact that the mastery was in someone else's hands displeased him, but the immediate priority was to stay alive. The men from the intelligence service worked together well to surround Testarossa, then take out the chains woven into the magical hair crafted to seal the movement of Testarossa from 3 directions. Unbeknownst to Geist, the move was called the Imperial Sealing Array. The Trinity, which can kill even high-ranking magical creatures, that's right, even high-ranking demon generals, it is the most superior form of the must-kill formation circulating in the Empire. The secret lies in these chains. Inside were hairs woven into magical creatures, forged with holy silver, which were secret treasures of the legendary level. The men who could serve as ambassadors were definitely more than just ordinary soldiers. These men were the Empire's highest fighting force, affiliated to the Imperial Emperor's Order of Near-Guard Knights, a disguised posture for those near-guard knights. The 11th ranked Tibbs, respectively. Balder, ranked 38th. Gordon, who is ranked 64th. Basically, the Near-Guard Knights move in threes when infiltrating. There were also rows in the Imperial Emperor's Order of Near-Guard, and it was customary for the person in the front of the row to be the leader. As for intensity, it is said that the difference between before and after rank 30 is like heaven and earth. All those who were before the 30th rank surpassed the human race and came to the rank of immortal, and their strength was close to that of the sage who was above them. Such an over-the-top presence has one of its own to be present. This man had been at the helm of the Lakeshore Died in Scarlet Affair. He was Tibbs. Tibbs' squad had sealed the nightmare-like White Primordial, and they took to the field when Geist was desperate. And as for having anything to do with the White Primordial, seeing the Knights of the Trinity sealing Testarossa, Geist applauded in his heart and thought, well done. If it continued to be eroded by its own spiritual death funeral, even spiritual lifeforms should perish. The target of the attack just now included even creatures, but this time there was an adjustment that would only have an effect on the spirit. In this way, no matter how powerful a high-ranking demon general was, it would be impossible to maintain form. Geist thought so. But he thought too much. The prerequisite for the implementation of such a combat plan is that the opponent has not yet acquired flesh. Testarossa had acquired the flesh, and even if it was only for spiritual effects, it meant little. Geist's hopes were bound to be crushed. More importantly, oops. This is nostalgic. You're the ones who once beat me, right? What? I'm so happy. I was hindered at that time, so I didn't get enough to eat. It was a rare occasion when I cooked so well that I was about to feast on it. I'll always remember the regret I felt at that time. Testarossa spoke out, with an evil will in her. She was being sealed, and her voice sounded unmoved. This wickedness can't be. That face is. Are you the White Primordial? You're kidding. It took so much effort to seal her, but she came back to life so quickly. Seeing the three men in a panic, Testarossa flashed a dismissive smile. The look was very wicked, very beautiful, Yufufafu. That's a nice look. There is fear, there is anxiety, and there is unfounded confidence. I'm not even running away from, even though I'm bluffing. You guys really like to make extra effort. Shut up, you demon. I didn't think you'd come back to life, but did you forget? We once sealed you. Wait until you beat us and then show off. Mr. Tibbs is right. I'll kill your soul this time. Those words seemed really funny to Testarossa. Oops, that's funny.
Is it okay to be so confident?
Do you think the same trick as back then would still work for me? Caught in the Imperial sealing formation, Testarossa asked gracefully. It's so unconvincing. No one will listen to the demon's nonsense. Gordon was right. This is not the place for you to be. If we don't understand it once, we can bury you 1,000,000 times. All right, Mr. Geist. We'll take care of it here. Please order a retreat as soon as you can. Tibbs is calm whenever he is. Although they did not expect the White Primordial to appear, they did not forget their original purpose. Tibbs had intended to defeat the monster wolf, Gobta and Ranga. In order for that to happen, it had to be done in such a way as to keep people from discovering who they really were, which is why Geist asked the army to retreat. Even Tibbs had no right to order Geist, who was of a higher class. The worst-case scenario was even expected to get rid of Geist, but the White Primordial debut left him without that leeway now. If one were to take on the White Primordial, it would be impossible to win without hiding one's true identity. More importantly, if the whole army is not withdrawn soon, everyone could be affected by their fighting. Not finding Tibbs in such a mood, Geist, who had turned back to his senses, was planning to act. The current situation left Geist momentarily unresponsive. White Primordial? What are you talking about? Could it be the big demon? No, there's no time to think about that right now. Instead of looking into these guys, it's better to find a way to stay alive first. Desperately trying to get the idle head to work, Geist exported the most action he should be taking right now. Then he hastened to order the entire army to retreat through his unique technique, the player. However, it was too late. All hope was dashed when they met Tensura in the present moment. The trio of Tibbs, Balder, and Gordon were previously unsung heroes who had once defeated the powerful demon. At that time, there was what the world called the Lakeshore Dyed in Scarlet incident. The White Primordial is the demon that dominated the East and is feared, and the other party came into the world just short of acquiring flesh. From that day on, the vigilance against demons changed from the previous. All cities have demon countermeasure rooms, and spells such as demon summoning are forbidden by law. After all, once a high-ranking demon would gain flesh, it couldn't be solved without sending out an army. It may also bring about the demise of the entire city and cause an irreversible catastrophe, plus the opponent is still primordial. Among the high-ranking demon generals, the power is not calculated by the amount of mana alone, it is the feared demon. They were lucky to have beaten the White Primordial when that happened, or so Tibbs thought. But at the same time, he was confident that no matter how many times he fought the opponent, it was impossible to lose. After all, Tibbs is ranked 11th. Even those heroes who enjoyed the strongest reputation in the surface world were no match for the truly strong ones who had lived for more than 1,000 years in the world below the surface. For example, the great power of Farmer's Guardian, the mage Razin. King Garzel, the hero of the armed power of Dworgen. There are also the otherworldly visitors of Yuki Kagrazaka and Hinata Sakaguchi, the powerful men of the magical order of the Sorcerer dynasty of Sarion and the paladins of the Holy Kingdom of Ruberios. No matter how powerful the battle force was, the Imperial Emperor's Knights of the Near Guard would look out of place when encountering them, and in the strongest group of such, single digits symbolizes special meaning. And in charge of aiding them was the 11th ranked Tibbs. His Majesty has granted me the strongest equipment. Coupled with this power, how could I possibly lose to a demon? So much so that Tibbs is confident. After urging Geist to retreat, Tibbs shouted at his companions. "You guys hurry up and open the door. The White Primordial seems to have gotten flesh, but it shouldn't have accumulated too much mana yet. We're going to do everything in our power to beat her here." "Got it?" "Yes." Only to see Gordon nod, and Balder flash a wild smile. As soon as the answer was given, the alchemical pendant that the three hung around their necks began to glow. This ray of light turned into a rushing current that enveloped the three of them. Then the warriors, fully clothed in gold armor, appeared. These are legendary equipment, given only to the chosen ones. Although there are individual differences between the weapons, the armor is all the same shape. This is the highest grade equipment that has been handed down from ancient times. Nowadays, wearing this armor, Tibbs and the others would be able to fight with all their might. "You're out of luck, White Primordial. It seems you've had a hard time gaining flesh, but it's naive. Running into us here means your luck has come to an end too." The hand that Tibbs had been holding onto the chains, intending to send Tensura to the west, was about to exert itself, but at that moment the force of the chains fell on it. He didn't expect her to get away with it as if it was nothing. I said, "You think I'll forgive you for doing this?" Hearing the sound that made even one's body freeze, Tibbs turned his head. And in front of his line of sight, Tensura reached out and grabbed Geist by the neck. A muffled gack sounded, and the next thing you know, Geist goes limp. There was nothing he could do about it, and he was killed like that by Tensura. "How is this possible?" "And so it was," Tibbs muttered, disoriented. "While Geist the man is a bit overly narcissistic, he is not weak. His strength is worthy of a high rank. Even being strong enough to be selected for the Knights of the Near Guard is not surprising. Of course, he could only be ranked in the latter class, and even then that man wouldn't be killed so simply." Tibbs looked at his hands, trembling. The weave of hairs and chains forged with holy silver, a rare weapon of the legendary level, were added to the magical creature, and now it seems as if everything is in vain. It wasn't just Tibbs, but also Balder and Gordon's faces appeared agitated and confused. There was no way to see how Tensura broke the chains and at what point she moved. After that there was greater suffering to find them. Did I keep you waiting? I'm sorry if that's the case. Because this man was trying to escape, I lectured a little. After all, not to do so would be to disobey Lord Rimuru orders. It can't be helped. Testarossa stared at Tibbs as they spoke, a voluptuous smile on her face, and then, as if suddenly thinking of something, add the following. That's right. That's right. It's been a concern since then. Can you please stop calling me White Primordial? What? Because, yes, I already have the name Testarossa. I would be unhappy if you didn't call me that. She made a proclamation that only 2 words could describe despair to the Tibbs. Wait, you just said your name? Not only did she gain flesh, but she even had a name. This has never been done before. Now they must admit that the battle is against them. We must retreat. We must report to His Majesty that there is a crisis.
Okay.
Then let me trip her up. Then I'll use elemental magic to move the stronghold. The reason the Trinity was taken was to respond to such moments. They quickly decided who should do what, and next Gordon began chanting teleportation magic. Immediately after, Testarossa flashed an evil smile. She smiled miserably and beautifully, looking ominous. What's so funny? After shouting this, Walder picked up his lance and launched a surprise attack on Testarossa. However, the figure of Testarossa had long since disappeared. Walder simply couldn't keep up with the speed of her actions. Damn it, where'd she go? Here I am. Someone exhaled into Balder's ear, the sweet aroma taking over the nasal cavity. It took no looking back to know that the other person was Testarossa. Balder felt it, the slender female hand that was cold enough to freeze his soul was touching his neck. Ah. The image of Geist being killed just now came to his mind. I hate people who don't think for themselves. It is also not known if Balder heard this last remark from Testarossa. Gak. A magnificent look of fear came over his face and Balder fell. Balder, who was ranked 38th, was thus killed by Testarossa. Tibbs watched in a state of thoughtful confusion, not having been so restless in centuries. Hurry up, Gordon. Balder was killed, that one is too dangerous. The cry was no longer controlled by Tibbs' will, and was tinged with fear. Seemingly in tune with him, Gordon nodded silently as well. After that, the teleportation magic was complete and the magic array that floated on the ground glowed. Good, let's retreat. Tibbs also rushed into the magic formation and gave this order. But the teleportation magic didn't kick in. How? Why? As if mocking a panicked Gordon, Testarossa gently answered for him. What's so strange? After all, there's nothing wrong with the use of magical vein to disrupt radiation. Even if the other said so, Tibbs and Gordon couldn't hear it for a moment. What did you say? Mana disrupts radiation? Is it possible that you used magic to recreate? Looking at the two of them like this, Testarossa sighed with a headache. Testarossa can share information with Ultima and Carrera in a communication network. The information obtained also includes information that the airship is equipped with magic-disturbing radiation. Reproducing that technique based on the information obtained and then applying it would be like child's play for Testarossa. But such things are so far beyond the reach of human common sense that it is impossible for Tibbs and Gordon to understand them. Only, Tibbs and Gordon are still aware that. Who are you? Even if it is the primordial, a high-ranking demon general wouldn't have such a powerful power. Like trying to manage to cover his fears, Tibbs let out a loud scream. No, that's right. You weren't this good in the war before. What did you do to evolve like this? Evolve? At this point, Tibbs and Gordon looked at each other face to face. Hearing himself shout, Gordon was able to correctly ascertain the current state of Testarossa. He didn't bother to figure it out. The same goes for Tibbs. Not only did she acquire flesh, but she was also named, and the result is unknown as to what realm the White Primordial evolved to. Testarossa looked at the two men's faces pleasantly. To answer their questions, she opened her mouth leisurely. Gee, that's clever. Correct answer. I became a more powerful being than a high-ranking demon general after gaining a name. Do you know about the demon archdukes? It's very different from the rank of a high-ranking demon general. It's sad that you can't understand without saying it through your own mouth. This answer deepened the despair of the two men. Evil, evil archduke. The second guy crimson. Tibbs and Gordon had by this time finally discovered that things were serious. Now, instead of appearing in the world for a little fun, the primordial has a clear will to settle in this world. As a matter of fact, you shouldn't be interested in this world again after you lost that princess flesh. Not so. By the time you came over, my deed with the girl was done. So that's where I went from there, although I'm a little sorry. Murphy. Oops, sorry about that. Could it be that you've been mistaken for me? How could there be such a thing? It's silly. There was such a thing as this in the sky, and Tibbs felt his self-confidence completely shattered. How dare you disturb my dinner at that time? Hey, Tibbs. Ever since being stared at by the bright red eyes of Testarossa, Tibbs and Gordon had been unable to move. It was as if a frog was being watched by a snake. You said dinner? All Tibbs can do is buy time through dialogue. Then use the precious time earned to desperately explain what is happening. To take revenge on Testarossa, who was so proud and sure of her victory. That's right, I was eating. Even after being bathed in so much blood, so much that the beautiful lake water was dyed bright red, I still didn't get enough to eat. Thousands of innocent people died. This is what the Covenant is about. And to eat the most important main course before you run to mess with it. That is a rare opportunity, and I want you to atone for that time. You bastard. Testarossa was responsible for the tragic Lakeshore died in Scarlet incident, yet this demon says that the tragedy was just a meal. Not only that, but also saying there wasn't enough to eat. The strong anger made Tibbs' heart burn. And this fire of righteousness burned out the fear in his heart. One should never let something so evil out in the open, Tibbs thought to himself. Evil things like you. With the glowing sword raised high in his hand, Tibbs struggled to escape the spell of Testarossa. The struggle paid off, the physical strength came back, but this was only the beginning of Tibbs' desperation. Testarossa, you haven't killed them yet? Seeing that you're busy, you didn't bother, but it's almost time to finish. Cute voices that didn't match the battlefield came through the air. She was the maiden who had tied her long dark purple hair into a single ponytail, Ultima. Even the 11th rank Tibbs could detect a strange scent on her when she looked over. The tone of her voice seemed to be very familiar with Testarossa, which meant that both of them were of equal status, or very close in rank. Oops, isn't this Ultima? I made you wait so long. Well, I was muddling along with Mr. Gable and the others, so I'm not in a position to say anything about anyone else, but Lord Rimuru wants us to do our best, and will be scolded if we don't finish this soon. That's bad. Right? It's rare to meet old acquaintances, so I couldn't stop talking. Still, so to speak. Let's get this over with before Lord Rimuru gets angry. The conversation that unfolded before his eyes was incomprehensible to Tibbs. No, it's not that he can't understand, it's that he doesn't want to understand. No way, no way, no way, no way. Testarossa and Ultima. There is no doubt that they must be of the same rank. There are two primordial demons. Just dealing with one of them would be a struggle, and this reinforcements came deadly. The fire of righteousness in the heart of Tibbs was still burning, but it was unconsciously consumed by darkness. It's all out of fear. The glory of being ranked 11th became meaningless in front of the two demons. If it was just a high-ranking demon general, Tibbs could still pack up alone, but the reality before his eyes was that two primordial demons had appeared, and even he was in a state of near disillusionment. He can't be blamed for that either. In fact, Gordon was already crouched down and sobbing. He had been a quiet and reliable man, but now he was like a child. That's when Tibbs suddenly began to envy Balder, who had died first just now. After taking the initiative to fight the other side without discovering her true identity, his companion died. How lucky is that? That's right. Then I'll say goodbye to you, even if I'm a little bit wary. By the way, if you've met someone you've never met before, let's show you the magic that suits your heart's desire. Faced with a bewildered Tibbs, Testarossa happily recounted. In a dazed state, Tibbs knew his death was not far away. Black flames were summoned from the deep darkness. The black flame condensed to the size of a fist and glowed in the palm of Testarossa's hand. The black flame core, this uncontrollable hellish karmic fire that Testarossa could crush with ease. She flashed a dismissive smile and whispered as if in song. Death streak. Tibbs' eyes widened at once. He didn't know what kind of magic it was. Unintelligible. He doesn't get it at all. But one thing is for sure. That is, this magic is very evil. That little brother over there knows Guy Crimson too, right? In that case, you would know what this magic is, right? This magic was released when Guy became a demon lord. Sadly, Tibbs's awareness is interrupted here. He was consumed with deeper despair and thought to himself within he never knew. The black flaming core that had been crushed by Testarossa turned into a black glow that illuminated all around. This light has the property that it can penetrate almost all matter. It is a light of darkness that does not arise naturally. While not physically destructive, it has certain characteristics, that is, penetrating an organism affects its genetic sequencing. Forced gene replacement is capable of the forced extinction of almost all living things. It's extremely evil death magic. Yet legend has it that this magic has another purpose. Those who could withstand such magic were either spiritual beings or those who had the power of memory in their souls. Even if the flesh was completely destroyed, they could still be resurrected from that origin, and only they could escape this magic. The special particle that makes up the magic element, the Reiko, emits a special fluctuation, the dark light, which is difficult to defend even with magic, and has no physical defense means. The Reiko can only be fought with the Reiko, and likewise, the dark light can only be fought with the dark light. There is no way to defend it in the usual way. Once exposed to this light, the chance of death is 99.99%. But, occasionally, someone still survives. The odds are 1 in a million that the body will transform into a magical creature and gain new life. That is, the magic is actually a blessing magic, and on the one hand, it can also screen out people who are suitable to be magical creatures. This kind of magic is the most evil of forbidden spells. Instead of the physical destructive power of disintegration, it can only actually penetrate the information body. In other words, the nuclear strike magic death blessing is the ultimate forbidden magic that can even destroy the soul. In this way, Tibbs, who was 11th in the Empire, and Gordon, who was 64th, became the first casualties of the blessing of death launched by Testarossa. Immediately after, within a limited radius of 500 meters, a ferocious death storm was raging. This kind of magic didn't distinguish between enemies and allies, and would wipe out all the creatures within that range. So Testarossa first confirmed through magical sense that there was no one from Tempest's side of the range before making that move. If they didn't pass the limit, all life forms within a radius of several kilometers would be extinct. The death blessing is also effective for spiritual beings. This time, however, Testarossa launched cautiously so as not to harm the soul and so was harmless to Testarossa and Ultima. Testarossa and Ultima breezed over to confirm the results. Looks like there are no survivors around here. That being said, Testarossa did a beautiful job. Gee, what are you talking about? I'm talking about this toy called a chariot. Because you beautifully retained its original form, we were able to bring back unharmed ready-made goods to investigate the intelligence. That's for sure. That's why only humans were eliminated. Perhaps I should also use the blessing of death without mercy. That way, the toys floating in the sky won't break. Yeah, your magic is too flashy. However, It would be sufficient to recover the first sample that was knocked out and use it as information. And right. Seriously, that toy was so fragile that it did more damage than imagined. I was only going to break one, but I ended up breaking a bunch. No way, because Lord Rimuru named us, we are stronger than ever. It's going to take a lot of attention, Ultima. I have also been reflecting. But perhaps Carrera was worrying more than I was. I don't know if she knows how to hold the Force, but she likes the gorgeous magic. That's why you're here. Lord Rimuru saw through even that, and I'm impressed. Ah, so it is. Then I'm relieved. And so it was that the two continued to talk. Although the content of some of the words seemed to misunderstand Rimuru, no one anywhere near the scene could be found who could correct them. Then again, Benimaru-san is also overly worried. The people who are worried about hurting Lord Rimuru are on the Empire's side, and they want us to be merciful in order to force out such talents. That's a bit of a problem. If it's simply a matter of getting a victory, just send us over from the beginning. That way, the things that bothered Lord Rimuru are gone. These are the policies of Lord Rimuru, right? He wants us to stay out of the fight. I guess Lord Rimuru is trying to make Gobta Jr. and Mr. Gable grow. In the case of Lord Rimuru, it was easy to make them evolve, but combat experience had to be honed and accumulated on its own. A brat like that, who thinks he's good for nothing, is just a piece of shit to us. It's nice to think that way, and I understand, but it's a shame. At least there was still a chance to make an appearance, so that's good. Testarossa and Ultima chatted like this, but even when they were having fun, they didn't forget to carefully collect the spirits of the dead. In fact, there is a secret behind the forbidden spell of Death Blessing. That is, there has been no successful case of demonizing humans through this magic. To turn a person into a magical creature through this magic is limited to there is still a soul left. If the souls were taken away, as they were this time, there would be no chance of survival. The devil uses deception to give a glimmer of hope. Most of the time, the truth remains unknown. Of course Testarossa and Ultima knew this well. So when there were no more survivors on this battlefield, they assumed the battle was over. Seeing those who had their good deeds go to the end of the road didn't bother Testarossa's heart either. Not the slightest bit of emotion, as if treating the rest of the world as it were. These things were originally out of sight, so it's fair to say that this outcome would have occurred. And just like that, the Battle of Testarossa and others was over. Of the Imperial Mecha Legion currently in combat, the Magic Chariot Division and the Air Combat Flying Corps have been completely defeated. The death of Lieutenant General Geist disables the headquarters. The soldiers at the end of the general can't grasp the situation and begin to flee and defeat. The situation on the battlefield changes and becomes a battle of annihilation. There were 200,000 men in the Magic-Guided Chariot Division led by Lieutenant General Geist. The Air Combat Air Corps led by Major General Farragut had a total of 40,000 troops. The army had fewer commanders and fewer means to apply for an armistice. And most of the Imperial General's soldiers were on the battlefield. Just at this moment, the Jura Tempest Federation was certain that it had won the battle. But that doesn't mean the war is over. That was because of the fact that these Imperial forces had been defeated, and the head of the Imperial Mecha Legion Army, Grand Admiral Calgurio, was still unaware of it at this time. Now the main force of the Imperial Mecha Legion, the Mecha Modification Corps, is advancing towards Rimuru, the capital of the Jura Tempest Federation. Intermission, melancholy. Seeing the scene reflected in the big picture in front of him, the Dwarf King Garzel lost his voice. This is... My lord, you have a look of panic on your face. That's a panic. It's just that you're not good enough. Don't say that, Jane. The common sense on the battlefield was so disrupted that even I didn't know how to react. Spat upon by the court wizard, the old woman Jane, the one who answered was not Garzel, but Pan, the supreme commander of the military, with an ugly expression. He can't be blamed for that either. The Rimuru side provided the technology, so they prepared a big screen with a live broadcast of the war. Even the dwarf hero Gazelle looked at it and thought the situation was unusual. It seems that common sense in war has been completely overturned. After saying this, Dwarf, the commander of the Knights of the Heavenly Flying Order, tiredly picked up the words. That weapon called a chariot, even if you use Legion magic to create a shield, it can't resist. If we were to face off against these weapons without knowing anything about them, we would surely lose the battle, right? But, even if the power is fearsome, if it is dealt with in the way it is heard beforehand, it seems to be counteracted by the construction of trenches and walls. The group agreed with him. There is no way to defend against it by just the earthen walls, but if several layers of barriers are put in place, that will reduce the power of the shells. The above is the conclusion they came to. This is the correspondence derived through the knowledge of Rimuru. In fact, it was too late to use it, but after further calculations based on the power projected from the images, they came to another conclusion, and that was that this weapon did not have an overwhelming power that left people completely helpless. A look at the Empire's equipment will reveal that their main forces are placed at medium to long range compared to close combat. It looks like none of the soldiers are heavily armed, most of them are lightly armed, right? I've tried to investigate that, too. I heard that the Empire had prepared a new type of weapon, the magic gun, which even the most advanced soldiers could easily master magic. In addition to that, it seems that some of the troops are equipped with otherworldly weapons such as guns, and it seems that the other side thinks that close combat is out of date. The age of the sword is over, and it's only natural that the Empire would think so. Dwarf nodded deeply. Guns are said to penetrate iron armor easily. Facing a large army of chariots makes one feel like even the walls are unbearable. Those weapons were like a mockery of the weapons and defenses that had been used as a major industry by the Dwarven Kingdom and had fallen out of step with the times. Having said that, this is not a foreign world. Even if some kind of tactical theory is combined over there, it won't work here without a clever integration of the concept of magic. That's what it means. That's it. Although the magic gun is also a threat, it has run into opponents who are opposed to each other. His Majesty Rimuru possessed a large amount of scaly shields from Charybdis. He's given us some too, and with all this stuff, most of the magic doesn't work, right? Yes. Using the concept of magic, it is possible to fight against a variety of modern weapons. And the enemy's magic would be paralyzed by their own equipment. Although it would have turned out that way because one thing happened to grind one thing, it would have been a disaster for the Imperial Army. Their overemphasis on medium to long range results in an even greater emphasis on how vulnerable they are after being approached by the enemy. That's a huge oversight in terms of tactics. No matter what you're facing, the point is to see how the person in question is planning. We cannot follow in their footsteps and must use the intelligence gained in this war effectively. He came to such a conclusion, but in fact he thought, these are all secondary. There's more to it than tactics and weaponry. Yet he did not speak. That is the strength of each individual magical creature. Naturally, Gobta, Ranga, and Gable didn't need to say much, and it looked like the monsters underneath them had grown considerably. Coupled with the use of recovery potions at no cost, they also take a rather dangerous approach to combat on the one hand. Unlike before, because of their success in mass-producing hypocrite herbs, they were able to supply a large supply of recovery potions. This move also subverts common sense on the battlefield, but, compared to that, King Gazelle, may I give you a word of advice? Don't say it. I understand everything. Maybe so. But the words must be spoken. Jane's words were heavy. That piece of advice everyone must listen to. Knowing Gazelle's acquiescence, Jane spoke. Those female demons are extraordinary. The ritual magic that burned the airship to the ground was the great spell flame of destruction. Even I have a hard time exercising alone. And the tricks the white-haired lady used were even more problematic. It was the death blessing, said to be unmanageable with the human body. It's a forbidden spell. Everyone was silent as they listened to Jane. The reason why those female demons were unusual was understandable just by spending a few days with them. The head of the Secret Service, Henrietta, had investigated them. The girls were newly hired members of the Jura Tempest Federation and were said to have been brought in by Diablo, the devotee of Rimuru, from nowhere. Their true identity is that of the demon race, and according to the rumor, they are friends that Diablo knew long ago. It is said that Rimuru appointed them as intelligence officers, and they were also sent to observe the various regiments. Garzel had originally suspected that things weren't so innocent, and it turned out as if he had guessed it. Actually, I was thinking, could they be? So His Majesty has guessed the true identity of those girls? Well, but it's better not to know the truth. What are you talking about? I've already seen such exaggerated combat, I feel uneasy not knowing. Jane was right, what was most frightening was the fighting ability of those demons. Even Garzel almost said, "Are you kidding me?" After seeing those images. And we're all mentally prepared for it. Even you, King Garzel, are dumbfounded, and there is something written on your face that makes us guess. When Jane finished these words, the other companions nodded along with him. Dwarf, Pan, and Henrietta were among them. Looking around at the faces of these reliable comrades, Garzel made up his mind. It actually happened on that night of the festival. Is that the ritual you're talking about? The time you were invited to the Jura Tempest Federation? So, His Majesty Garzel was once invited alone to a secret meeting or something. We were all in the next room on standby too, so what happened then? It's actually the secretary of Rimuru, the butler, I should say. You've met him, haven't you? Oh, he's Sir Diablo, isn't he? A very gentlemanly man. That guy doesn't feel easy. What's wrong with him? Those who went to the Tempest Founding Festival have also seen Diablo. Henrietta had also been guarding Garzel in the shadows, so she knew what the subordinates under the Rimuru looked like and what they were called. Only Jane, who hadn't followed, didn't know, and then Garzel dropped a shock bomb. According to Elmesia, Diablo seems to be the primordial. Wait. What did you say? King Garzel, what did you just say? Jane's face was suddenly pale, and she prayed that she had misheard herself, and asked for Garzel. Yet the reality is harsh. I heard he was a primordial. Which brings me to the black primordial. Because only that black primordial is not bound by the Dominion realm and can come and go as he pleases, there are people all over the world who claim to have seen him. King Garzel seemed to be out of it, and he stated it calmly. Good at posturing, indeed, but no way to fool Jane. Wait a minute. King Garzel, wait. What's wrong? You're asking what's wrong. Could it be that the primordial, the black primordial, has become a servant of the demon lord Rimuru? Exactly. Well, that's a serious problem. Why did you keep it a secret before? Jane let out a scream. There are others to follow. Could it be that Miss Testarossa and Miss Ultima are also? Hey, that's too much, I guess it's that one anyway. They are Diablo's subordinates, older individuals. The more optimistic inferences made by Dorf and Pan are disproved by the subsequent statements made by Henrietta. In addition to those two, I have heard that there are many other talents that His Excellency Diablo has somehow scrounged up. From a standpoint, those men all seem to be under Sir Diablo's command, but the diplomat at arms, Testarossa, the Attorney General, Ultima, and the President of the Inquisition, Carrera, all three of whom seem to have had a relationship with him from a long time ago, seem to be on an equal footing in their correspondence. Oi, no way. His Highness Rimuru is a bit arbitrary. You're saying there are three people of the same status as the primordial? How can that be? But two of them now look almost like. People are tempted to deny it. But when you take into account what has happened before you, the truth will come out. At least Testarossa and Ultima felt too powerful to deduce even when Jane looked at them, so it's better if you don't know, as I just said. Anyway, it may be bad for me not to tell you about Diablo, but so what if I do? It would be a different story if the guy did something bad, but Rimuru has promised to really prevent him from losing control. I have also personally decided to believe my junior brother's words. I just didn't think he'd find more primordials, which even I couldn't see through. The point of this isn't whether you see through it or not, that's what everyone thinks in their hearts. At the same time, they feel that even though I listen to them, they can't do anything about them. In fact, the moment I decided to believe in the Rimuru, I was ready to realize it. He has even the storm dragon on his side, so it's too late now. Be aware of it, too. It's not that simple, but what Gazelle says isn't unreasonable. Well, I've always trusted you. If you trust each other, then I have no problem with that. That's true. I have also met His Majesty Rimuru with my own eyes. That man is trustworthy, that's what His Majesty Gazelle and I think. I am His Majesty's shadow, and His Majesty's wishes shall be obeyed. Really. I also trust His Majesty. Although it was before he became the Demon Lord, I did once pay a visit to His Majesty Rimuru. What is most frightening is that the overwhelming force of the battle is particularly concentrated on one side, but it is true that it is all too late. And there's nothing we can do about it, so it's futile to think about it. Hearing Jane say that, everyone felt the same way. It would be a different matter if one were to think about it and come to a conclusion, but the question is not answered. Believe it or not, one can only choose between the two. Keep it inside for now. With a word from Gazelle, the question was put to rest. It is not quite true that the war will end on this side. Although the forces that had forced the central part of the Dwarven Kingdom had been wiped out, the eastern side was still fighting the Imperial Army, and the smell of danger still wafted around the capital of the Jura Tempest Federation, Rimuru. That guy is really scary. No, maybe that's not what His Majesty Rimuru meant either. Perhaps the army has not found itself defeated and has not broken off its aggression. That's a pretty high probability. Dorf's words made Gazelle nod his head in response. If the Imperial Army found out that they had lost this time, it was likely that the battle plan would be interrupted. And so, King Gazelle. Presumably, the Imperial Army is also integrating their forces through magic. But the battle changed all at once. It is hard to believe, even with their own eyes, that the defeat has come to such an extent. Even if they suddenly received a report that everyone had been killed, they would suspect that it was the enemy who had been deceiving them with false news. Even I wouldn't believe it if I only heard the report. The Empire's Grand Admiral Calgorio is not incompetent, but I don't think he has the means to decide whether to retreat or not at this juncture, because if you don't get it right, you could be considered a coward. They won't understand if they ask those fools in the Empire to retreat and not let them lose once. Jane's comments are well taken and Pan's judgment is sound. Gazelle was no exception, and if he had been on the Imperial side, he would have made the same judgment, so he could have experienced it. The poorer ones were the soldiers of the Imperial generals who were forced to cooperate, but the onus was on the aggressors. Gazelle was also a famous neutral ruler, but the Empire was currently hostile to them, and he didn't want to take responsibility for the Empire in passing. And there's no such obligation. All he had to do was carry a cold heart and predict future movements. The Imperial army that attacked the Great Forest of Jura was 94,000, of whom 240,000, why these numbers don't make sense, so the 94,000 might be a translation error, had been wiped out. In that case, it's almost certain that Rimuru will win, sort of. It would be kind of cute to take it lightly, but His Majesty Rimuru is not one of those. Hearing the words coming out of Gazelle's mouth, Pan responded sympathetically. In the end, how much will the Imperial army sacrifice? We need to really document this battle as a lesson. It must be truly kept in mind, knowing that humans must never take on the Demon Lord. Yes. The common sense of war was completely shattered, and the strength of those monstrous creatures were originally only a deduction. Now it was really certain that their strength had come to the heavenly calamity level. Rimuru goal was not to dominate the world, but to coexist and prosper with mankind, and mankind was lucky. The empire is making a fool of itself. In order not to let their sacrifice go to waste, Gazelle intends to see this battle through to the end. Then one must plan for the worst-case scenario. If the future is hostile to Rimuru. One side of him prayed that this wouldn't happen and the other side wondered what to do if it did, although he bragged to his companions that he believed in Rimuru, that was only his personal opinion at best. As the guide of the country, he must do his best to think of countermeasures so as not to cause harm to the people. You can't stop thinking because you can't get an answer. That being said, it would be foolish to go against the primordials, and it would be impossible to win a fight with Valdora. I'd seriously have to throw up my hands in surrender. Faced with difficult questions for which answers were simply impossible, Gazelle was troubled.